The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Good morning, ladies and gents, boys and girls. We've come to the final day. We've already seen 5 teams qualify. 3 more are looking to join them today. There's only one thing stopping them. One more BO3. Welcome back to the Blast Paris EU RMRA. My name is Codicast. Joining me is the lovely Neokai and the awesome Anders. How you doing today, guys?
Good, good. We've already had some cracking Counter-Strike over the last couple of days. A couple of upsets across the board too as well. We looked at the results from yesterday. We say goodbye to Virtus.pro. I think that was a shock to a lot of people. 1 win, not stepping up to the plate, and of course, into the breach, making it towards a legend stage. We take a look at GamerLegion here. They've qualified for the major, but it's 1 more game for seeding.
Yeah, they did it again. In spite of getting a little bit close to the edge, it's pretty exceptional stuff. We don't know yet, of course, they're going to be legends or challengers, but it's an exciting time for sure.
It absolutely is. I mean, we've seen so many games going on, right? And into the breach. Look at them. Look at how ecstatic they were. This was Thomas going a little bit crazy once they realised what they have done. They finally broken the curse of UK Counter-Strike, but they weren't the only ones to have some success yesterday, were they now?
It brings a tear to my eyes, I've got to say. Of course, Bad News Eagles, they pulled off a monstrous upset. They took down FaZe in a best of 3, 2-0. FaZe just could not do it on Mirage. I mean, for B&E, again, they continue to prove how good this side is and continue to qualify for majors despite not having an organization.
It's the emotional side that's so good. Look at just the video in front of you here. It's what makes the RMR, it's what makes the majors in general absolutely fantastic. I could rewatch that video just over and over again.
Yeah, it's wholesome moments, right? Everyone's finally making the dreams that they wanted to happen come true. Look at these times. I mean, a lot of 2-0s, a couple of 2-1s, and a lot of upsets. Goodbye Virtus.pro being one of them. And goodbye a couple other teams as well. Viperio, of course, may they rest in peace. They weren't able to go the distance. Neither was Saw, One Win, or Sprout. And as we touched on, Virtus.pro, I mean, not making it after being defending major champions. I believe the first time this has happened.
Yeah, first time ever that the reigning champs have not qualified for the major to defend their champions. I mean, it's an absolutely ridiculous statement to say. But take a look at the qualified teams as well, and a couple of names that you'd expect. The NAVIs of the world, the Fnatics of the world. But seeing GamerLegion into the breach and being alongside them is really solid to see. And of course, into the breach have locked themselves in towards a legend stage. And of course, one more best of three will decide who out of GamerLegion or Bad News Eagles will join them.
Remember, everyone's through. This is just for seeding here. Bad News Eagles, the job's done. GamerLegions, the job's done. Into the breach, I mean, they're through to Legends already. They're ecstatic about that one. Is there a benefit to going through to challengers, like legitimately? Anders, what do you think?
I mean, historically, you have to say probably, yeah. Obviously, you have to play a lot more. You risk getting knocked out through the challengers, so that could be scary. But the truth is, a lot of those legend stage teams, when they come into the actual major, they're not as fresh, they're not as battle hardened as the challenger stage teams that usually come through in that way. So you probably always want to go to the legend stage. Obviously, all teams want to do that, but I think some teams might actually benefit from going through the challenger.
I think warming up in the challengers really does help a lot of teams, especially some of the younger, fresher FaZe teams, because going straight into legends, you're cold, then you're in front of a massive crowd as well.
Yeah.
For some of these young guys, that pressure is going to be insurmountable. For Into the Breach, I'm slightly concerned about them, right? These are the guys, this is their first international LAN here, and there's no crowd. And now they're going in front of a massive stadium in Paris. It's going to be pretty damn nuts. But of course, we look through the results as how things panned out, and we look through today's matchups. Starting off here on the A stream with Bad News Eagles taking on GamerLegion. Over in the stream, Falcons OG. OG started 0-2 and have clawed it back to 2-2, and then nearly about to knock out France's only hope.
France not being at the Paris Major, oh my goodness. I mean, that would be sad to see, but OG, they deserve that spot as well. The other game going on in the other stream as well, of course, FaZe versus MOUZ. What is going on here? I mean, you can see how much it meant to the boys. They're reaching for the stars. Yeah, dance around, boys. Come on, warming up. Jump, dance. Hello, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I love this.
Everyone should probably do that before playing a little bit of video games. It makes sense. Yeah, they're just so happy. Emotions are running high. Wonderful stuff.
We've got to warm up too, mate.
Is that how it works? Are we going to get up and start dancing? Is that what's going to happen? I mean, the vibes when the stream starts, the music gets me going. I'm dancing in my chair. Thank God they haven't released any clips of that on Twitter as of yet. So Bad News Eagles. Now they're a little bit more calm and collected. They've chilled. They've warmed themselves up, and now they're like, guys, look, we've already done the job that we needed to do. I mean, look at the run. The only time they faltered. It was so clean. It was so clean. It was super close against Apeks, but end of the day, being able to beat FaZe 2-0, very nice.
That's such a shock, isn't it? This really has been kind of everyone's eyes has been open to the fact that those tier 2 teams. I mean, it may be hard to call B&E that right now because they keep qualifying for the older majors. So, but still, compared to the normal circuit, they kind of are in a way. But it's been shown time and time again throughout this RMR. They're just really strong. They are focused in a way that some of the tier 1 teams are not. And yeah, it's been laid bare before our eyes at the moment. They're looking really strong. This rating for GXX is outrageous.
That's a little bit crazy. 1.23. I mean, he's put up numbers time and time again. We saw him be a little bit rocky in that opening game. I mean, the fact that he dropped like 11 kills in the first 7 rounds and then it kind of slid away from him. We did get to talk to Devilwalk though. Let's see what the coach is feeling like coming into this game.
Devilwalk, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. Let's just talk through your thoughts. You've had a time to sleep on it. You've made it to a major again. How's it feel?
It feels great. Not much sleep, but full of adrenaline. I think all of the boys. So fighting to wake up right now, but we're gonna do our best and play a very good GamerLegion side today. So.
And then, of course, looking in towards, you probably had time to look back at that FaZe game. What does it mean to you guys as well to do it over FaZe, which really cements that you guys are a top team, able to compete with some of the best in the world going in towards the major?
No, it means a lot, and I think you know, it puts a lot of respect on our name. You know, with our kind of full aggression style, you know, I think there's very few teams that can match us individually when the chaos happens like that. So that's what we try to do, create some chaos.
We love to hear it. And of course, coming towards today, GamerLegion, just a seeding game, but even still, you know, one to be taken with respect for you guys. Of course, you want to look towards challenges and you want to look towards legends as well. How are you going to kind of come in towards this game prepared against GamerLegion to kind of give yourself the edge?
I think we're just gonna do our thing. I think it's really tough to prepare, get sleep, do everything like that in such a short amount of time. But you know, we're good friends with them and talk to them, and whoever goes through is it's good, you know. But we're of course gonna fight for it.
And of course, I mean, final question, there's a lot of kind of stipulations as people talk about how playing challenges is actually really good for you because you get some experience, you get kind of ready for the major itself. And of course, legends, sometimes they struggle. For you guys, and I guess for you personally, what's your thoughts on that?
No, I somewhat agree, but at the same time, it's always good to have a little bit of a head start in the tournament. You get to watch all the games. Of course, you come in a little bit cold, so you get advantage and a little bit on adjustments, but you get the disadvantage that you're a bit cold coming into it. So that's the difference, but yeah, we'll take what we'll get.
I mean, it didn't sound like it was just Everwalk who was excited there. Sounds like everyone in the background was ready and waiting to get into this game. Yeah, Bad News Eagles, they're looking pretty decent. Let's turn our attention over towards GamerLegion now, though. So, of course, the other team that made it through yesterday, they're in the major already, able to beat Falcons in a very long 2-1 game.
Yeah, I gotta say for GamerLegion, this is a side who continues to impress, right? I think Shuhei at the helm, the IGL, the leader, he continues to really just bring this team together, and he's managed to find a format of Acor that we haven't really seen in such a long time. You know, the end of his MOUZ stint was pretty poor, and Acor, you can see he was dejected, his confidence is an all-time low, but now this guy is hitting shots, and I think a lot of it has to come down towards Shuhei. He has really brought out the best in him.
Yeah, it's sick. As you know, as the president of the Acor fan club, I could say I'm super excited for it. I love this guy playing. High risk Counter-Strike for sure with the AWP, but it is really impressive when it works. And yeah, I think this is one of those community favorite teams as well. People just love the story. Some scrappy underdogs in a way, but they are just generally playing really good Counter-Strike, and they beat some tough teams here. I mean, Falcons, that game was a little bit crazy, but yeah, they've had a good run.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, right? We were talking to Shuhei last night and found out actually he's lived in Northern Ireland for a long majority of his life. So repping the UK&I banner once again. Acor, of course, on your screen. He's not been a slouch across this game either. Had an amazing game yesterday. Pistol God is what I'm going to be attaching his name to moving forwards. We do have an interview here with the coach of GamerLegion as well. Ash joins us.
Ashman, thank you very much for joining me. First of all, you boys have made it towards the majors, confirmed. You got a seeding game today against B&E. Talk me through your thoughts coming in towards the B&E game.
Yeah, we're feeling great after yesterday. It was a really good achievement again for us to make it, and we're just feeling confident. We just want to finish it on a high if we can.
And what does it mean to yourself to go to back-to-back majors? I mean, it's a huge achievement. For you, what are the emotions like right now for yourself and, of course, for the camp as well?
Well, I mean, right now we're just focused on the next game, but yesterday it's great again. You know, it's been a long project, changes the rosters and things like this, and getting success again and again. It's just a great feeling.
And of course, you're a UK boy yourself. We've seen the success of UK CS, not only for yourself personally, for Kater and Mezzi over towards Fnatic, and now for Into the Breach to make it. What does it mean for you to see UK CS thriving here?
It makes you feel proud. I mean, we've never had this in UK CS, and 2 teams there, and then one goes straight through to the next stage. It's just great to see, because UK CS never has a good name or anything like that, so it's something to cheer on. Do
you think UK CS is going to start to thrive into CS2?
I hope so, yeah. Usually, when teams success there, teams tend to follow on, and new players are kind of got something to follow, so hopefully.
And finally, of course, with B&E, it's a team you know pretty well. You've played against them before. What's the preparation like coming in towards a game like this? They're a very difficult team. They've just taken down FaZe as well. So for you boys, what's the preparation for this sort of game?
Well, we know these guys are probably one of the hardest teams to play against, so we're just going to kind of play our own game, play with confidence, and keep the prep as minimal, I think, as possible today.
And of course, just a final question as well. What would it mean to go to Legends instead of going to Challengers?
It'd mean loads. It just shows another step of our achievement, so we'd love to make it, so it'd be great.
Well, this is the second time that Bad News Eagles are looking to gatekeep GamerLegion out of the Legends stage. Of course, in Rio, in that 2-0 game, it was Bad News Eagles who was able to best them and move themselves through to that Legends stage. An Ancient 16-9, a Mirage 16-7. God, we've got some interesting maps coming up. You saw the video at the bottom of your screens. Nao, how you feeling moving into this one?
It's a mirrored veto, and I think this is the big thing. GamerLegion and BNE, they know each other so well, right? So this veto is unbelievably predictable coming towards this game. We take a look through our predictions as well. We've all gone for BNE. So that is quite an interesting one. No, and there are GamerLegion believers here. There's a couple of people throwing out some wild and wonderful ones, but we'll have to wait and see how things pan out. Anders, you still confident with your BNE pick?
Yeah, I mean, in spite of the fact that obviously Vertigo being the last map is a little bit interesting, could favor GamerLegion if we got there. Historically, it looks like they're the strongest team on the map, but you never know. If it goes all 3 maps, could be a lot of fun, I think, down to that last one.
I think either way, we're going to have a lot of fun, right? We've got 2 fantastic teams who are neck and neck when it comes down to our unicorn odds. GamerLegion just not as favoured as Bad News Eagles by a hair. I mean, can you even take that into consideration looking at those numbers? It looks like this is a flat scoreboard. If we go by HLTV ratings, they're separated by 2. Bad News Eagles 31st, GamerLegion 33rd. Oh, this is gonna be a close one. One certainly not to miss. We are gonna be chucking it to a short break, and when we are back, Nierkai and Anders are gonna be shouting at you for around about 3 hours as these 2 teams just battle it out for that legend spot. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink. We'll be back after this short break.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the game. It's a best of 3 between GamerLegion and Bad News Eagles. It's going to be exciting. We get to decide who gets to go to the Legend stage and who has to march their way through the Challenger stage. So there is a lot on the line. Sometimes qualification games can be a little bit iffy, but this one has a lot riding on it. Neokai, how what do you think about this one? We all picked BNE. How comfortable do you feel on the pick?
Well, yeah, it's one of those things, right? I think on paper, BNE are the better side. I think they're a really solid team. We saw what they can do against FaZe yesterday. That's a top team that they have been able to kind of put by the wayside for the most part pretty comfortably. That's a really impressive victory. However, GamerLegion can't be slept on. We've already spoken about Shuhei and Acor, that dynamic duo and how good they can be. And also there's a case in point of where we look towards these teams and think, you know, how much do they actually care, right? And obviously making towards Legend stage is really impressive. You get a little bit, probably a little bit extra sticking money if I had to guess as well coming through. However, when you look at this, these teams have made it to a major. That in itself is a huge achievement. They've probably spent a little bit of time celebrating too. So, do they really care?
They probably care, but the relief that you have to fight against, the relief of having actually qualified, I think it's hard to wash that away and get shown back in the same way. So it could be, I think, an interesting game nonetheless. I've no doubt that once the first shots are fired here, everyone is going to start to get warmed up back into it, and they're going to be feeling ready for it. But if we see a couple of mistakes, I wouldn't be too surprised either. This is going to be a really interesting game. Again, I think Ash was saying it quite well. Coach GamerLegion saying they're just the hardest team to play against. He's not wrong, and they might get that experience right here, right now. GamerLegion on the CT side, the Bad News Eagles on the T side on Mirage to start the day with.
Yeah, this is a veto that these two sides expected. I think if you asked both of them yesterday what they were expecting, this would have been the veto that would come through. It's so standard. Being in towards Mirage, we saw what they did against FaZe. A very, very solid performance, all things considered. So, early doors, bit of mid-control coming through. GXZ got nice and aggro, in fact. He got spaced in towards jungle.
Yeah, and they already tagged up Acor, so he couldn't even stay and really fight that. He kind of has to fall back from that position. That's a bit unfortunate. Gives a lot of space on the A-bomb site for the T side to start to make their way up. Oh, and actually, look at this scenario. He's got so close to the action. Those Glocks are so much more dangerous when they're in that position. Synopsy still back here with the P250, ready for a swing. He's almost got the headshot, but instead it's Sue to take him down. And 4 on 5 to begin the retake with. There's a great start, but not for long.
It's looking good. Looking very good. 3 players remaining for GamerLegion to try and make this retake stick. Rig on the right ears. Acor will fall. Just the one consolation kill was 2 pistols for IM, and he needed 2 kills, but he'll get none. As Bad News Eagles will find the first round here on their map pick and Mirage. Really solid start on T side. A bomb plant, all 5 kills, means plenty of cash for him to work him in towards the next round. And for GamerLegion, they're probably going to force in, but the firepower they're going to bring in is going to be so minimal in comparison.
Oh, definitely. A bit of a roll at the beginning, and you kind of see some of the quality of the BNE team, even in that after plant fight, right? Yeah. They're not really necessarily fighting for time around the bomb. Once the fight begins, they're just all out swinging with the Glocks, which in a lot of other contexts you would advise against, but as we've said many times throughout covering this team for the RMR, they are a team that is momentum-based, and they are so aggressive at fighting, and even if you know, even if you've been studying them, it's just so hard to stop. It's been proven over and over again, and it's just quite impressive, really.
Already spaced out towards A. The Deagles trying to keep them at bay. Bomb will go down. No problems asked. And you look towards that 5 GamerLegion. The fact they lost the site now, they could actually be tempted to save here and just keep hold of what they've got and essentially fully resetting towards the next round. And that might be the case. Imma, over towards ramp. He might get an exit here. Needs to be careful, though.
Yeah, I think this is a sensible choice. Running into it and giving up the Deagles and the MP9s doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, if they could upgrade into the AK, that's going to be huge. Recon goes down, and the rest of BNE, only one of them going to be exiting through the ramp, which in itself is a little bit risky. Could be another gun. They could actually end up with a couple of AKs at the end of it here. That is probably a questionable decision. We'll see how badly it's going to affect them. The 1 AK so far given on over. Kiel's going to get 1. I am with another kill. Why is there no one here? They should have brought some more players down to pick up those guns. That's a little bit of a shame. Still, it's not so bad for GamerLegion. I mean, they'll take it, having lost the round, but still managed to do a lot of damage and steal at least a rifle or two.
Yeah, they've scooped up 2 AKs to shoot. Shuhei got one in towards Topman as well, which he's dropped on over towards Kios. Ima dropped 2 of those AKs. If someone was there to support him, they could have had a 3rd AK in towards this round.
And they had those people in T-spawn. They could have easily made their way down there.
100%. Pretty nuts either way. Bad news Eagles, for them, they can rebuy in, but this essentially isn't a bonus buy, what we usually like to call this, where they just have what they've carried on from the previous Emma, carried on his immaculate form. Nice shot towards Synopsy, and with a fadeaway shot there on towards Synopsy, and of course in doing so, Bad news Eagles pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, impressive accuracy at the start, and the danger of giving over those AKs immediately visible to everyone watching. One Flantro going to be walking out. No signs given, not a flash thrown, and that is the power of doing it. Even though you could get your head blown off, but you're also not going to be signaling that anything is happening. If you find someone over in CT spawn, typically, they might just peek out and get their head blown off. It's a good recovery in this round. Obviously, GXX getting the double kill, and it's just Isaac and I am left to try and do something more. He's got the AK in hand, and at this point, it's probably better to just try and save it again.
Agreed.
It's still going to be valuable in the next round.
Question of course, can Isaac scoop one up? Synopsy, of course, of his corpse in top mid, potentially there is an AK lurking and lingering. Emma is going to play close though, over towards spawn, hoping to get a couple of exits. I don't know if he will. Keeping this AK in place seems like more of a priority here. GXX low on HP.
It's got to be, right?
Over towards jungle. I mean, yeah, how's he going to save this Rigon? Potentially though, walking into the Deagle. Damage dealt, but Rigon will find the kill. But nothing for Isaac in this round. And it will just be that saved call. He's tucking his head in it. And he should be fine. They're not exiting out his way, so he's going to be no problems arting towards the next. And of course, the more important thing is for GamerLegion, yes, they're 3 rounds down, but they're going to have a nice, comfortable 4 buy-in towards this round. And Acor's got money for an AWP.
And to be honest, for BNE, this is kind of a nice round as well, right? Only losing the 1 player. They can build a little bit more of an economy. It can be tricky on the T side if you lose too many players, even if you win the first 3 rounds, but if you're down to 1 or 2 players all of those rounds, you just don't really have the same level of comfort. So they're going to be good for another round, even if they lose the first rifle round here, but they're having such a good time.
They are, blessed.
Very enjoyable thing to be watching, really. Something therapeutic about watching people enjoy Counter-Strike.
I know. There's such an emotive team, and of course, you know, we speak about this being a blessing and a curse because it can really come back to bite them when they get down, the heads drop. It really can, you know, affect their playstyle quite significantly. But when they're confident, when they're feeling happy, my God, they play some cracking Counter-Strike. And obviously, the IGL tuck the post with a Mac 10. He'll swing in, he'll find the first as well towards Isaac. When Flatro deletes Immer and Synopsy, lines them both up. But either way, they keep the numbers advantage despite the team kill.
It actually happened afterwards. You know what? That's going to be a funny replay. He probably just ran right in front of it. Unlucky, but still a good opening. 4 versus 3 here. So he's going to be walking up through the underpass. They have a little bit of an idea. He's oh, is that a 3x4 issue? It might be. Sui with a great spray to follow it up, though. That's everything you could have wanted. GXX and Ragon goes down, and he's looking to try and run away and getting hunted down finally, but he actually got away with so much there. Down under a minute now, and it's a 2-1-2.
Of course, this round starting to get a little bit dicey. We look back at the team kill and maybe think that it might have a little bit of a bigger effect as Kios, he's reclaimed the space in behind. He surely gets a free kill here. Bomb spotted, bomb dropped, one Flatro will fall, and it all eyes on Senary. So far in this tournament, in the lowest rated player for BNE, he struggled to find form. But my God, he needs to find it now. 30 seconds, and Aid will come through as well. And it's just on the Kios to deny.
Smart smoke on the other side. He actually has one more as well, so he could try and do it again. Here we go. He's re-smoked it. That's going to be not enough time. He has to push through Senary. There's no other choice. Bomb is right there. Can he escape? No, he goes for the fight instead, and Kios will take him down. That's a huge 1 versus 1 to be winning. And was that a double flank coming through the underpass? They were just not ready for it on the BNE side.
And once again, you know, I know it was funny at the time, but we do have to look at this team kill here. It did have a big effect later down the line. If they had 2 numbers in that 2 versus 1, they would have been fine. They would have been able to play the trades or even get a flank off on towards Kios. But individually, he's really made that one stick. A flank coming through from Shuhei, net to double kill. Kios then reclaiming the space that Shuhei fell back off. Really good work. Really solid Counter-Strike being played by GamerLegion on their first full buy. They needed to make a difference. They needed to find some impact. They've done exactly that. You look over towards Bad News Eagles. This round has to stick. Failure to find it here for either of these two sides will break the economy. It's a massive swing round.
Yeah, and so early on, claiming that momentum, we've seen it time and again, it can make a huge difference. Oh, it's very awkward. A-Corp, that weapon's not going to have that much penetration power, but he hasn't reloaded yet. He's really hunting for it, but we'll go down to one flat throw. So unfortunately for A-Corp, in spite of the aggression there, just a step ahead, and maybe the weapon would have made a difference as well. He's down to 30 health. So good start in this one, and they're just running into the middle. Knife out. They've got no worry at all. I mean, they've got the A-bomb site covered, but still, sometimes having your gun out could be a little bit of an advantage. This should be an instant save for GamerLegion.
You know, like ships in the night. You see two players make their way through ramp, but in doing so, they sneak out palace, they sneak out mid, they go on towards the A side, and you think of a GamerLegion, there are two guys who have pushed ramp, got so much information, right? No one's here. And I think that maybe in a kind of a missed relay of communication, thinking, okay, surely they're going towards B. No one's here. No one's making noise. But unfortunately, it was the wrong call. And yeah, for GamerLegion, for Shuhei, for Kios, keep on to what you've got. They're going to have a really rough buy towards the next round. So need to make sure, at the very least, 2 rifles are kept over. For B&E, this is looking like it will be seen off at 4th on the board. And a flawless 4th like that. Shuhei, other ideas we'll see off GXX. It's only a consolation kill. It's a silver lining. What is a bad situation? Bad News Eagles up to 4. A couple of kills on the way out, but they won't make all too much of a difference. There are plenty of cash to work with off the back of the round 1. And Bad News Eagles continue their dominant start on towards this map. And I think, honestly, for GamerLegion, it comes down to what was a gamble. Going over towards Ram, sending 2 players there. It looks good on paper, but they just have no information about mid, and it really cost them.
I mean, and those kind of gambles, you have to make them every once in a while. This time, it unfortunately for them, kind of blew up. They did save some guns, and they're going to force with the rest of it. Not a lot of money on their side still, but they want to keep the pressure up. They don't want to let B&E feel comfortable early on here. Some of the shots that you see from the B&E side, again, is just emblematic of the way that they play. It's so accurate. It's so aggressive. Their confidence in taking these fights, even at times when it could be not advisable, they just make up for it in raw mechanical skills. It's real exciting Counter-Strike. Spray comes through, but Kios is there, and actually Sue almost, I think, transferring that spray down for a headshot. A-Core's going to be showing up with the M4A1, and Scenery will finally drop him, but it's still a 1 versus 3, and he's flashed in absolutely dead. I am there with the FAMAS. They're going to be able to claim a couple of AKs behind it. It's a huge round for GamerLegion. They would have had to have saved if they would have lost this round for sure, so yeah, they're right at the brink, but they managed to pull through.
It really does implement and kind of show, you know, Bad News Eagles, they live and die by the sword. It doesn't matter the situation, they will go aggressive whenever they can. And in that turn, it comes back to bite them. Because it's time about called, and they're going to bring Devil Walk, of course, in towards the conversation. Devil Walk won the first ever major, now he's looking to coach his way to the final major. What a story that week. What a way to wrap up CSGO with Devil Walk has 2 majors, one as a player, one as a coach.
Yeah, really nice. Almost a mythical idea, but I appreciate it if it happens. You know, you gotta give it. I think just to give Devil Walk a little bit of credit, having talked to him a little bit, you know, throughout the event, he's also someone that I think, as a coach, recognizing quite a lot what the strength is of this team.
Yes.
So he's not really coming in here, as far as I can tell, to say, "Ooh, you guys are playing super wild Counter-Strike. Let's try and reel that back in a little bit. Let's try and add some deep fakes and some huge strats." I don't think that's what's going on here, and that's kind of cool in a way. He's embraced the mentality of the team, from what I can tell, and they are still looking so dangerous. It's very, very interesting. I bet you if you put another coach into this team, then they would try to restructure it a little bit more, because there are a lot of theories about how to play, let's say, correct Counter-Strike.
Yes.
And B&E probably fall outside of that template by some wide margin, but they're still winning the game, so you can't really, what are you meant to do, you know? Proof's in the pudding, I believe, is what they say.
Exactly. Everyone talks about kind of correct Counter-Strike here and there, but FaZe, who are the kings of correct Counter-Strike, fell to the weird and wacky. Tech9 head on a swivel. We'll find yet another GXX. Drop Shuhei in the smoke in towards window, and they're starting to collapse over towards B. It's falling apart. GamerLegion, this looked like it was going to be such a good round for them, but from the get-go, they were just caught blindsided. And it's all down to Kios, and surely he just once again saves.
And I think a lot of us can empathize with what GamerLegion are going through here, right? Because normally when you win some of those rounds, those are the rounds where you say, ooh, we've stolen some AKs, we won a round with just a FAMAS and an MP9, and, you know, now we can build a bit of momentum. But it's very hard to build a momentum against a team that just steps out in wide into the open and shoots you in the face all over the place. It's just, people are just dropping left and right. And it takes the wind out of your sails, and the truth is, you can only withstand it for so long. Most teams, most players will start to feel like we're just getting beat up so much, this is ridiculous. And also, these are like really, really fast rounds. We haven't really been going for so long. Something else that happens, and it's a weird feeling when you are, especially when you're playing the sort of exciting tournament-type Counter-Strike, you can actually be in a situation where you suddenly look at the scoreboard and you say, wow, we're 14 rounds in, and I feel like it's only been 5 minutes, and we're just getting blown up. Where's the time gone? Like, I don't even notice, you know? That's really scary because it makes you think, wow, we didn't even have a time to slow down and discuss what's actually going on. I mean, you might actually need to burn some more timeouts at the start of these games against BNE just to stop that from happening.
I think it's one of those things as well. I think it's why, you know, we saw towards Pro League and Takato as well, why people struggled with Asian Counter-Strike, because fundamentally it's actually quite similar to B&E in the sense that it's very quick, it's very aggressive, it's very puggy in a way. And I think a lot of people use the word puggy in a negative connotation, but I think for the likes of, you know, the IHCs, the Rare Atoms, the B&Es of the world, it's a very positive thing. They're really just utilizing what is their main thing. They've got such good mechanical prowess that they can take it to these strategically heavy teams who are, you know, so deep into the strat book.
Yeah, it's true. We need another word for puggy that doesn't have the negative connotation, because it is kind of a way. It is a way of looking down on a particular style, but it is just a style. Exactly. I don't think anyone should be allowed to say, you know, you should be allowed to prove what works better. Exactly. But if your well-structured, heavy, strategic, you know, well-prepped Counter-Strike can't defeat B&E, then what is it really worth at the end of the day, you know?
I remember the old online era as well. Art, Furia, those guys so aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Of course, there's questions about them now, but back then, they were really causing a ruckus. Same with Rigon. All fine him to open things up over towards this. Pretty poor buy for GamerLegion, which has been put by the wayside so comfortably. Synopsy, fadeaway shot there on towards Shuhei, and it leaves Acor on 23 points of HP and a dream to find something here. He's going to go for a little gimmicky angle over towards Tank, but it's not going to make a difference.
Since they're just winning so much, we can just keep on talking about it. I think the criticism that you could level against a team like B&E, and we've seen moments of it during the RMR. Wow, that's pretty well done. We've seen moments of it throughout the RMR is if they lose the momentum, then it can backfire really hard, right? And so what you're basically saying is we're going to try and play our way through a whole RMR and a whole major, and kind of trust that we won't for more than maybe one game lose momentum. Like maybe you have one game we could do it, but more than that, and you start to get close to probably just getting knocked out. So those seem like really heavy odds. But I think if you ask Bad News Eagles about this, you say like, well, do you really believe you can carry the momentum through in all these games? Like, could you play this wild style and never feel like you're having a bad game? Probably say yes.
Yeah, I think this is why we were getting really worried early into day one. We did that one-win game, and it was pretty damning. We just didn't see B&E, you know, bring what we know they could bring, and that's when we got worried. We're like, okay, well, is this now B&E, you know, already in a dire state, because we know how essentially results can linger in towards previous game or further games and further days. Thankfully, wasn't the case. Of course, now they are 4 rounds up and looking to find a 5-round buffer, because Synopsy opened things up once again through the smoke.
Yeah, I think that was an attempted one-way from Chaos, maybe, or maybe he tried to use one of their smokes as a one-way, and they just pre-fire it. It looked like that was just a pre-fire. They get Isak on the other side, and they've already won the round. I don't think there's much to be done here. Synopsis is going to be walking in from the back, but he'll realize there's already a flank coming, and maybe Sui could find the kill right now, but he's got his back turned instead. The timing is not with him. Oh, it's devastating. 2 versus 3, as I am and Acor are just going to have to try and save it. Acor finally picking up the AWP, but never really even got a chance to do anything in this round. Again, this is just so quick. Oh, yeah, nice. Why don't you? Oh, that's only going to get them fired up, though. You know that they're going to want revenge for that, but I appreciate it from IM. That's great.
What's that, an extra 1.5k in the pocket or something along those lines?
Yeah, make the money.
Make the money, make the cash as well. I mean, of course, they kind of desperately need it, considering that it would traditionally be an eco towards the next one, but they actually could go for a little bit of a force buy. Acor could technically drop one over, but then he would have very limited utility. It can be a drop from Emma as well, so they can force back into this. We might even just see a kind of a FAMAS buy, maybe one towards an MP9, the likes of Shuhei or so. For GamerLegion, it is only a silver line, and it's one of those things, if you don't laugh, you'll cry kind of thing, right? You've just got to smile it off, because It's tilting. But Bandit Eagles, I don't think in the grand scheme they care all too much. It's a lovely start for them. 7-2 on their T side. And right now on Mirage, really clean Counter-Strike being played. And we are going to see a big full buy coming back in. That money from him, dropping over a rifle.
GamerLegion is so beat up. And if you look at the grenades that they have, the money in the bank, the weapons in the server, that MP9 up close, it's pretty good to get the first stop in. And Sui's behind, ready for more to come through. Finally gets a chance to reload now. He's already got the double kill, but they're right on top. EU and FaZe are going to be taking him down. And it's another 2-1-2. They're both in the connector, kind of stuck behind that smoke, which is super dangerous. Oh no! GXX! That should absolutely be illegal. I'm going to need a replay right now. A-Core in a 1 versus 2. And if anyone could, we saw the stats at the start of it, it might be him. They've naded him already, and he's looking for an opening. He knows one of them is behind the grenade. He's hoping to see if someone's behind the box or if they're in CT spawn. And I don't think he really knows yet, but eventually he's going to have to pick it up and just try and go for it. There's the first spot. And now they can just duck down. They know exactly where he is. He needed to hit that shot right away. EU and FaZe takes him down, and it's another round for BNE. With some actual crimes happening inside of the server.
I've got to see that GXX shot again. I mean, that is actually ridiculous. Oh my god, it's the first bullet as well.
Ow.
The RNG, you can even see for BNE, they know they've got away with something lucky there. But GXX, he would take it every day to the bank. You got to laugh him off. Really good stuff once again. And I think that was really risky from BNE. They were flying out smokes dry, constantly out ram, and it was starting to look pretty dire because they were down to 2 players. Thankfully, Flacho jumping out Palace, reclaimed a lot of that kind of lost space and information. For a second time out called by GamerLegion, they kind of need to because this is starting to already get very, very messy. We see a guaranteed lead at the 10 of the half for the T side. And the way GamerLegion are playing right now, I don't think they're even going to be able to limit BNE before they get to double digits.
It doesn't really look like it at the moment. I think you should be, there should be a gentleman's rule that you should apologize if you get shots like that. You know, I'm real sorry. That obviously didn't mean to make you look that bad, you know, and just... Yeah, there's no signs that they're going to be slowing down, and it's a classic BNE shock therapy thing going on here. Just if GamerLegion felt like it was a bit early in the morning to be playing Counter-Strike and they were only really being woken up, then you know they're being this is a dash of cold water right in their face.
For damn sure. The buy for GamerLegion is pretty minimal. They're just making their money in towards the next. A scout, the FAMAS already. That scout in trouble. Well, we dropped around to Synopsy. They've got the A site, and I think already they've got the round, realistically. They've got the util to work with. There's no way a retake's going to happen. I think the GamerLegion, maybe from the pistols hunting. GXX will find one. He's just making sure things don't make too expensive. Needs to be careful on the fall away, though. And all falling into the wrong hands could be worrying.
Just a little bit. I don't know what happened there, but fair enough. He didn't get caught. It's all good. 9-2 about to be the scoreline. And so far, only really BNE have shown up to play. It would be so interesting, obviously, for a lot of good reasons. We can't really be in the room when these kind of things will be discussed, but I'd love to hear what a team says before they go into play BNE. You know, I'd love to see what phase. I feel like the kind of prep you have a lot of the time has to be about how not to get just run over in the first 5 or 6 rounds. And, you know, when that happens anyway, it's just devastating, you know. But really fun to watch, though. You can't really mess with it. It's
one of those things I think as well, I'd love to hear what they talk about in the tac pauses too, especially, you know, when they call that second tac pause for GamerLegion. What are they saying? You know that BNE are just running away with this game, and already Mirage as a map looks kind of like the nails in the coffin are starting to be banged in already, so you get really worried. You look towards the scoreboard as well, Flacho 109 ADR, and he currently is 12 and 6. No one really too close to him at all in terms of the fragging department or the ADR, but GXX and the AWP trying to make something of this. Will find Acorn, an important kill as the FAMAS looking to reclaim, but Imma will drop Synopsy.
Yes, not bad. Huge amount of dink onto GXX. He's almost dead. So, it was a decent start. Still, Rigon's going to be taken down. That changes absolutely everything in the middle as well. Sui goes down. And it's a 2 versus 3. They are starting to lean the bomb over on the other side. Oh, yes, that's really good. finding Brigon. I think GXX, he dropped the bomb behind him for Scenario to pick it up because he doesn't really want to be the one planting it. He just wants to take this map control. Hugely smart play. Now he can hold his deep line with the AWP, and his teammate who's got all the health in the world can go and plant the bomb. And look at what it's given them. GXX, he made that choice way deep in the B hallways, and now they're going to be running right into IM. That's a little bit scary, though. Peek with the AWP and GXX. Low on health. It does not matter. He's going to get the final kill anyway. It's another round for B&E.
Balls of steel from GXX. And right now they are running away with things. Of course, just to update you over on the other stream, there was a very spicy affair there. OG were 5-0 up on the Falcons map pick from Ryan and saying, and now Falcons have turned it back 6-5. 6 in a row. For the French team, of course, are the only French hopefuls to make it to the final French major.
All right, yeah, that's a story. Imagine if they don't, but then again, for OG, it's also a really sick story of them making it back from being very nearly knocked out. So 10-2 right here in this one, as the Bad News Eagle are just unstoppable at the moment. Do have the AWP back on A-Core. Love to see him get that warmed up, just because it's so much fun. Pretty pedestrian shot coming up from him there, but it doesn't matter. We'll get the kill anyway. And it's a 3-on-4, so one of the best chances that GamerLegion have had yet to actually pick up another round. Third one here on the CT side.
Yeah, for the most part, it's been pretty slow from A-Core. I think we haven't really seen him have the impact that he would be hoping for. Currently only 5-11. If we can slowly but surely start to see him hitting a couple of those shots, maybe GamerLegion can set this back round. They have the numbers in their favor.
You got to think as well, so many of these rounds have been decided where no rotations even happen for GamerLegion because people just die so quickly that you don't really have long protracted fights with Bad News Eagles. They peek and you either get the headshot, or if you wait another 100th of a second, you're going to be dead instantly. And then not just you, but everyone else on the bomb site too. So there's no rotation that's needed. Neil's going to get the one there. And a good return. There we go. Bit of a nice trade. The bomb is on the ground. It's just GXX in a 1 versus 3. He's got 25 seconds, so if he really wants to go for this, and he does, he jumps straight into it. Isaac catches him mid-air, and it is finally going to be another round for GamerLegion. That's important. If they want to recover this first half, they probably need the rest to make this sort of a 10-5 affair. It's not great scoreline if they get it, but at least they still have something to fight for.
Yeah, I mean, 10-5 is doable, but it's still definitely improbable. It's very unlikely, because B&E has just been looking on fire. And this map is statistically one of the more CT-sided maps in the pool. I think if overall, definitely a couple of months ago, it was the 3rd most CT-sided map that we had running. So
makes sense.
You do get a little bit worried. 10-3, it's still a damning scoreline. Shuhei flying in towards mid. Will find the first. Rig on the drop, and he looks to double it down. Flashbangs are immaculate, as you can see. One flasho prepped and ready, and so was Senori. As Kios and Shuhei fall, and in doing so, the numbers go in favor of BNE, and they continue to do so.
Yeah, Synopsy just super aware. There was a chance that CT player would have just run out to the right instead, but he was counting on that exact moment. IM gets a weird fight against GXX. I feel like he probably wins that every single time, but he's still so low on health that it's kind of tricky for him to do anything in this position. Him and A-Core, and with the weapons that they have, do you really want to risk it? Not that much money in the bank of the rest of the team. Bomb is down already, and it doesn't seem like they really want to go for it here. Otherwise, I really love the push to top mid from GamerLegion in this round. Especially love the underhand jump grenade that Shui threw out. That looked really sick. I'd actually love to see that again. And I can imagine in a different world, the T side has already put down a smoke, and then that flashbang that he throws is just going to come through the smoke.
Yes.
So I think that's a really nice little trick to be able to pull off.
Oh, A-Core is all. Could be in trouble. Immet running into it, jumping, running, finds one Flatcher, of course, but it will not make all too much of a difference. Back into the winning ways, over towards that of BNE. The most important thing for me, really, of course, you know, GamerLegion haven't been playing well in towards this half, we know that, but they just cannot seem to fathom consecutive rounds on the board. They're finding these flash-in-the-pan moments where we mainly look over towards BNE, and we mainly talk about them sort of throwing away around, where they maybe just, you know, as you said, live and die by the sword, right? They're so aggressive, and they just never really cool their jets a little bit. But why should you? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 11-3, looking to make it a 12-3 half. BNE have just been near on immaculate so far on their T side.
It's so incredible. I really enjoy watching this. I have a deep appreciation also for the much more sort of deep structures of the tactical chess element of Counter-Strike. But it's really fun to see this style flourish in this way, because it is so hard to upkeep. They make it look easy, but it definitely isn't. If you get stopped a couple of times, a couple of rounds, the other side puts a little bit together. Hard to keep up that confidence, but they are kind of masters at it. So he's going to be taking on Rigon in the middle. And Akoi, he should be getting this fight. He actually does get laked, and a swing coming in from IM. He's ready for this fight. He wants to take it. He's going to get the kill on Synopsy, and they took down Saneri at the same time. And now it's a 2-on-5, so they should at least be getting this 4th round.
You'd hope so. One Flatcher GXX, One Flatcher so far being the best performer. Over towards B&E and showing exactly why. That's his 16th kill so far of the half. In towards the 15th and final round. GXX. Looking over towards Con as well. No one really showing face over towards GamerLegion. It's the right way to play this. Do not overextend. You don't need to. Make sure you don't give him peek to work with. Information gain. GXX is tunnel vision in towards back default. And he may not even expect Shuei up close to person. He lines up 2, but he frosts his lines. Kios will claim the spaces all down to One Flatcho in a 1 versus 2, and he's looking for a quad clutch.
Yeah, gonna go straight for the bomb plant, getting shot in the back instead as IM just makes the wide swing. So 11-4 in favor of B&E at the end of the half. It's really quite impressive. We'll see you in the second half after this.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. 11-4 at the turn of the half, and I think it's safe to say things are going pretty damn well over towards Bad News Eagles on their map pick. They are on fire right now. And I gotta say, Anders, I'm pretty worried. I just really haven't seen anything from GamerLegion that fills me with too much hope. A pistol round would be great. They just need a real kick up the arse just to get the mental going, get the cogs whirring, and then potentially we could see a comeback.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't know what the formula is for GamerLegion. So now it's too late, obviously they're on the T side instead.
Yeah.
But 4 rounds is just not enough of a buffer, really. Even if GamerLegion are probably going to be pretty good on the T side themselves. And B&E do have a kind of a downgrade when they play the CT sides themselves, because now they can't do the crazy run and gun and just fight all of it. Maybe they could, but they don't. They try and play a little bit more structured here. We do see them sometimes slow down on the CT side, but they're so close to the finishing line that even a slowdown might just not be enough for GamerLegion here. It's Rigon with the opening. Synopsy. Oh my god, they're all USB headshots. IM goes down. At least it's not a headshot, but it's a very, very clean round favoring B&E.
What happened? What just happened there?
Murder inside of the smoke, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think B&E knew what just happened, but hey, they'll take it. They'll absolutely take it. That's a 12 being found there. You love to see B&E happy. Loving life in the server. Flying through the smoke. The GamerLegion, I like the idea in terms of how they approach the Viscerons. Celebrations all around as well. But for GamerLegion, the approach, I like it. It was fight fire with fire. If they're going to go aggressive, we're going to take it right back towards them. However, it left them exposed when they were on towards that side. When they started to get picked off, they just could not claw it back from the numbers disadvantage. And heading in towards the 17th round, the second round of this half.
They're just admiring each other's knives in the corner.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those classics. I kind of like it. It's attack pause without calling attack pause, basically. It's a good time for them to have a
skin
conversation.
pause, really.
Skin pause, yeah. Apeks was loving life right now, looking at all the skins on the screen. There's a couple of nice eyes. I think I saw GXX with, I think he's got a black pearl. One of the gamma Dopplers, blue and black.
It's what all the kids want now.
I know. Gamma Dopplers into a CS2 look very nice. I gotta say, they're very like shiny.
Oh yeah, that's like the whole new meta, isn't it? You have to compare to what they look like in the new version. It's not wrong. I think. Yeah, I think you have to find a way to slow the game down enough so that B&E can't do what they love to do when they're on those T sides. But saying that is one thing, actually doing it just seems to be nearly impossible. I mean, I would have picked FaZe as a team that was probably going to be really good at that.
Yeah.
At sort of seeing, okay, like how can we slow down this aggression? Let's make sure that we use smokes and molotovs and flashbangs and make sure that they're feeling uncomfortable. They can't just run out and get the fights. But I mean, listen, if Kerrigan can't find the solution, I'm pretty sure I can't. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
Oh, what a game as well. It was a very even half, 8-7 in favor of OG. Days of a 1v1 against MBK to close that one out. We could hear the celebrations from both teams here. The support staff of OG and Falcons have been very loud, which is awesome to see. We love seeing support these RMRs, especially with two big organizations. 13-4, B&E getting pretty damn close to closing out their map pick in, well, somewhat record time. Synopsy, backside, will find the first one towards Acor, treaded out by Immer. At the very least, numbers brought level, but only momentarily, as Rigon, Fennery, GXX all combined to make this a messy affair. With 3 remaining alive, GXX will see it off, and in doing so, B&E get ever closer.
Yeah, he ran out of bullets at the end of that spray, too, unfortunately, but otherwise, it looked like it could have been a little bit interesting. But they're not worried at all right here. 14-4. Yeah, Scenario just sneaking that kill in. And for GamerLegion, yeah, kind of an opposite experience that they're having over there.
Like an eagle. A lovely noise there from Juan Flatro. Like the war cry of an eagle as they are just looking so hot on the server right now. Oh, GamerLegion are going to fly out towards that A site.
Yeah, they got that one Galil up in the palace, so that's the big gun that's going to try and shut someone down if they try and make their way through. Sui's right down in front. Smokes are everywhere. Molotov down on top. Is that going to burn anyone? It will burn. But still, the bomb gets planted and a good headshot from Sui to start the round with Scenario actually getting blown up, and that loses them all of the CT spawn control. So this is a very, very awkward retake. They're going to have to run through, I think, even their own smokes to try and get here, but that is working. Wide swing. I am finally going to be taking over Rigon, and now it's a 2-on-3. They're straight on the bomb, but no kid. 10 seconds. That's absolutely no way. But on front too. Oh, he gets the kills anyway. They just line up for him, and he absolutely mows them down.
They're having fun on the server right now. I mean, this is just such one-sided Counter-Strike. We're just not seeing anything. They are flying so high, the Eagles. And you got to respect it. They are playing such solid Counter-Strike. It's so aggressive, it's so risky, and there's nothing GamerLegion can do.
I mean, this is also pure panic mode for GamerLegion, right? Once they get the kill on Synopsy, there actually is nobody defusing the bomb, so they don't really have to do any.
I love it. They're loving life. They're having so much fun. It's so good to see. I love seeing this B&E side happy. It's just so contagious.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, man. GamerLegion dreaming of an 11-round comeback into overtime. Strongly doubt that it's going to happen, but Acor did give them a start to the round. At the very least, he got legged himself. 3 versus 4. And they're on the bomb site. They just don't have the bomb. It's an awkward position to be in on the T side. You've got 2 people on the A bomb side, 2 people are on this side. You've got you on Flatro in the middle of it. Oh, he actually missed the shot. Acor is somehow still alive, and there we go. Long enough for Isaac to show up. If he hits that shot instantly, that could be a very tough round to recover on the T side. But now they're going to get the bomb plant, and I think Scenery and GXX are probably just going to stay on the other side.
Yeah, just keep on all they've got. They don't actually have a lot of cash to work with, despite them right now being on a 4-round winning streak. They just don't actually have a lot of funds, you know, heading in towards the next round. Each and every round has been kind of expensive. In the leg of Isaac was just spotted there. He needs to be careful with that open play. Of course, we want to be carrying that over towards Acor, who unfortunately Acor really just hasn't shown up in towards his map. He's really struggled. He's 6 and 17. He's not at the impact that he's hoping for. Only kind of, 50 ADR. So not being a kind of a dream performance for him.
Yeah,
hoping heading in towards the second map, they can kind of turn things around on Ancient.
I think he had a fair few rounds where he had the AWP, but a lot of those rounds, he just either gets blown up completely or he's just trying to save it somewhere else because the round is already over. It's an insane position to be in, really, on the CT side. All right. No further casualties in the round here. GamerLegion will pick up another one. So much to go. That's a good shot.
For GamerLegion, it kind of feels like it's a done affair already. If they're able to pull this off, this would be absolutely miraculous. I'll take a look at the stats momentarily, but this would be something insane. If they're able to somehow turn this back on its head, I'll give them respect. But 15-5, they've got 10 rounds to work with, and that's just playing for overtime. The buy over towards that on the CT side isn't that great, but GXX makes it work.
Yeah, able to pick that one up, and some aggression in the middle. We're going to Flatro out for the fight. though. He's really stepped it up. He's up to 17 kills. He's been kind of the main driving force for GamerLegion. Some of these rounds that they've managed to pick up. Synopsy's back here, ready and waiting with the Mag 7. If anyone wants to show up. Oh, Compellents are coming out. And Isak gets blown up, but the return is just fine. They should be able to get this bomb plant without any interruption. And a good kill from Kios as well, going to be taken on Scenery. So just Rigon left. 1 versus 3. He's out here fighting for it. No, maybe fighting for the AWP. He's going to pick it up and make a run for it. And GamerLegion are going to see it a 6th round. So it's the start.
And it should actually be extended a little bit more as well, just considering that the money is going to be pretty bad over towards Bad News Eagles. They're going to have an AWP to work with, but aside from that, that's about it. I like that from Rigon, just kind of funneling the AWP off the mark, making sure that there won't be one in play. Probably not. I don't think Imma will be able to drop one over. It might be close, but I don't think he will be able to drop one over towards that Acor. So, for GamerLegion, oh, he does have money actually, so he can actually drop one over. So, all for nothing in a weird way, but an open play for Bad News Eagles is basically going to be their saving grace in what is going to be a pretty poor buy in towards the next round. We're not going to see all too much. I like that Mag 7 a little bit of work. I like that we got to see a kill come out from it. Very minimal impact, all things considered. However, there's still such a big buffer, so much breathing room over towards B&E. I don't think they're all too worried. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pause, just kind of, mentally take a breather. But all things considered, it's comfortable Counter-Strike right now. It's GamerLegion. They are starting to show a little bit of fight.
Yeah, and as we normally tend to say in these scenarios, it does make a difference after all for GamerLegion, even if the goal of overtime is just way too far away right now. Just getting yourself played into this map and feeling like, okay, well, we're going to get into the second map at least feeling like we can do something. We're not just getting completely destroyed. We have a way to stand up to these guys. Nicely done. He's like, that was actually really, really nice tracking when GXX is jumping back like that. It's not easy to do. They're going to win the round, and they even take away the AWP that was on that CT side. It's all pretty good right now. And yeah, I just think getting warmed up, even if obviously on some level you should be warmed up for the first map, but at least get there for the second one.
It's better Counter-Strike starting to play, which is really good to see. I think for GamerLegion, they are coming a little bit alive. They're starting to kind of wear off the rust a little bit of it being a somewhat earlier morning. But I'm still not fully convinced just yet. And in a worst case scenario, this could just be them warming up for their map pick of Ancient, right? Which would be good. Pushes towards the decider of Vertigo. In terms of individual stepping up, of course, no surprises when Flatcher, 24 kills to his nade. Looking for more as well. So Nopsy confirms 2 alongside him. It's all falling flat. All down to him. And he's going to fall just at that 16-7. We were tempted to see whether overtime was a possibility. Now we know, most definitely not the case. Bad News Eagles and their map pick make it look easy.
Just so comfortable and so aggressive. An enormous amount of their power being made on that T side. CT side definitely is a different feel for them, but when you have such a strong lead, it all kind of doesn't matter at the end of it. Really, really fun. I mean, this is just entertaining Counter-Strike to watch. For GamerLegion, they need to find a way to recover for that second map.
It was concerning. Let's not beat around the bush. We never saw GamerLegion sharp in towards Mirage, and I think now we need to see a big mental reset in this 10-15 minutes break before we head into their map pick of Ancient. I've got to say though, I do feel a little bit concerned for GamerLegion. They're just not looking like the fresh-faced side that we saw yesterday against Falcons. For the bulk of that map and the bulk of that series, we saw them in control of the game, dictating the tempo and the pace, but they just don't seem to have a read on B&E.
Well, they have a couple of minutes to talk it through before we get into the second map. It's coming up after the break.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
Welcome back. Of course, we're taking a look over towards the other game. OG are getting closer and closer to that final major spot. And of course, breaking the hearts of French CSGO as Falcons, they're struggling to keep up on Vertigo.
Yeah, they are. And it was so close at one point, right? It was a very, very even match. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm kind of on board with the OG story, but having NBK and Kenny obviously showing up for the major would be super insane. So there's some part of me that still wants that to happen. But OG have looked really, really good. Not at the start of the RMR, but they made up for it towards the end, which is kind of impressive.
I mean, credit to them, right? They went 0-2 on day one. And if they're able to turn things around to 3-2, it actually reaffirms what we kind of know about the mental resilience of this OG team. It would be something miraculous. And of course, for those who just missed it, Flames did pull off a nuts 1v2 clutch just moments ago to put them on towards 14. So,
yeah, for B&E, it's all nuts.
Exactly.
All the time. It's
crazy Counter-Strike from B&E, but crazy easy. I mean, we really haven't seen them break a sweat. They were so cool, calm, collected in their own. Can I see the player cams? They were laughing, having fun. We never really saw them get tested by GamerLegion.
Look at this ridiculous scoreline from Virtus.pro, picking up 27 kills and ending at over 100 ADR. Yeah, there's nothing on the other side that even gets close to that. IM did have a good game, and I mean they really tried. And you know you've got to say maybe in another world, if they actually start on the T side, GamerLegion, they might have more of a shot at it. Not necessarily because of them on the T side, but because at least B&E are on the CT side, and they're not quite as ridiculously aggressive, and maybe you get a little bit of breathing room. But facing them off like this when they're on the T side to begin with, these first 10 rounds, they just flew by. They were so quick, and it must have felt like that at GamerLegion as well. It's like, what's going on? Why have we already lost the first half? We're not even really playing. We're just all I'm hearing from on the B side is, oh, 3 people already dead on A. I'm just staying here.
Saving. Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely damning. I mean, we saw such good work on 3 rounds from this man. You know, especially Juan Flacho really stepped up to play. As you mentioned, 27 kills, over 100 ADR, and I don't think he was really ever put to the rest. We didn't see the rifles over towards GamerLegion take it to him, make him feel uncomfortable. I mean, I credit, what a performance. 27 kills, 14 deaths, and 102 ADR is nothing to turn your nose up at. That was a really solid performance. But now we have to mention, of course, that was Mirage, their map pick. We're heading on towards Ancient. It's the pick of GamerLegion, and a map in which, I've got to say, GamerLegion are pretty damn good on.
They are, hopefully they are. Presumably as well, they're going to be starting on the T side, so that might even just help them out. Even if it is normally you don't want to see teams necessarily on the T side of Ancient, but I feel like the way the things are going, yeah, you should be happy about that. Just try and see if you can get the rounds you need, get up to the first 6, 7, 8 rounds on the T side here, and maybe they could have a little bit of a better start. But it's just such a tough opponent on all maps. No one's really cracked the formula for how to stop B&E. That's just how it is.
Yeah, it's sadly the B&E way. Of course, it's looking like that OG game. It's going to close up momentarily. We're going to throw it onto a quick break before we get underway in towards our final, well, potentially final map of that range. And we'll have to wait and see whether GamerLegion can finally wake up. For now, though, we'll see you soon.
We're back with the second map. It's on Ancient with the GamerLegion and the Bad News Eagles to decide who gets to go to the Legend stage and who gets to go to the Challenger stage. The odds are favoring BNE. It's not surprising given how they played. They actually just destroyed GamerLegion on Mirage, so I can't really argue with that.
No, not at all. And of course, you know, we're going into Ancient. It's GamerLegion's pick, but you have to be said, BNE are pretty good at it as well. So this already does start to kind of sow the seeds of doubt ever so slightly. The odds favor BNE. We have kind of, you know, in our predictions picked BNE, but we can see kind of why now. They're looking really, really solid. This is a side who are on fire, and GamerLegion, they just haven't really worked out a formula to be able to counter it. When you're playing against such aggressive and I guess unpredictable Counter-Strike, how are you able to try and formulate a plan if you have no idea what you're planning for?
It's on some level, I mean, most teams haven't really figured it out. I think maybe you need to try and study how each individual player plays, and then kind of formulate a strategy for how to just, you know, beat some of them. But the problem is when they're all so confident in swinging for fights, how do you... Those are like micro moments in the game when you're like, okay, we know Scenerio's going to beat this angle, we know Inflantor's going to be able to do it. You need to find a way to stop it. I mean, it's instead of having like an overall overarching strategy for how to stop the map control and whatever else you'd normally do against a team, it feels like being able to just control some of those battles. And I mean, maybe slowing them down. Obviously, on a map like Mirage, it's very hard on the CT side because it is a wide open map. Maybe on a map like this one, you'd be able to do it a little bit more because there are some pretty big choke points that the grenades can control. So maybe you would have more of a shot at doing it here once you get to the CT side. But again, you only have that window for a while because once they're up and running, they just don't stop.
And to mention as well, there's a little bit of history here as well. This is a completely mirrored veto of what we saw at the RMR or the challenge stage, in fact, for IM Rio for the major there. And well, Ancient was one-sided again. It was a 16-9 in favor of BNE. It was GamerLegion's map pick in a similar fashion here. They took Mirage at Rio 16-7, so pretty much as dominant as we saw here. And then on towards Ancient, it was 16-9. So the history here, same veto, and so far, it's following exactly the same script. It is being completely one-sided. We're yet to see GamerLegion really show any sort of fight about them. We've yet to see them be able to do anything to counter this side, and it kind of feels like BNE this kind of perfect kryptonite for what has been the lovable side of GamerLegion.
Yeah, tough break, and it felt like they knew it as well coming into it. We obviously had that pre-game interview with the coach of GamerLegion, sort of saying maybe they were going to try and come into this with a little bit less prep and just more about trusting in their own game and their own style a little bit. But it's very hard to... It's one thing saying that again, but actually doing it and surviving the onslaught at the beginning is proven super tricky. So I'd love to see GamerLegion a little bit of a comeback, though, because they did start playing better on their own T side on the latter stage of the Mirage. Sure. You could tell they were starting to get warmed up. I mean, Surya's hitting some really good shots, and I think, yeah, and obviously IM, I think, is the other part of that was playing very well. So they had a little bit of an upswing towards the end. They need to carry that forward into this game and really just get fully ready. And again, they're going to be starting on the T side, so it might be that they can set the tone for this game early on. Yeah,
exactly that. I mean, this is going to be the big thing. They can set the pace, they can set the tempo, and we do see, generally speaking, while for BNE, they're a strong side, they have preferences over towards the T side. It plays into their play style, being super aggressive. So on the CT side, it's a good opportunity to potentially start strong for GamerLegion. That was the big thing. We saw them start so slowly. They picked up 2 rounds in the first 10 played, and that alone is so damning. When you're seeing the likes of Bad News Eagles going 8-2 up, you already start to feel that maybe this one is done and dusted over towards Mirage. And hopefully GamerLegion can start strong here. Pistol round would be great, and maybe a little bit of momentum as well. So we're heading in towards our second map of this series, and potentially the final map of it as well. It's Ancient up on the chopping block. The sleeves are rolled up for Juan Flacho as he wants to continue his dominant display from Mirage. He took 27 kills there. Can he push for more here on towards Ancient? We get things underway. BNE starts on the CT side.
Yeah, and not the typical B-rush that we've been seeing a lot for the T side, which is very popular. You know you can get in there, you know you're not going to get grenaded down, so it's just very tempting to do, and actually BNE were expecting it too. They had 4 people on the B bomb side and 1 in middle that could have rotated quickly to B, so very obviously the CT side were expecting that as a traditional rush, but it might happen just later, so a delayed attack onto the B bomb side instead. They're still sticking around. In fact, they're going to go look for it, and they run right into the Glocks. This is dangerous for BNE right now. GXX needs to get the kill, and he can't This is a beautiful start. Bomb's going to get planted here, and Synopsy, and well, just Synopsy now, trying to fight his way back. It's a good headshot to begin with. He has another shot at it here, but instead it's IM with the quad kill to open up this half with.
Yeah, the consolation kill coming through from Synopsy, a much, much better pistol round. We saw on the T side of Mirage, that pistol round from GamerLegion just really never came to fruition. It just didn't look strong in a way they would have hoped. They had to flood out onto the A side. They tried to, again, fight 5v5 with a very aggressive pistol, and it kind of fell apart. This time, much better. It's a statement pistol coming through from GamerLegion. They're not done just yet. They're not giving this one up. They're here to fight. They're here to push it towards Vertigo, which in itself could be really good for GamerLegion. A map in which we've seen them put up some monstrous performances. And if it does go towards the third and final map, it could be spicy. But we're believing that potentially that might not happen. And so Unicorn, 1.38 for them, so they're pretty secure.
Yeah, they're feeling probably like that's a map that's far away right now. But yeah, this first half will maybe give us a little bit of an idea of where that's going to be going. Nice attempt at a boost. We got some deals in play as well. And the number one thing for GamerLegion is not to get too tagged up early on. Yeah. Now, they are grouping up to attack the B bomb side, looks like, pretty quickly. And that's great. Avoid... Oh, the smoke is well timed. That's actually pretty sick. They have 2 more smokes over on the side. They could maybe just keep slowing this down. They have the forward push on A. So once again, Bad News Eagles are probably feeling quite confident in this lean. Obviously, the T side can slip out through the middle into Donut and go to the A bomb side. That does happen when you do this kind of stuff. That's the one thing they can't control.
Well, Pistols, of course, for B&E, playing uncharacteristically a little bit quiet. A little bit passive here from them. Smoke will be dropped. Time is starting to tick, just shy of 40 seconds on the clock, and the decision has to be made. GamerLegion looking over towards B, and there's going to be a bloodbath on the site momentarily. The second that smoke dissipates, it's going to get feisty.
Oh, they're checking out Donut, but there is that flank in middle. It's all the way through now. Rigon is there. You're Flutter as well. This is not looking good for the T side. Kiosk goes down, and IM, he's too far away. He cannot win the round. Just does not have the time for it. Wow, they had the setup, they had the push into middle, which is where IM had that 1 kill, but that was way too late. They realized, I mean, he must have taken a step into Donut and said, you know what, there's nobody here. Yeah. But it's just too late to call it off at that point in time. They didn't have the time to run back. So B&E, they take the second round. That's heartbreaking for GamerLegion.
And to make matters worse as well, it's kind of a cherry on top for B&E. Not only do they win the round off the back of what is such a minimal kind of investment in terms of firepower, but they scoop up a double glare on an AK-47 as well. And having B&E with AKs, it's, you know, it's claps all around. Applause coming through from Rigon. He's pleased with what he's seen.
Civilized, sure. Very civilized.
Very civilized, exactly, from B&E. Tips coming through, but I think a good time for them to take a break. I'm assuming this is going to be a very early attack pause called by GamerLegion. It's quite a tilting round to lose, in fact.
Why is he drinking like Trump? It's ridiculous.
You know the Kermit meme where he's sipping the tea? That's kind of what it seems like there with the undisclosed energy drink.
Oh, that is funny. Okay. A little bit of attack pause. I appreciate the civilized claps that are coming out. A little golf clap going out.
Golf clap, yeah.
Where's Hiko when you need him?
He's looking very pleased, I gotta say. He's hasn't really been called upon, to be honest. It's quite an easy one for him. It seems like the issue's over towards GXX, so hopefully we can get that one sorted in a second, and then we can get things sorted out. Headphone swap. Running out of battery, maybe something.
There, whatever it could be. The whole wide. I'm always surprised that there aren't more hardware failures in general. Yeah. There's quite a lot of hardware in play for a tournament like this, but seems to be pretty quickly fixed. Yeah, swap it out instead of trying to fix it. That's got to be the way to do it. It's a good time for it, though. It's pretty early on. It's kind of a natural reset anyway, because they win that second round. But, yeah, it isn't even much of a risk to try and do that stack with the push out of the A bomb side. I mean, if that A player gets caught, sure, you probably instantly lose the round because then they're going to know everything else. Yeah. But the way that they played it and the timing was just absolutely great. He didn't just stay in the hallway either. He pushed all the way in the middle. Even if everyone would have hit B, he would have been in for a pretty decent flank, I think. So there's nothing much to criticize, really. Agreed. It's good stuff. We're back into it.
Nice and easy. Headphones swapped. No dilly-dallying. Right back into round number 3. All tied square, but of course with GamerLegion losing that round. And most importantly, minimal kills, no bomb plant. Money in a dire place. It will be an investment for them, though, in towards the Tech Nines. Having a little bit of util, of course, around Immer. Acor going for a low buy. He wants to have an AWP at some point in this game to make a difference. We haven't seen him in this series have all too much impact. But if he can get the big green going, potentially on Ancient, he could be at home.
Much more of a common defense here. Spread out. Oh, the Molotov is definitely going to slow them down. Oh, no, they're just going to smoke it off. That's real interesting. Should be calls coming out right now. Got to be careful down the middle towards T-spawn as well. There is a little bit of an attack happening. GXX, he's going to get the 1-kill bomb being planted. So far, so good. Wish they would have got some kills, though, behind it, because they did have that AK save from the previous round, but just the bomb plant alone. Oh, baby, there we go. With 0.18 seconds left on the defuse. It's a shot from Isaac to bring down Synopsy. So at the very least, they got a kill or two, or maybe could have been scenario there. Either way, I mean, the bomb plant is going to help them out for the future.
Yes.
I think they would have loved two more kills in that round.
Yeah, in those sort of rounds, all we're really looking for as a kind of a priority is getting that bomb down. It just gives you those secure funds. But you're spot on, a couple more kills could have actually made that a possibility. In the post-plant, he wasn't checked. Of course, he already got one off the bomb already with 0.18 seconds on the clock to work with. So potentially could have made it a little bit more interesting if there was someone else left alive and lurking. Either way, a second on the board, 2 in a row for Bad News Eagles. And for GamerLegion down to a minimal buy. They're going to have a full buy into round number 5, but for now it is just Pistols once again a double eco situation. This is the second part of it. And already trying to go quick over towards that B site. The Molotovs keep them at bay, but one flat throw. He's pushing forward, all by the first. Dig, drop, and centering will reclaim the space, spamming the smoke. The AK scooped up as well, and Acor will fall. It's all down to the iGel. It's all down to Shuhei. Can B&E claim the legend spot? 100% on Blast TV voting that yes, they can. Wow.
Right.
100%. No GamerLegion believers over on Blast TV. I've got to say, I do love those polls. They're quite fun.
You have to be more than just a believer right at this point in time. I don't know what kind of copium you have to be on, but yeah, GamerLegion are kind of getting destroyed right here. And again, the good start that they almost managed to get behind the pistol round just got swept away right away. And the aggressive pushes out here, that's great for B&E. That's what they like to do. They're going to be in the middle fighting once again. Deep nade landing right on top of Isaac, and he just gets immediately destroyed. Instant headshot running through. All right, they know where he is in there, and that's a good guess.
Immer. I know what he can do. One flash up close and personal. Full blind, in fact, from Shuei's flash, but Kios will still fall. Numbers go in favor of Bad News Eagles as they're looking to rotate back over towards A, and it might actually be the right call. The bomb is sort of posturing in that direction.
Sunny, maybe could have done it. That was so close. Real opening there into the bomb site. And in the middle, Acor. Not necessarily a difficult shot. You could see all the movement there on the B&E side. They're kind of just very, very aggressively walking around. Even in the 3-on-3, they just stay active to try and look for it. But it did backfire because GamerLegion were waiting around in the middle to pick them up. So I don't know about that. Synopsy, he's quite far away from the action at the moment. The bomb is going to be planted in the B-bomb site. So, all right.
Okay.
Is it necessary? Probably not.
I respect it.
Yeah, you got to try and do what you can. I mean, maybe he could beat the timing here. I still think they're going to be kind of looking everywhere.
Yeah.
Smoke, surely just walking through that. If you already ran from the Molotov, you might as well go for the smoke. Oh, this actually could be pretty sick. He's got one of them right there. Second one, he knows where they both are. He does miss the spray, but still able to get the kill. Now, smoke on top. Oh, Synopsy, this could be sick. 10-second DV. He's got the time for it anyway. So he's coming back on the other side. There we go. Shot through the smoke just cancels out the threat. I really thought there was a chance there. If he had the kit, he might have just gone straight for it and won the round. That's super scary.
That would have been the big turning point. If he had a kit to work with, I think he definitely could have even just stuck that. It would have been risky, but unfortunate. Either way, GamerLegion much better, especially when that was looking a little bit dicey into the 3 versus 3. They reclaim space in towards mid. Bad News Eagles overextend, and they get caught just being a little bit too audacious. So, it'll always be made over towards Shuhei. Good to see the leader getting loud. Immer as well, continuing his pretty good form. He was the only player to finish positive from the Mirage game.
Yeah, he's been really stellar in this game. 7-3 right now on him. Nice little pop flash coming through from Sui, but not enough to actually get the kill. It looked sick, though. It was a good timing on it. But it's 2 kills going the way of Bad News Eagle to start the round with. A-Core, as we said, still hasn't really found the right track yet in the game, which is difficult when you've got the AW. It's an expensive weapon, obviously. You want to try and flex it as much as you possibly can, and he's just not been able to find any openings.
Unfortunately, if someone along the lines of Immer Isaac's fall, A-Core might just once again park up with that AWP. I just don't think it's worth the risk. Flash comes over, swing off the back of it, and A-Core, just as we call upon his name, he should arise. Finds an Opsy. There's an opening kill for GamerLegion to start clawing the way back in towards this round. Once again, looking towards that B site, but numbers still favor B&E.
It's a classic kind of look at how you would normally say, why is Synopsy peeking? They're in a 3-on-5. He's just confirmed they're coming up out of the T-spawn towards the B bomb site. That information alone is good enough to probably win the round when you have the 3-on-5 to begin with. So why take the risk? But again, it is just their style. They do love the fight, and you can't take it away from them either. 25 seconds, attack is happening. This is a lightning fast peek. He's so quick with the AK out. And now it's just A-Core in a 1 versus 4 as he picks up the first one. He's got 15 seconds left. I mean, yeah, A-Core, just close combat AWPing. He's pretty good at it. He's going to find one more in the corner. That's Ragon going down. And they're trying to attempt the bomb plant here, but they're right on top. They know if he comes off the plant, he's going to lose them around no matter what. If they peek him, then even if he gets the plant, he's not going to be able to win it. So pretty good calculation there. And another round for B&E.
It's the right call to make. I think, you know, if he'd come off, he maybe would have got 1 kill, but actually probably would have died off the time. So the funds would have been pretty, well, even worse for him overall. I think he still only had about $300 before he did fall down. So he would have been pretty poor in towards the next. At the very least, the bomb plot gives them some money to work with, but it's just, again, it's just not good kind of consistent Counter-Strike being played right now. We are going to see an early tack pause called by GamerLegion. I like the call. They're trying to pump the brakes a little bit, trying as best they can to ice out this B&E side, which right now are playing some red-hot Counter-Strike. But it's easier said than done. This is a tough call and a tough conversation. Ash, the coach, a UK boy, trying as best he can to take down B&E. It is so difficult, though.
Yeah, on the other side, Devilwalk's just having a good old laugh. He's just having
chilling.
No problems at all here in this camp. They're out of money. In spite of the bomb plant, giving them the little bonus there, they're still going to be in a pretty tough position. So, yeah, it's very, very hard to crack for them at the moment. You could tell GamerLegion, they've obviously played them before. There is a history between the two teams, like we talked about. They just don't have the answer right now. Bad News Eagles 12 rounds away from making the Legend stage.
And in some unbelievably dominant fashion too.
Yeah.
Last time out between the two sides, when it was at the Rio Major and the Challenger stage, it was a 69 in favor of B&E. See if they can do just one better. It's looking like it. Snopsy will find the first. Isaac spotted him towards mid. Looks more as well. What a top. A little bit messy, a little bit laboured. Would have found the kill on his last bullet. Immer to 4.
Yeah, the fight continues. Bomb has been found. Sui's on his own. Jumping back here, why not? Try and get some jumping P250 highlight shots if you can. Ragon's going to take him down instead. And the fun continues for the Bad News Eagle. Just too wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just one side. I mean, once again, we are still yet to see GamerLegion with consecutive, consistent rounds. They just cannot seem to string them together. On the T side as well, they were a little bit better in towards Mirage, but right now, lacking control, lacking kind of, I guess this is the mental side of the game. They just have no tempo. Rigon, he's happy. You can see exactly why. Golf claps. Blowing a couple of kisses, B&E, everything is going well.
His hands.
Exactly. Everything is going swimmingly over the Bad News Eagles camp. CT side, 3-round buffer. And this is an important round too. Win this one, they re-break that economy for GamerLegion.
Oh, there's an opening maybe. IM's going to be picking up Ragon. It's pretty good. It's a start. Sui's also got 1 kill. Synopsy's out fighting, even pre-firing that one. And smoking off the door. He actually will eventually fall back. Scenario's doubling up. Why? I don't get it. If Synopsy's falling back, then why is Scenario pushing up? It actually makes no sense at all. Don't think about it. Let's just accept it for what it is. IM is here, ready and waiting. Synopsy's going to be able to find him, and it's back into a 2-on-3 with a Molotov on top. Synopsy should be dead, and he finally will be. GXX. He is really far away, so probably just going to save the open run for it.
The level of confidence, I gotta say, is just absolutely astounding. You know, you see the likes of Synopsy swinging through a molly when he got 7 points of HP. I mean, that itself is just bonkers, but I gotta respect it. GXX, he'll park up with the AWP. He'll save that over in towards the next round, and thankfully it keeps that GamerLegion economy just about in check. It was in a very dicey, risky situation, but it will be able to their third round. We're still looking for consistent, consecutive rounds on the board. GamerLegion yet to put 2 together.
To be honest, that kind of push to the Molotov, the reason that could, in theory, work is because almost nobody else is going to do that. Yeah. It's most of the teams, it's a 2-on-3 already. You're playing on the CT side of this map. You probably just want to save the rifles and
for sure,
and not try and push for the Molotovs with no health. But, you know, all it takes is for one person to be asleep on the other side, and suddenly you're like, but we threw the Molotov and he's low on health. Like, why is he even here at all? And you just get caught, and then suddenly it's a 2-on-2. So it's always actually been like this in a weird way, that there always is a defined meta game that most teams will play to, and people try to become the best within that structure. Yeah. But every once in a while, a team, you know, actually starts to win specifically because they're not playing that way.
Sure.
Back in the day, maybe VP was partly one of those teams. Everyone else is playing a little bit early in the round, and they play in the last 10 seconds, and it works for that reason. NAVI did it as well in the past, way, way long ago. GXX opens up this one with a couple of good kills, and Synopsy doesn't look like he's going to be checked at all. The gun barrel's going to be showing, and Acor is super dead.
Easiest kill of Synopsy's life. Just not getting clear there, so especially with the AWP trained on the angle that they know found 1 kill already. GamerLegion, they've overextended, they've been caught, and it will look like it's going to continue, but Shuhei will find 1. Center to fall, bomb scooped up. They are going to make their way over towards that B site. They've got the site for free, but a postmark's going to be so difficult.
Did they hear? They did tag him. I'm kind of a little bit surprised. Nice push for the smoke, but I don't think escaping is going to be an option. I can't believe it. Surely they just both blast him out of there. Sui's doing a great job right now. He's got the double already. Molotov is out there, and they get the headshot as well. Synopsy, he'd love to go for this. You could tell he's waiting for that one to burn out. He's got the right idea, but not quite the right angle of attack. And he's going to back on out. I'm shocked that they win that round and might even get to steal this AWP away. Synopsy is a good job. Oh, he wants to go back and take a look. Does have a kit, but he's just too far away, obviously. Oh my god, that's a quick scope. He takes down Sui anyway. So, it's a 4th round for GamerLegion. I think they're happy about that, but they're not going to be happy about losing every single player.
Oh, that's unfortunate as well. He's so low on HP, and with the bomb radiuses over towards Ancient, I mean, what can you do? He would have had to go all the way over towards A main to save and not take any damage. That quick scope over towards Shuhei, pretty damn impressive, I've got to say. The IGL, not often we see him with a zoom banger, but he makes it look pretty damn good. But Shuhei, more or less, individually wins this round. Really well played. It's such an aggressive push with the smoke, but like we've spoken about, for GamerLegion, some of their best work has come from fighting fire with fire. Very aggressive Counter-Strike, taking it to B and E. And for Shuhei, he does exactly that. They're not expecting this GamerLegion side where the confidence is at a bit of an all-time low, the morale's in the dumps. We're not expecting them to be doing kind of audacious plays. But for Shuhei, doesn't care. Really well played. And in doing so, locks out the B side, locks out rotations coming through, and anyone transitioning over from A or from mid, instantly going to get caught off guard.
Man, this is very difficult. They did seem happy about it on the GamerLegion side. At least they were kind of a little bit, you know, full of relief that they actually won the round, but they've done some damage as well to the economy. Maybe there is an actual opening here. If they win this next round, maybe they actually just take the lead.
True.
Okay, this is a lot more respectable. They've carved their way back into this one. No armor at all on Sineri. No head armor on... Actually, there's a couple of people without armor at all. That's interesting. So the Smack 10 could really be running wild. And I think what Acor is looking to do, he's giving up on his dreams of the AWP. And he's going to try and go all the way onto the other side of the spectrum.
Flatcho, going to be tested in a second. Smoke will come through. Really gone up close to personal, but the flash, like a deer in headlights, doesn't know where to look. Acor with the Mac 10 will find the opener. And now, of course, you look over towards B&E, and on such a poor middling buy, all the onus is on one Flatcho to make the difference. Synopsy deleted, and I think this round is going to fall by the wayside. GamerLegion on track to tie this one up.
Yeah, they hear the movement in the middle. I think they already heard GXX. Now, second player in there to try and see if they can do a little bit of a crunch. But the smoke is making it tricky. There is an M4 as well. Oh, maybe. You got to be a little bit careful here. You don't give up too much. bomb is here, and it's just been dropped. Scenario able to pick it up there. The spray is good, and now he's got the backup as well. That actually did get a little bit more concerning than I was expecting.
Yeah.
If that M4 gets to stay alive and do some more damage, and they lose the bomb in the middle, could have been ugly. But instead, it's a game that's been tied up 5-5, and the money for BNE should be in a dreadful place.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough. They're not going to have a lot to work with. They fully invested towards that round, so they're going to sit around the 2.5k mark, which I'm assuming is once again just going to bring out the upgraded pistols. Exactly that. A couple of the Eagles to work with in the hands of Synopsy and Rigon. A couple of P250s, and GXX going to keep his money happy, so potentially at some point they can have an EWP to work with. So GamerLegion right back in this game, 3 rounds in a row from them, starting to put up a pretty monumental performance. We need to see GamerLegion as well put up a good T-side performance. We know how scary BNE can be when they get the momentum going, when they get the wind in their sails on T-side. They need to, I think at the minimum, find 8 rounds on the T-side before I'm even comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. Just, Joe, I mean, it feels like you have to lock BNE out of a game. Yeah. As soon as the door is even a little bit open, then whole house is at risk. So they're going to find a bomb site that's pretty much undefended here. And they did get the opening. You and Flatro trying to get aggressive in the middle with the P250. So fun idea. Oh, okay.
Looks like gap in the smoke. Emma will find Senary. And the 2 remaining pistols, I don't think they're going to amount to all too much. GXX caught on the rotation, just down to Rigon. And I think he is not long lived for the world here. Holding, waiting, finding Immer. Okay, so at the very least, making something of this. He cannot jump up because that is such a risk to his life. Flash coming over. At range, Kios will see him off. So just the one consolation kill. Not all too bad. Immer really having a solid performance over towards other GamerLegion, continuing his great run of form from Mirage despite the result. He was the only one who went positive, and he still looks very good right about now with 10 kills to his name, 77 ADR. Not too shabby at all. GamerLegion, first time in maybe this entire series, barring a pistol round, that we've seen them have a lead. Yeah,
that's true. The leads they've had have been winning the pistol and losing instantly afterwards. It's pretty crazy. Okay, here we go. 6-5. And I am trying to get through the smoke, but Synopsy is going to be there. The flashes were decent enough on that side. A-Core, no chance yet to wield that AWP, but he is in the middle. Let's see if he could find something. GXX, pretty deep angle here. Synopsy just charging on in. It's wild. Another swing comes through. We're going, no doubt, in his own abilities to get that headshot and leaving A-Core in a 1 versus 4. And they could have a pretty good idea of where he was going to be. He's down to 11 health, and they're not going to hesitate either. Johan Flatro will take him down, and instantly the score is tied up. It's 6-6 now. And even better than that, they actually get to keep 6 rifles alive on the CT side.
It's such a kind of necessity of a round. You're coming back in, it's your first full buy-in off the back of the ecos, and you need to make sure that not only you win it, but you win it conclusively. And that's the big thing. It's a statement once again that GamerLegion, yes, you guys are finding success on the T side, but it's not your game. Right now, it still is BNE in, for the most part, control of this one. They built up a decent starting towards this half, and in doing so, it's always been GamerLegion fighting to claw their way back into this game, and I guess same to be said here. Very important round, all things considered. For GamerLegion lose this, and they could more or less guarantee that BNE take a lead at the half on the CT side. So, boost coming through. Immer needs to be careful. He spots out one. Isaac lucky to avoid all the bullets.
So aggressive. They're basically 3 in the middle. Nobody is on the A-bomb side right now for BNE. They're just saying, you know what? We're happy to take this fight, which again is a little bit off meta because a lot of CT sides now, because of the change in the CT spawn, they can't get there quite quick enough, and the Ts actually end up winning a lot of those fights behind it, but I don't think they care about the metagame right at all. They're just saying, if you want to fight in the middle, then we will absolutely take that fight every single time. And surely at some point, someone has to go back. Yeah, there's a little bit of a donut push coming in from the CT side, but Johan Flatro out in the open. Nobody knows about Rigon yet. If they overlook this, they are certainly dead. Isaacs on the other side. There's a bit of a peek, but Rigon's still going to be able to find the shot. Now they're being funneled to the A-bomb site, but Synopsy is here and waiting. He's got the M4 in hand. Flashes go up. Another one. He's completely unscathed back here. Going to get the first spray off, and a quick follow-up here from Rigon. Surely not going to allow for the bomb plant to go down. Oh, it did somehow. That's wild.
Oh, holding, training the angle, GXX, easy peek for him. Acor falling away, and of course 10-second defuse to come through. Bad news, Eagles up to 7. And I think the only bad thing we can say, or the only negative note over towards B&E is allowing the bomb to go down. They could have denied that very easily, but they're all if-buts maybes. Hindsight's 2020 and all the rest. What matters most is the round being taken, a 7th being put on the board, and B&E back in control of this game. The bomb block might alleviate a bit of the financial pressure over towards GamerLegion, just because losing that round would have broken their economy normally. They may be okay coming towards this where they can force into a buy. It's still not going to be conclusive. They're still going to have a rough time in terms of U2 along the board. So they are just going to play it safe. They're just going to go for Tech 9s and play for a full buy into the 15th and final round. The penultimate round of the half, however, should be a sweep for B&E.
Yeah, that made damage in the middle already. Synopsy, they get really close running up behind him. That's pretty good. And a kill as well from IM onto Rigon. Looking interesting. 3 versus 4. The bomb is going to be planted. So GamerLegion have a real crack at winning this round all of a sudden. Acor, that's a great duck into the fight. And Yuan Flattery gets blown up. It's a 2 versus 4. This came out of nowhere.
B&E have been beaten at their own game. High intensity. Fire in terms of the Counter-Strike. I just don't think B&E can do anything here. I think GSA is just going to play at range. A couple of pop shots, a couple of exits. It wants nothing to do with it, but exiting might be tough in itself. Kiosk shows his cards early. And of course, his life. GXX making it expensive too. No way they're going with this. Surely
they
not going with it. They're going to go under the bomb. Shuey will deny it. Oh my God, is that aggressive from GXX? They have money to work with, so it doesn't make a difference. That is so ballsy.
I mean, it makes so much sense. Actually, a very, very smart call, because you know that, first of all, GamerLegion are low on money to begin with. So they want to keep the rifles. The blast radius on Ancient is huge. It's possible that out of the 4 people that are left, 2 of them had just run really far away and might even be out looking 4 kills halfway across the map. So it's not such a crazy idea. You get 2 kills like that. If the other 2 people were really far away, maybe they never get back in time. I think it's a sick idea. It didn't work out, but still, you got to give them credit for trying. 7-7 roll tied up, and the 15th round is coming up, and GamerLegion, they need everything they can get right now. Bad News Eagles still look very, very strong at the moment, but I mean, credit to GamerLegion. They've really made their way back as well.
So coming through, swing off the back of it as well. That's so aggressive. Gotta say, Acor kind of lucky to be alive. Takes more damage as well. Nate gonna come through with, thankfully, Acor has fallen away from the angle. And the MP9 at close range, trained, ready for someone to swing in towards excavation. Right now, what started so well for GamerLegion looked like with the firepower alone, they were to win it. It could be in jeopardy.
Oh, he just keeps speaking into it. He knew there was an ult down there. They put out the grenades from way behind, but they're having a hard time getting into the bomb site. Finally, they crack it open. Scenario and Yuan Flatro both going down, and Rigon showing up with the Deagle. The only weapon that he has right now. He swings for it, tries for the headshot. Definitely had an opportunity, but I think that might have been just disappeared. Oh, there's one. He's got a bullet left to try and get this done with. Oh my God, Rigon! Are you kidding? He takes him down. An excellent 1 versus 2, and they're a step closer to the Legend stage. What a way to end the half with.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Bonus in.
We return from the madness of the first half into the second half. Second map, we're on Ancient, and this guy, he was out of control on the first map, but this is the way that he ends the first half. 1 versus 2, trapped in a corner, running out of bullets. That was the second to last bullet. Well, third to last, I guess. This one, the last one that he had, and he just takes them both down. It's absolutely disgusting and beautiful at the same time.
It's just ridiculous. What a shot. You can just see, oh yes. Take a bow, sunshine. I didn't realize we were that emotive. Oh my god. What a clutch though. Honestly, it's a ridiculous round from Rigon. And it's just Rigon things, right? This is the thing with this team. They've just got so many superstars that so many different people can step up. When Post-Mirage was unbelievable. And Rigon, you know, at times he's been quiet, but my god did he step up when it mattered most. And of course it means BNE guarantee a lead in towards the half. We were saying for GamerLegion, if they don't guarantee a lead on T side, we get a little bit worried.
They're going to be hard to control on the side. We'll see if GamerLegion are well prepped for it. They need this one to get a third map. Again, we're deciding who goes straight to the Legends and who gets to go to the Challenger stage instead. So there is an enormous amount on the line, and BNE are playing like they know it as well. GamerLegion, credit to them, though they have come alive in the first map. They're starting to play a lot better, and they need every single player to step up right here. Push on through. So he's actually going to be able to slow them down. Strong headshots coming out. You love to see it. GXX is going to get absolutely knocked out too. It's a very, very clean round right now. Synopsy is the last one left, and we're going to be a little bit careful here. They don't fight him one at a time, but yeah, they're everywhere. A-Core basically putting his gun right in his face, and that will be the end of the round, favoring GamerLegion.
Easy stuff. Well, so for GamerLegion, we needed, of course, to see them make a difference immediately. And of course, there it is. I think, you know, coming through, Shuhei leading him out of the charge with a double from him to just really make a statement early doors. GamerLegion, 2 for 2 on pistols, which is the important thing in towards their map pick of Ancient. However, notoriously, they have struggled when it's come towards these second rounds, these sort of forced by rounds, so to say. Only thing is, though, the money is going to be super limited over towards other Valiant Eagles. So look at the buy they've got. A Galil, a double Galil, in fact, for Rigon on one Flatcher, the 2 heavy hitters. And then alongside it, just a triple D. But then again, we spoke about the Eagles, and we know what they can do. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. Pop back coming through. Certainly that's risky as well. He will advise against it.
GamerLegion had kind of a hard time holding on to these second rounds, even when they win the pistols. So you gotta make sure that you're zoned in right now and that you don't lose this one, although it's getting dangerously close already. Chaos in the corner. He's gonna be good for the one, but they know exactly where he is. Oh, that's impressive. He's a bullet away from death, but somehow you and Flutter couldn't find a single one on him. That's rare, but he just saved the round for his team. Even the first one, if he gets traded, probably still will be a bomb plant behind it. Probably a good chance that at least, yeah, you're going to lose a lot more rifles and it's going to be expensive, but he managed to clean it up. That's really cool.
It's really nice Counter-Strike being played by GamerLegion now, especially in this sort of round. You're expecting BNE to be into a force fight and aggressive too, but they've done a really solid job just isolating these fights and making sure that the individuals can't run riot. Despite them having a couple of rifles to work with, it was very easy put by the wayside, and that's important. Main thing, taking yet another round, continue a dominant start, and obviously on a force fight round, which GamerLegion have struggled to convert, and then on top of that, the fact that it's flawless, no casualties, means it's not made expensive. Really, really big stuff coming through. Well, this GamerLegion side to start slowly but surely clawing their way back in towards their map pick. It was looking a little bit dicey at the turn of the half. We're feeling a little bit more confident. They've got some sort of a, I guess, confidence to work with. I'm not going to lock into it just yet, but either way, we'll see. MP not range tapping away. Shuhei will find the first. Make that a second as well. For one Flatter trades him out. It's a hero AK for him, which is only limited at 1. They're being put by the wayside easily. And it's an Synopsy the IGL. A Glock in hand. No armor, no utility to try and save face it.
Yeah, and I mean, you're so free to do it in a round like this when you have all of the weapons and all the grenades pushing out aggressively like that. Those are the kind of fights that BNE probably love to take, but when they only have one AK on the other side, it does make it a lot more tricky. Yeah, they're waiting for Synopsy to get bored of standing in this corner, and eventually Isaac is going to be able to walk up behind him anyway. So, yeah, this is just a waiting game. Nothing much that Synopsy is going to be able to do, obviously. Everyone has head armor. Even the Glock burst fire, I doubt it's going to be able to work. But, yeah, he's giving them a little bit of a chance to get bored.
He's being flanked.
Yeah.
Isaac hasn't spotted him. He walks 3 steps further. He'll find him out. He's getting there. Just want him out. You'll see him off as well. A little bit more money in the bank as well with the SMG to see it off, but that will be...
Just trolling, isn't he?
Yeah, GamerLegion up towards double digits. Important round for them to pick up. And once again, it kind of reaffirms what we were talking about. It's important for GamerLegion to take these rounds comfortably, not expensive, building up a very decent kind of, I guess, financial stability going forward. That was a big thing in towards that first half. Their economy was getting broken so many times that things were getting a little bit uncomfortable. We were looking at them, into these double eco situations where it allowed B&E to start getting some confidence. So timeout called by B&E the second, and probably one of the few times that Devilwalk has actually been called upon to really try and rally the troops. For the most part, it's been very plain sailing, very comfortable. We actually need, a little bit of the Devilwalk mastery just to get them back in towards this game.
Yeah, just remind them, listen, one-to-one fight, you win every single time. That's the confidence that they displayed on Mirage, and that's what GamerLegion just could not stand up to. They do have some more rifles back this time. Obviously, the one Hero AK in the previous round from Synopsy, and we'll see if they could be a little bit more successful here. They have been slowed down. There's the fight in the middle on the first go-around, but some bullets are coming through the smoke, and Sui's pretty quickly there to get rid of Rigon, so well done. He was the only one fighting there. Kios, time to back on out if you can. They're going to be hot on your tail, and that's a good read, a good understanding. If you know B&E, you knew that they were going to keep coming for that fight.
This feels really tough. Synopsy needs to scoop up a gun. And unfortunately for him, the only one lying down is an SMG. It's an MP9 in towards mid. I think there's an AK somewhere kicking about.
He can be in a really powerful position to use that SMG, though. Basically clear it out. I almost wish that he would use the smoke as a fake, but you know what? He just wants to be there to get the bomb plant down. Still, they should be able to do at least that.
Okay, so bomb will go down. GXX, though, 12 points of HP. He's going to make this super difficult. And Synopsy's so cautious of the flank. They're going to double stack together in towards Donut, but the 3 CTs making their way through that of CT. Swapping over, AK goes in towards the heavy HP player. This is going to be so difficult.
Oh, yeah, he didn't even get a chance to play in that round. They've realized where the AK is. They're straight on the defuse, and they're not really going to slow it down. Grenades, not going to do much of anything there, and AK will take him down. Still, I mean, there is a way. From that 2-on-3, the fact that they got in to get the bomb down, still pretty cool.
Yeah.
They do a little bit of damage on top of it, with only 2 people surviving on the GamerLegion side.
I've got to say as well, for me, so far in this half, it's been the story of Shuhei. Really stepping up to the play, leading from the front. Multi-kills have been a bit of a standard for him, but you can start to see the noise being made over towards GamerLegion. And it's good to see they were so quiet in Mirage, as expected. When you get battered 16-7, you're not exactly going to be too elated with that one at all. And now this side have started to rock and roll with the punches.
Oh my god, he's so quick in here. It's a play made for an attempted aggression from the CT side. If they're running up that cheetah tunnel, then you can catch them from the middle. But no one was there. Yeah, I think him and Kios as well has really come alive in the B-bomb side. You saw him earlier with the MP9. He had the M4 in the last round. There's really, really good control and really good understanding of how B&E like to play. But the opening of this round goes to Synopsy to be able to take down Kios, and now the madness just continues. They're looking for the fights everywhere, even in spite of the fact that they had a 3 versus 5. They're like, nah, let's just keep fighting before the bomb is even planted. And they get all the fights, so it's all good.
It's much better from B&E. I think it all starts with Synopsy as well, and just in terms of the aggressive position he takes, it's a ridiculous start from him. Flying through mid, up on towards Catwalk, but Rigon closing out, making sure that no one stays alive. Money's not going to be an issue over towards GamerLegion. They would love to save a couple of rifles. Acor, a couple of taps from him. So, no one close corner, that's the good thing. Looking for a third as well, he might actually just get it. He won't, one flat troll will see him off. But a couple of kills on the way out. It's not all too shabby. GamerLegion, we needed to see them really come out to fight when it came towards the full buy of B&E, but they just got overwhelmed, overran over towards that B side, and that's what B&E can do in terms of changing the tempo, shifting how they want to play things, and the speed at which they do.
Yeah, I think speed really was the key for this round. The fact that they get into the B side tunnel that fast is just not what anyone is expecting. You can see that defense. No one's even looking there. So the first one is just basically a free kill. 11-9, the scoreline. It's only a 2-round gap. But like you pointed out, there was still money to buy in this round. This next one, though, is super critical. If GamerLegion starts to run out of cash, it's just a nightmare. a huge chance. There's a wide swing for Scenario, but he still can't pick up Sui for whatever reason, so he's going to be able to win that one. Flatro taking it back onto Kios, and now Sui's going to be very, very careful. He doesn't get grenaded down in this position. Oh, flash in, but they're not going to do anything. Oh, it's Isaac instead. Recon with a headshot. That's huge. He's going to get caught in the middle by IM. And again, the crazy aggression just running in there. Normally, people will try and walk to hide their footsteps. They'll try and be a little bit more quiet, but the aggression is just overwhelming.
They're just so quick, aren't they? Acor posted on the angle, wrapping through in towards cave. Right now, it's a rarity, but bad news, Eagles are going to pump the brakes. They are just going to park up, see what they can do. Bomb in hands of Synopsy. No decision really be made just yet. He is still going to lean over towards the A site, but he needs to be careful. There's a flank coming through, and little does he know, Immer's getting a lot of information. He's already got 1 kill to his name, and he could be able to line up a couple. They're grouped up. Synopsy's surely going to fall. Easy to kill his life. Can he make it a second? The answer is yes. Round 1 and done. A 3K for Immer, and it's all down to Flatro in a 1 versus 3 to save face.
Not much that he could do here. Hope for a straggler to walk past. Even that's been missed just a bit on the timing. Yeah, obviously for B&E, the reason they slow it down just in the middle of the round like that is actually to make GamerLegion sweat and maybe try and go for an aggressive play like they finally did. But the timing just did not work out for them. Well played by IM. He's got a triple in this one. He's up to 20 kills overall. So he's having himself a really cool game once again. He was the top fragger on the first map as well for the team. So just very consistent output from him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he really actually could end up in this series going into, if we do go into map number 3, being kind of one of the highest rated players. I think his consistency has been immaculate. Flatro's been a little bit quiet in towards this game so far. He is currently sitting 13 and 15, so, or 13 and 16 even. So negative from him. So hoping to see a little bit of a bounce back to come through. Right now, Bad News Eagles not as scary as they were towards Mirage in terms of the dominant display they were putting up. This has been much better, much more composed from GamerLegion in terms of controlling the tempo of this game. In towards mid, Rigon. Spam down for the smoke, but he will avoid all the bullets. And he pushes just in front of it. He's got a lot of information.
Shot to try and conceal the jump, but doesn't really matter when you hit a headshot like that. Isaac's really crisp with the M4A1. We'll take it. Mid control being attempted to be reclaimed here. It's very dangerous. And Synopsy, double tap from the Deagle to bring down Isaac right after the fact. So still a 4-on-4 here. Bomb is way outside of B. So at the moment, you've got to say, still a minute. They could bring it back if they wanted to, but looks like this is where they're going to end up. They have a smoke and 2 flashes. They're pretty good, you know. Get a smoke over on, well, whichever side of the cube you want, and then just flash a couple of people over and go for it.
It's going to be quick, right? 45 seconds to work with. Bomb scooped up. They're grouping, so it's only actually Shuhei over towards his site. The rotation not exactly far away, but we're calling on Acor to get there quickly. He is mighty far away. And in comes the flash, in comes the smoke too. Century will be spotted first. Shuhei to find that opening kill. Over towards this site. They're trying to deny that bomb going down, but he's limited at just 1.
Fight's going out again. Kios looking for it. Bomb's going to get planted. The Molotov will force Synopsy out into the open. Great use of utility, but Flatro, he's managed to sneak in front of the smoke that he himself put down. Great read coming out right now for Acor. He has a little bit of an inkling that something could be up, but the timing is insane. He just walks right into it. Acor taking a step forward, and now Flatro is ready for more. It's all on GXX. Walks through the smoke. They were not defusing it quite yet, and Kios is going to be able to take him down. He probably could have played that a little bit more carefully, but maybe he just did not know. Huge round for GamerLegion, as they did almost fall to a very sketchy buy.
Yeah, it's a very ballsy play as well in terms of GXX. Pushing through that smoke. It's so risky, but again, it's just right up B&E's alley. Flatro made such a good attempt of this. His smoke being dropped, pushing in front of it. It's a risk, but it's a B&E standard. What can they do? Things are starting to look a little bit south. Over towards B&E. 13 collected now for GamerLegion. 3 rounds away from pushing us towards our 3rd and final map, that of Vertigo. Do B&E have anything in the locker to try and deny this? It has not been all that comfortable of a map for them.
No, and this is the other side of the coin. This is the slowdown that's definitely can haunt them and has haunted them in the past.
Yeah.
I am at 21 kills. Super impressive that he's managed to do this. Synopsy on the other side, not that far behind at 18. But the gap is starting to really widen at the moment. 4 rounds. GamerLegion just need 3 more to get to 16. And then they could go on again to play one of their stronger maps.
Yeah, Vertigo would be very interesting if we get there, of course. It's an map which GamerLegion are statistically heavily favored for. 13-9, a 4-round gap. And most importantly, look towards B&E. Lose this round, their economy is shattered, and GamerLegion gets so close towards that decider. Imma posted up. Recon around the corner as well. Not spotting Marvin. Got an inkling, got an idea, and Imma continues what has been an immaculate map from him.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost up from Isaac. He's holding close to that wall. He's got some backup with him as well. What an entry. The grenade is a massive dunk onto the rest of B&E, though. A-Core back here with the AWB playing at the edge of the smoke, but the headshots continue. The first bullet accuracy is so stupid. Taking down Chaos as well. He was flashed at the same time. Just the perfect crosshair placement. IM and Sui left 2 versus 3, and the bomb going to be attempted on the other side. They don't even worry about it. Sui's going to come in and try and reclaim the round. He might be able to, but Synopsy is going to hit another banging shot, leaving just the 1 versus 2.
Some of the shots the Bad News Eagles hit, they just make you scratch your head. Juan Fletcher had an immaculate round. 3 kills to his name, throw down to Imma. Looking for a quad clutch. Both players taking damage. The GXX on the angle with the AWP will see it off. Bad News Eagles up to double digits. They've been hunting for that 10th round for so long, and it went into the hands of Juan Fletcher to make a difference, and he really did. This third shot for the smoke as well, it's just a little bit of fortune. What can you do? You absolutely take it. Brilliant work. Bad News Eagles, they were looking down and out for the count, but now they're still in it, and a sick round indeed, especially for Mapman on your screens. Juan Fletcher's an immaculate one. So, GamerLegion forcing towards their 2nd timeout, and you can see them getting a little bit nervy, and you can understand why, because Bad News Eagles, they're starting to get loud, they're starting to get proud, and they're hitting those shots.
I think it's really smart to take a timeout after they win a round like that, because you can hear how hyped up they are. So just let them. Don't let them roll it forward. Just let them cool down a little bit. Let's make sure they don't just keep doing it. They're so scary when they're like this. And GamerLegion, again, like they're not that far away. So just as much as they can, keep the game really cool at the moment. They should be feeling a bit of relief if they get to go on a Vertigo. So they have that to look forward to. 10-13 is the scoreline right here, and not the best amount of weaponry, obviously, on the GamerLegion side. Got to be pretty flat. It's a good chance for B&E right now if they can win this round.
Oh, going up, GXX posted the buy for GamerLegion because it's so minimal. You're not expecting much for Kios and Stu. He want a piece, hang on. This could get messy, the bomb's down, but thankfully Juan Fletcher there to once again bail out B&E of a dicey situation. Again,
The crosshair placement and the first bullet accuracy for some of these players is just so hard to deal with. That's AWP versus AK. I mean, he just has to his 1 shot. If that's an instant first bullet headshot, he probably dies. Ragon's going to go back here. Here's the jump on the other side. So confirmation where one of them is going to be. Don't quite know about that mid player, though. Isaac could be in a fun position if somebody tries to backtrack. Hanging around. Oh, they're both actually going to join up in Cheetah. And they might push forward here, just missing the walk around. Should be a bomb plant. Maybe they could find a rifle out here. The jump in that's making all the noise. That seems to give it away the whole game there. Missed spray, but they got information. I feel like GamerLegion could have played it a little bit more sneakily.
They've come through. Healthy nade as well. Isaac takes 46 points of HP. Leaves him so low. Both of these players on an edge. All there is 1 flash. For both sides, it's only over towards B&E. All boosted up, finds no information, and they're calling it, they're saving. There's no way they can make that 2 versus 2 retake work with no utility, no kit, and A-Core doesn't even have armor as well. Just keep hold of the AWP and resetting towards the next. They do have rounds in arrears as a buffer, but Rigon's hunting.
Yeah, he'd love to find this. He's got the right idea. Definitely hears the footsteps. They're well aware as well, as they are giving them up, and A-Core will take him down. That's not at all bad. Very often you can use, obviously, your own footsteps to lure the enemy into a fight. And I think A-Core was well aware in that moment that, yeah, we are actually just stomping through the middle of the map. So good stuff, but even better for B&E. 11-13.
Wow.
2 rifles are saved, and that's probably the best that they're going to have in the next one, GamerLegion. But still, the fact that it's an AWP, I mean, if ever there was a time for Acor to show up in the game and have himself a little bit of a round, now would definitely be it. He's okay right now. 16 kills.
He was quiet at times. Mirage is not exactly a strong one for him. Into mid, the run boost, nearly costing the life of him. He's so fortunate to stay alive. 6 points of HP, and the ult falling off the angle too. You can understand why. He's playing close. He will go 1-for-1 with Rigon.
Oh, damn. Did nearly go down. Probably could have had that spray. But interestingly, it's a 4-on-3. Might be quickly returned here as Rigons get a lot of control on the A-bomb side. And when they come back for it, actually, they are starting to rotate everyone over here. He'll smoke it off. Retake will be very, very tricky. I feel like they need a kill early on here, and they're going to be pushing very aggressively. Kios is good for the one. Oh, a little bit of a jump in the middle of it scenario. That wasn't really what he wanted. 2 pistols out. It's GXX from the back line instead. And Kios, the bomb is planted, and he's trapped in here. GXX, oh! Is that
no
Josh's teammates are 2-for-1? Oh my god! Well, it's good that he actually did hit the player in Chaos there. Oh god, the madness is just all-consuming.
Hey, you can't plan for that. You've got to confirm the kill. He lines up his teammate in a collateral. I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's brilliant. That's brilliant from GXX. You can see him just laughing. What can you do? You can only laugh. You can only laugh. It's a nice shot, I gotta say.
Oh,
And even funnier that he gets his teammate.
they're trying to laugh their way into a legend spot. It's pretty sick, isn't it?
I know. Just shows, in terms of this playstyle, how dominant B&E can be. That's brilliant. That really is. Up to 12. What was a 4-round deficit just mere moments ago, now down to 1.
Look at the buy. There's 3 people with no helmets. There's 2 MAC-10s. This is about speed. All of it for B&E. They're right on the bomb site, running it down. Sui's good for the one. And the bomb is dropped on the ground, but those MAC-10s are so dangerous when they're up close. Kios, though, he's been a real champion himself. A triple to shut it down before they even get close. GXS are holding the back line. They were expecting to have more of a punch-through. They wanted a bomb plant as well. I think it's a sick call again from Bad News Eagles, but this time, it wasn't enough. Sui just needed the 1 kill, enough to buy the space.
Might get a kill on the way out here. He won't. He'll be dropped out on Acor. GXX, no saving that AWP means that money could be a little bit on the rough side, and he's going to be financial worries, I think, over towards B&E. They kind of don't really have too much velocity when it's built up. It's going to make things pretty concerning. There's not much left in this map, too. Up to 14 for GamerLegion. They're 2 rounds away from pushing us towards Vertigo, a 3rd and final. And they're 2 rounds ahead of B&E, too. I wouldn't even mind a pause being called here. And looks like that could be the case. No, they're going to go straight into this. Despite having what is going to be a middling buy in towards the next round, B&E full sending it.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go middle. They're just waiting for the first round of grenades to come through. They're going to be going right through the fire and trying to see if they can attack this donut position. Isak is back here. This is really scary with the M4A1. He's trying to swing it, but he can't quite do it. Acor at range, and he puts down the Molotov, and they are going to get slowed down. Well done, GamerLegion. They have exactly the right read and the right rotation. Synopsis now just on his own once again. But this is really good. GamerLegion are making a strong case for themselves right now. 15 rounds on the board. They're 1 round away from getting the 3rd map.
It's great. I think for GamerLegion, they've read that perfectly. They know when backs are against the wall, it's only one option for B&E, and it's just full send it. It is just the kind of classic Bad News Eagles. When they're feeling the pressure, when they're on the cusp, when they really have their backs against the wall, they're going to go aggressive. They're going to go fast because it is just the B&E way. Like we've said in towards Mirage, live and die by the sword, and that's exactly where it came to fruition. Unfortunately, it was worked against them, and of course it does mean that our GamerLegion are 1 round away from a 3rd and final map. Devilwalk really trying to rally the troops now as well. First time we've seen this guy emotive, to be honest, because he hasn't been needed all too much, but he really does need to pull these guys together because they are what seems to be being pulled apart by the seams.
It's getting really close at the moment, although they're still kind of within striking distance. This is a really good round for a couple of reasons, obviously, for GamerLegion. They get to build a little bit of a bank. But if B&E can win 2 rounds, they might just get to overtime almost for free.
Yes.
Because there's not going to be enough money in the bank for the CT side to keep it going. Molotov down the middle, smoke to put it out, and a huge grenade right onto Xenopsy. That must have been with the spray to follow it up. That blows him completely apart. They wanted to be out here. But unless they can get the entry on one of these 2 B players, it's going to be tough, and both of these guys have been playing world-class at the moment. Kios and Sui both.
Well, Utah and Jiggle Beak in the corner. 2 spotted, smoke comes down, easy as that. They don't expect Rigon in behind her. We'll find one. On towards Shuey, look for a second on towards Kios and delivers. Rigon, when needed, a hero steps up. The numbers go in favor of B&E, but full blind, both sides falling away. The bomb will go down, and a post plant in favor of B&E. They could stay alive in this fight as Rigon cannot be stopped. Akor's seen his teammate fall, and he is out of there.
He's running with the knife out, hunting him down. It's so insane. Oh man, but that's the kind of follow through. He's just so into the game. It's crazy to watch. There's definitely a defensive gap on that B ramp that cost them absolutely everything here, because it's fine that they're jiggling into the tunnel to make sure that that nobody can sneak through on that side with the smoke in hand. But somebody else should have been watching the ramp, but they just weren't ready for it. Rigon taking full advantage. Massive triple for him to get the round on his side. And it's 15-13. They're going to lose 4 rifles as well on the CT side. It's really not a good look.
Do B&E have it in them to take this towards overtime? That would be miraculous if they can. They've just got to keep that GamerLegion economy in check.
You have to be crazy if you don't think that they do. I feel like if you've been watching the last couple of days, even if you've just been watching today, you've got to think they will have the strength to do this. One good opening here, and everything could fall apart for GamerLegion. Timeout used for them, though.
Yes, exactly. I think for GamerLegion, just to make sure that they can, well, I guess keep things in check. They're just as best they can trying to ice out the B&E roster here. You're looking over towards that C side, and things aren't all too comfortable. I think when for B&E, they've had their moments of brilliance. They just need to find consistency. It's been very chaotic, which normally plays in towards the hands of B&E. But right now, it's just so hard to call. With the backs against the wall, try not to fall in towards the pitfalls of GamerLegion can be easier said than done. Look at the buy, though. For GamerLegion, it's a full investment, of course, as expected. It was round number 29. The penultimate in regulation. They fall flat here. OT kind of feels guaranteed.
Unlike earlier on Mirage, GamerLegion are also, they've really shown up to play. So one big mistake here for B&E, and it's going to be a third map instantly. Yes. That didn't seem like that was ever going to be the case on Mirage. There's just no real opposition. Here we go in the middle of push out. They actually stacked on top of each other, but somehow they don't both get mowed down. Rigon only good for the one. And Akor's back here, ready and waiting, hoping for the flick. He's nearly down behind the grenade. He's dead already. Akor's out of it, and Synopsy, he's traded right away, but they're going to be running it back anyway. 3-on-3, and this is a really hard round for GamerLegion. Normally like this, you would try to gamble somewhere, but you don't even know necessarily where to stack up at the moment. They're stretched out on the map. I think there is a little bit of an attempted push coming in from Sui on the other side, so he wants to look for information. He wants to be quick to rotate. Only the one defender in Isak still at the A-bomb side.
They're looking out. They're just sat in the smoke. I like this. Pot flash to come over as well, but Isak will avoid the bulk of it. Not the Molotovs, though, and the nades. He'll fall to the flames. He stays in the fire, and he will burn to a crisp. GXX, easiest kill of his life, and the numbers go in favor of B&E. Bomb gets planted.
He must have thought the smoke was going to help him, but it didn't. I am in Sui. They're right here. Setting up for it, hoping for a quick peek, but it's not going to go his way. Flatro up on top to take him down, and Sui's realized, I need this rifle. That's the only thing that we're going to have. Maybe Isak could buy a little bit. Does turn around, expecting maybe something. He doesn't have a kit, so there's no point in running back. This round is already done. It's going to be 14-15, as GamerLegion are hoping this 30th round that's coming up will be their ticket out of Ancient, and that they don't have to play overtime versus the Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, well, we saw that poll that came up from Blast TV, and it said that at least 60% of people agreed that we are going to be going towards OT. So, right now, I think I'm going to be alongside them. I think I do have to agree. This is looking really solid from B&E. They're back in control, and then winning that round, the economy is not going to look good over towards GamerLegion. They might use their 4th and final timeout here just to take a little bit of a breather and have a conversation. Look at the play.
I'm surprised they don't, again, because, maybe it's just the weapons. They're thinking, okay, we can't say much with the timeout, but at least to slow down B&E. A boost on top of the boost. Will they jump down when they're faced? I've always wanted to see somebody make a jump over the T's just to try and stomp on them, basically. They're going to get a chance here because everyone has shown up. the entire squad. There's the opening, double setup. They might actually be able to do it here. Isak's good for another one, but he runs out of bullets at the end. The 5-7 up close. Oh, he hits the headshot with the USP. The pistols are standing up to Bad News Eagles, and this might be it. They might have found that way out to avoid overtime.
Of all the ways as well to potentially lose this map, this would be heartbreaking for B&E. Everything was in their favor. One flash wolf on Acor. The dream's still alive. A low buy left in play. Dink on towards an Opsy, and he's all that's left. As one flasher falls to the 5-7 on 1 versus 3, and he want to be long-lived for this world. We go towards a decider. Vertigo, he's going to be needed to decide who is going to make it out of these two sides. Wow. Of course, into a legend spot.
That's really, really impressive. GamerLegion managed to survive the onslaught. Again, there was a punishing first map, second map. I mean, you could still see all the first of all, the accuracy, the crosshair placement from Bad News Eagles. Just generally looked like, again, a very hard team to play against, but GamerLegion showing some real strength.
Yeah, they're really stepping up, and I think credit to GamerLegion as well, mental resilience and fortitude to keep that game in their control. Yeah. There was times where it looked like B&E had the momentum, they were running away with things, and things could have got really uncomfortable for them, where for a young, fresh side of GamerLegion, the pressure could have been insurmountable, but it did not happen. And of course, those who missed it over in the other stream, OG have qualified towards the major, and of course, that means you say goodbye to Falcons.
Yeah, that's true, which is obviously super, super sad in a way. It would have been a fun piece of history, but the OG story continues. I guess that's good news as well. Over on this stream, we still got a third map coming up. It's going to be on Vertigo, which again, probably GamerLegion feel really happy with.
Yes, statistically, it's a very good map for GamerLegion, where for B&E, they play it, but not as effectively. So I think, technically speaking, the odds flip, the script flips a little bit here. Yeah. I think if you're kind of an odds man, you look at this and you think GamerLegion actually come in as the favorites in towards the decider, which is why things get a little bit awkward. They should have closed out Ancient B&E, or should have at least made a little bit better run in towards the start of that second half, and the fact that they couldn't, well, things get very awkward now. I think where onus is on Devil Walk to try and make this one stick. We'll have to wait and see. Listen, either way, we're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we are back, our third and final map to see who books themselves a legend spot after the break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm going to walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm going to get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are about to get underway in towards our third and final map in this seeding game, decider game, to see who makes their way towards Legend and who goes towards Challenger. Both of these two teams have qualified for the major. That's the main point. There's still going to be celebrations regardless of the result. It's just a case of how big your celebrations are going to be.
Yeah, it's a little bit too early to tell. I mean, you can tell everyone is playing really serious Counter-Strike. They're not just thinking, we've made it. You can tell that they're super focused.
Yes.
I am in this one again. He was top fragging on the first one for his team. But now he's been joined by almost everybody else. I think especially, I mean, Suri's doing a lot of high impact frags, but also Kios was defending that B-bomb site like an absolute god in a number of rounds. Really, really nice to see. And that's what they needed, because they did barely squeak through 16 to 14, all 30 rounds being played on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a close game. So far, he is the second highest rated player in the server, just behind that of one Flatcher. But at 1.29, he's the only one with a positive KD over towards GamerLegion. Individually, really stepping up. And you can just see, look at the stats, 27 kills, 18 deaths, 95 ADR. He has been seriously making a difference. And another prospect from the Romanian scene, just providing more. You know, we've seen Lau and X, we've seen Zello, a lot of great talent. Imma, another really, really solid player who can step up when matters most. However, we now go towards Vertigo. And this is really interesting. Vertigo is a map in which it flips the script a little bit. B&E have always been the favorites coming towards this game. However, on paper, this is a really good map for GamerLegion and a kind of meh map for B&E.
Yeah, that's true. And they have to, again, just, I think, follow the same protocol. Try to slow them down, because I think on just any map, if you let B&E roll with it, at the beginning, you could be in trouble. So just hopefully they can use the map to their strength, lock down, especially when they're on the CT side, make sure that B&E don't get the A-ramp control, stop them from running in the middle, or B, just try to stop them from getting those bullets off, because their mechanics are just out of this world.
Yeah, they are. They really are so, it's nuts. I mean, we saw that rig on clutch right at the end. Just bonkers. But I think there's a lot of onus on now B&E, how they're going to adapt in towards this game. I think Vertigo can be very, very difficult if it's not a strong map for you to gain really, control, momentum in towards this game. If they continue to try and push this agenda of playing super aggressive, it could actually come back to bite them, where we look towards, I guess, things just going south, right? And when things are south, B&E get quiet. When they get quiet, things don't go well. Either way, we're going to throw this one to a break, ladies and gents. When we are back, we get right on the way in towards our third and final map. It's Vertigo up next, our decider. We'll see you soon.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold-Zero. No, it cannot be Cold-Zero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25, and Cold-Zero was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now trying Orange Box, United States, the same continent. Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
A third and final map here to decide who goes Legends, who goes Challenger. It is going to be Bandits Eagles versus GamerLegion, and the third map is on Vertigo. We kind of talked it through already. The odds are almost back to even, which is interesting. You know, again, GamerLegion definitely a stronger map for them overall. But it's hard. I think, how do you blame people if they trust in BNE the way that they're playing?
Do you know what's interesting as well? Those are the exact same odds, but flipped. It went in towards map number 1 for BNE and towards Mirage. It was 1.8 to them and 1.86 towards GamerLegion. So Unicorn staying for the most part kind of impartial, but a little bit leaning over towards that of GamerLegion. And I can understand why. Statistically speaking, this map is much better for them than it is for BNE. BNE have only got a 44% win rate on it, and with way less maps played, where for GamerLegion they're sitting somewhere around the kind of 77% mark. So it's a pretty decent map for them, all things considered. This is going to be tough. I think the start is going to be really important. Whoever starts where is going to be where we really see kind of the emphasis coming through. I think a T-side start for BNE would be absolutely huge, just to really get them and allow them to dictate the momentum and the tempo. Of course, we saw from yesterday's result into the breach, locked themselves in towards a legend spot with BNE taking down FaZe. But of course, that means BNE now have to beat GamerLegion for them to also join into the breach in that legend stage. Loser is now they get a challenger spot.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I still think it's very hard to determine what is best in this particular context, just because it's so hard to play straight cold into the legend stage. But I'm guessing everyone wants to go there instead of having to make their way through the challenges still, in spite of everything. This is going to be interesting. I mean, they're super warmed up, GamerLegion. That's something we didn't see on the opening map on Mirage. They kind of just weren't really even there. But they started to get there on Ancient, and the fact that they just have everyone. You saw the scoreboard at the end of Ancient. Everyone had shown up for GamerLegion. So they look like a really powerful team. Any team right now that can actually stand up to Bandits Eagles, you can say they're pretty good. They're mentally pretty strong.
I think for GamerLegion, you know, every single major cycle, they get slept on for so long. People just don't really respect them the way that they should be. But this side's super solid. I mean, really, really good fundamental Counter-Strike. But the way in which they're able to approach this game, it's so solid. So it's kind of a case and a question of, can they continue this coming in towards that of Vertigo, which, as we've already mentioned, is a good map for them. But we've already seen how, I think for GamerLegion, they can get in towards their own heads. They can get quiet. And when they do get quiet, it allows for BNE just to run away with the tempo, the momentum. And this is something that you cannot allow to happen. We saw it on Mirage. BNE took 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row, and that was essentially it. The nails in the coffin got banged in, and there was just no room for GamerLegion to claw that one back. And no matter what they tried, even when we switched on towards the second half, it was a case and a point of too little too late.
Yeah, quite curious what the starting positions are going to be like. I'd prefer to have BNE on the T side to begin with, just to get that momentum boost, just to get everything up and rolling. By the way, on the other stream, in case you're wondering, it's MOUZ and FaZe that are going to be battling it out there. That is also an absolutely epic game, but no one's qualified yet over on that side. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. MOUZ and FaZe in a 2-2 qualification game. Loser does not go towards Paris. It is bonkers. Absolutely incredible. The fact that we could see only one of those two make it. You got the major semi-finals, and you got FaZe coming off the back of Pro League and, of course, the Intel Grand Slam, and one of them won't be making it. Just nuts. Especially considering as well some of the performances we saw early in towards the tournament from MOUZ. They were looking pretty solid. There was times where it looked like MOUZ were going to actually make a bit of a, not a clean sweep, but at least a very decent run through. But for FaZe, we've seen how they have been when it comes towards these RMRs and challenger stages, where they do have these shaky moments. Against BNE's a prime example. That best of yesterday, that was some shaky Counter-Strike from a side that is usually so cool, calm, and collected.
I think it's been the story for a lot of this, right? And it's not the first time that we've seen it, but some of these lesser known teams are just, they hit a lot harder than most people maybe are ready for. And also, if you're in the tier 1 circuit, you're mainly practicing and playing in the meta of the tier 1 circuit, and you're kind of used to that, used to the same teams, and this is just very different. A little bit of a head-to-head here with you and Flutter and IM. Overall, very, very close, you've got to say.
Yeah, these have been the two heavy hitters. I think for BNE, the big target for them coming in towards this game is going to be trying to shut down IM. It's easier than done, but he's had back-to-back maps where he's been on fire, super solid. But ladies and gents, without further ado, it's time to get things underway in towards our third and final map here in our decider to see who books themselves in towards a legend spot. It's Vertigo up next. That is going to be essentially a best of one to decide who goes where. And we wonder and we wait to see who starts on what side, because this could make a huge difference to the storyline.
It absolutely could. We're going to find out right now. It is the final and third of map here. BNE on the T side. We love to see it, and GamerLegion on the CT side. A little bit of a smoke going over on the other side. Rigon's going to try and make some noise, and actually, they've got some backup with them here. And that smoke going down has instantly got GamerLegion really, really worried. But it does seem like it's a little bit of a juke at the moment, because they're still set up on the B site. They're going to be flashing their way into the stairs, hoping to catch someone. They actually did get the tag on Isaac, but they were just hoping that someone was going to get curious. It's a nice idea. They went fishing, basically, at the B-bomb site. If anyone from the CT side had been walking down to get a little bit of a peek, they might have got run over. IM is going to get knocked out to begin with. Scenari's there to take him out, and he's just throwing shots. He's picked up the dually. He's trying to get something done. It's a 4-on-5, and the bomb is going to be planted. Rigon will take down Sui, and this is just going to spiral out of control. Attempted flank completely denied, and now it's all on Isaac. 1 versus 5 as he gets a couple of headshots, but finally will run out of luck. GXX, the last kill of the round.
It's a great round, and it's a great start for BNE. We saw it with the previous map with GamerLegion. It would start well in those pistol rounds, and they were actually able to use it as a catalyst into further success and a bit of early momentum, something which they struggled to do on Mirage. So the fact that BNE have come in towards Vertigo and set a statement early doors is huge for them. It's massive for the mental, these guys, as well, right? We know that they're very charismatic, they're very emotive, and it is a blessing and a curse. They can get kind of wound up and drawn into these things at times, and when they get quiet, it's not always the greatest Counter-Strike from BNE, so it's good to see them now getting confident, getting loud early doors. A nice big buy for them heading in towards the second round. Over towards GamerLegion, they full bought in. All they have is a few pistols and 1 MP9.
Yeah, the cartels are back. Respect to Scenari, picking up the, I appreciate that personally. There we go, a little bit of a nade on through. And he's got the MP9, but the bomb is swiftly planted here, and no real worry at all. Once the bomb goes down in a round like this, I feel like you should be pretty much locked in for it. Pistols can't find anything, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. A4 is going to show up in a minute as well and get his, well, life ended too.
The Julie's come out to no avail, but it's suppressing fire. It keeps him distracted. Yeah. I like it. Scenario, of course, he is saving for the AWP, so just investing into the pistol here. They had enough arena rifles across the board to make it all the more better. So, a 2-0 start, and in doing so, as we like to say, more confidence over towards this BNE side, and the more rounds they get in tow, the louder and louder they get. It's going to be more or less guaranteed a 3-0 start before GamerLegion are able to respond with a full buy of their own. But you can sort of see over towards A-Core, and cash is starting to build. That means an AWP coming in towards round number 4, which is where the tides could turn for GamerLegion. We know this is a good map for them on paper, but it's different in the server, especially against a side like BNE, who are so hard to counter.
Yeah, they keep trying to sort of stack different parts of the map. I don't really mind. I mean, I think this is what you need to do. Even if they attack the B-bomb side here, very unlikely to do anything just because of the pistols. Yeah, they're going to get wiped out right away. But it's worth the attempt. A quick 3-0 in favor of BNE as we move into the 4th round. We're going to get to see what GamerLegion can do. They did, I think they proved themselves already on Ancient.
Yeah.
So you've got to feel like they have a good shot at it here. That AWP on A-Core, he had plenty of kills really on Ancient. That wasn't the problem, but it wasn't really the fun A-Core that at least I like to watch. It's pretty efficient, but I want to see him really put that AWP to use.
Yeah, I want to see A-Core get loosey-goosey. He's really good when he can kind of just flex his skills. We know that not only him individually, but GamerLegion in their repertoire, we know they have the ability to take down BNE on this map. It's just whether they can, find it from within themselves. This is the important round. This is the one where GamerLegion need to make a statement, make a start. Full buyout, open play, rifles alongside it as well. Utility somewhat limited, but the same can be said over towards BNE.
I like the fact that they're attacking the middle. It's something that some teams just sometimes neglect on the T side of this map. You forget about it and you just don't do anything. It's going to be a pretty good push coming in with a flashbang, but they run right into A-Core. Nearly got team blocked there. Don't want to be seeing that, but yeah, that kind of cancels it out. Cool stuff. They keep going anyway. Chaos is there to get another kill. GXX finally with the return, and it's a big one. Both of them gone. Sui, though, I don't think they're expecting for a third player to be. He might be able to push up and catch them.
Shuhei, he's pushing. He's tentative, but he's got the right idea. I like this. He's taking precedence, and in doing so, getting a lot of information off the back of it. He knows no one's there. He knows they're rotating. it's more a case in the question of which way. Going down here, they could wrap down towards ramp, but they're going over towards stairs. He's heard nothing, he's seen nothing. And in towards backside, Isaac posted, ready, waiting. There's no Molotov to force him off as well, so he can play this all the way down until he takes contact. 20 seconds, and there's the first kill.
Huge. GXX just continues. Third headshot of the round for him, and it's a quad kill. He's just taking them all down. Sui's in with the flank, and he should be able to get one of them right there. Synopses get blown up, and now GXX looking for the ace to try and clutch this round and bring it all the way home. But Sui's got all the help in the world, and there we go. He's not going to miss the opportunity. A nice 1 versus 2, a very long flank, and the first round on the board for GamerLegion.
Yeah, and a big screen from Shuhei, which I'm sure we'll hear in just a moment. It's a great call from him, individually taking charge, leading from the front of the IGL. And the 1 versus 1 stepping up, but it all came down to the flank. It was so well played. Have a listen, Luke here. You already hear it through the B&E mics. For Shuhei, great work. Really solid stuff. For GamerLegion, we said that was a must-convert round. Technically speaking, that only was a bonus round there for B&E. And the fact that it brought it down to a 1 versus 1 and a bomb plant in what is traditionally composed as being just a bonus, that in itself is impressive. So now a full buy in response. And of course, you look over towards other GamerLegion, because it was so expensive, look at the buy. FAMAS, MP9 for Isaac. Not a dream. One boot's coming through. It's risky. And we met with an aid.
I love it. Again, A-Core usually, at least what made me sort of fall in love with his AWPing, is that he does really well under a lot of pressure and in a lot of chaos. So yeah, why not run boost him into the battle? It's a nice idea, but he did fail the shot and did walk into the grenade. So maybe not the best start here. And they're going to take some A-ramp control. I am good boost up, catching Synopsy. Trying to switch to a grenade in the meantime. Rigon's going to maybe try and see the opportunity, but they know that there's an AWP somewhere on the site, so it's very dangerous to swing too wide. Instead, the Patient's going to be playing off. It's one of the rare moments you see B&E kind of be a little bit withholding on the aggression. I didn't get away with that.
It's been the story of this series, right? He's getting away with a lot. He's been really making a difference. That second kill as well, once again bringing the numbers back in favor. Out of GamerLegion. Time is starting to tick. 45 seconds. The bomb will go down.
Not bad. Good little headshot on the Chaos. He's ready and looking for it. You gotta remember, A-Core's low from the grenade earlier. Did the gun barrel show, or did he just guess? Either way, what a wall bang. Jon Flatcher's won the round alone. Never mind what Ian was up to. He's actually trying to go for the flank, but obviously that is going to be cancelled immediately. What a weird end to it. I actually thought that's a 4-on-3 after plant. I thought, all right, GamerLegion could probably set up for a pretty good retake, but absolutely denied.
As the cool kids would say, Juan Flacho, bit of a Chad. Bit of a Chad. Very well played from him. He's just so scary when he gets going. He's 8-1 currently. And this is the Juan Flacho that you really have to be so worried about. When he is finding form, when he is starting to hit shots like that, you do start to get a little bit nervy.
Yeah,
he started so well.
Sick. The start was amazing, though.
Yeah.
It's super unfortunate. I don't think he saw anything. I think he did just try and wallbang it, and he just turned out to be exactly right. That's going to be heartbreaking for A-Core.
I think at some point, B&E, they've got to invest into making vests. You know, a lot of them like to roll up the sleeves. Quite literally in the server, too, as well. They really take things by the scruff of their neck.
True. Just bring the gym gear out if you need to.
Exactly. Timeout early, pretty early timeout call by GamerLegion, but I kind of respect it. That was, as we kind of mentioned, essentially the full extent of their economy brought in towards that round. Because the previous round before, that was made so expensive, they're down in towards the FAMAS and the MP9, and then losing that one, and then losing that one so dominantly too, money going to be in a pretty poor state. I think they're going to have just shy of 3K across the board, which means pistols, upgraded pistols is basically all they can bring to the table. And another prime opportunity for B&E to build up a really solid lead here.
Yeah, part of the problem here is that the round that they did win, obviously, was the 1 versus 2, where Shui managed to pick it up, but GXX got the quad kill, so they just lost so many rifles in that round, and that kind of comes back to haunt them now. Attempted aggression behind the grenade is a really good idea. Kios already been taken out. Jon Fratro, he should be dead. He's down to 18 health, but they can't find the next bullet onto him, so he's managed to control that bit of aggression, and that's pretty much it.
Should be. No down to 2. Shuhei and I am. Two of arguably the most standout players over towards GamerLegion and what we've seen today. The leader has been really leading from the front, and him has been the star fragger. Tag. Looking for the kill, won't quite find it. We're going to see him off. Shuhei low on HP and a USP. This one is done. If you can get a consolation, it'd be nice. And with 3 players low on HP, it is most definitely possible, but it's not exactly all too probable. They're tapping away. They're waiting for the show, and he will do exactly that. We're going to see him off. That's a flawless round comfortably for B&E.
The 3 of them were so low on health. You just wish you could have found any one of them, but didn't quite turn out that way. And this is a brilliant start. 5-1 in the favor of the T side. And they're back to that role that we're talking about. So never mind the map statistics that we talked about getting into it, how the GamerLegion should be favored on this one. If you can't slow them down, then the statistics are not really going to apply in the same way. GXX charging on forward. Ready in case anyone was going to be there. Still is. They might be very risky if they move forward here. They had some control towards middle, I think, is being attempted at the same time.
Both sides a bit of a stalemate in towards mid. Synopsy going to try and take that first contact. Will split up one, and he makes a smart, educated decision just to fall away.
Yeah, but it actually... Oh, wow, yeah, Isak wanted to move forward. It destabilizes the B defense because they're worried about the middle all of a sudden, so somebody has to move out. Isak starts to move forward to get some information, and he walks right into the shot at the edge. It's a sick little spray coming through from Synopsy. A boost, so at least they know that there's somebody else there, and I am moving forward and catching Rigon. This has turned into just an all-out battle. Nobody knows anything anymore. Chaos is going to be taking down Scenery, and now it is a 2 versus 2, and did he see that? I think he might have realized Synopsy's there, yeah. What a jump to get the information. He's trying to back on out, but he's caught right at the last second. Oh my god. Now it's just down to Chaos. He is out in the open as well, and Synopsy will clear up the round. A nice triple and a very, very chaotic round.
From start to finish, that was just, it was cataclysmic all over the place. Swinging left, right, and center. They're getting hyped, they're getting happy too, and that's where you do have to start getting worried. When they start to smile, it's like hyenas laughing. You know it's a bad thing because you know they're getting confident. You know they are starting to feel it in the server. And you love to see. He's looking to the heavens, but we're looking towards him, and he's making a massive difference. Scenery stepping up when it matters most. First time I called, and in fact called by B&E.
That's interesting. Normally expect them to just kind of keep on doing this, but then again, they do know probably that this next round is going to be a buy round that's coming out from GamerLegion, so they might also be thinking, let's try, if we have any kind of tricks up our sleeve, then now's a really good time to do it, because it's really defeating if you finally can put together a real round, and it's not even, they don't even have that. Wow, I thought they have a little bit more than this. All right. Well, then it's just B&E trying to play it cool.
This is a massacre right now. I mean, realistically, this should be 7-1. For the most part, pretty uncontested. We're seeing a really solid performance come out from B&E into a point now where we do have to start getting innately pretty worried over towards GamerLegion. First fight, it's messy, it's scrappy, a little bit laboured from Rigon, but he will find the kill nonetheless. 8 goals of 4. Boosted above the flames too. One Fletcher looking for a head. Will he be given one? The question is, the answer is just damage.
They have armor and pistols. Ooh. Sit down. Wow. Well, they're going to attack the bomb side. It's all good. Some spectacular fireworks on the other side, but bomb is going to be picked up somewhere in the middle. Synopsy right there on track, and they can show up and try and do something. I wonder how much money they had to start the round with. I really thought they were just going to force up into a real round, but they go for armor and pistols instead. Got the AK out of it. Interesting. I mean, this is going to be a 7-1 lead. So GamerLegion have really started to fall behind, and this is T side of Vertigo. So I don't know.
It is concerning, isn't it?
It is.
It is a damning performance by B&E. You've really got to give them credit, especially on the back of the way in which they lost Ancient. I think they themselves know that they could have taken that towards overtime, and actually it shouldn't have got so out of hand where we were even calling upon overtime. For B&E, they've come out, they've had a little bit of a breather, they went outside, got some fresh air. My God, they're looking pretty fresh in the server right now. 7-1. A 6-round lead built up. The difference is, though, now we see a full buy come into play.
Yeah, this is just their playground at the moment. And until GamerLegion find a way to reliably slow down the momentum, it feels like there's going to be almost no way back here. This is
pause.
unending, yeah. Why not? Try and see if you can get everybody on the same page.
Some solemn faces there, though.
They do look very, very, I want to say defeated just yet, but they definitely look like they're in a serious mood.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Well, we'll have to wait and see. GamerLegion, I don't know. Right now, we haven't really seen all too much to brim us with hope, I think, over towards them. Right now, top fragers are Shuhei and Ima, only with 4 kills. It's not exactly like we've seen dream performances from individuals, at least over towards Mirage, where that was pretty one-sided. Ima was still farming. Ima was still doing his thing. Shuhei had a couple of moments here and there. But yeah, not being good. We take a look at the scoreboard, in fact, and yeah, it's not great for the most part. One Flatch, though, 11-1 with 132 ADR. This guy is just a monster. Looking for the run boost. They're not going to be giving it. But GamerLegion, full buy for them. It's a must convert. That's a great start for Shuhei.
Yeah, nicely done. Flash right through, but instant return. They know that he's up there, and GXX is going to find a shot right clean through the smoke to bring down IM. 3 versus 4 now. Chaos, he's been good on this on the CT sides in general. He's down to 12 health. So technically, sure, 3-on-3, but now they've given a huge space and an opening for you on Virtus.pro to be let loose in the middle of the map. And that is probably going to be disastrous. I don't really know what they're still moving up this A ramp. I feel like they could just go back and connect with him. This is the bomb down. Might be a tactical misjudgment here from the BNE side. GXX, he's locked in behind the curtain. They want to push him forward. That's a low health player coming first, but now they know where he is. He should be dead. They could almost wallbang him down, even if it's risky. You and Flatro slowly making it way on the other side. And they're going to realize now, yeah, they've already seen him. Good job.
And Flatro, 1 versus 2. That bomb going down over towards Ram. If they hadn't pushed forward, they would have been fine. Nade going to come through. Only a small amount of damage, but the flash should be good to try and allow him to find a fight, but Isak avoided it. And GamerLegion converting around, which did momentarily look lost just off the back of a flank coming through from Juan Flatro. But the decision to keep pushing down Ram, that's what cost them. If they had just fallen back, honestly, what they should have done really there is just pump the brakes. They know that Wan Flatro got such a good flank coming through. Yes. And he's not expected. They're grouping over towards Ram GamerLegion. They should have just waited for him individually to get information.
Good job, nice call.
They definitely also could have turned around and just gone to the B-bomb side with holding the middle. Yeah, maybe they don't know that everyone's rotated to the A-bomb side. It's possible that only we know that because of the minimap, so it might be hard to judge exactly what they're aware of in the round. Scenario's going to be going down. Isak, they need the kill. They need everything right now, Game Minute. They actually just need the next 6 rounds and make this an 8-7 half. Then they could have some momentum back and they can slow down BNE, but that's a long ways away at the moment. GXX is slowly edging his way forward, waiting maybe for Akor on the other side or a jump there. He's not going to get the flick quite. It's a nice attempt.
It's an opsy. Those merciless firing the spokes. You know, someone's lurking and looming. Still trying to force their way over towards A, and there's a lot of bodies here from GamerLegion. This is going to get messy in IM. Easy for him. Keos one more, and he makes it a double. It's a clean-up, and it's a clinic over towards Ram, but it's all down to one man. One Flatro and a 1 versus 5. Turn 1 versus 3. But it wouldn't make a difference. Great round from GamerLegion once again over towards Ram. They're starting to realize that, honestly, they're quite predictable, BNE.
Yeah, and they should have the confidence to take some of these fights anyway, GamerLegion, because they already did prove it on Ancient that they are able mechanically just to stand up to them. So you kind of like to see it. It is risky, and again, you just have to look back at Juan Flatro and what he's able to do. But another timeout being called, 2nd out of 4, and definitely a conversation about what has been going on and how to progress forward. Because likewise, BNE has got to be thinking, let's not let GamerLegion back into this game. But we've almost pushed them out of this first half, but only barely.
Yeah, right now, I think, you know, already BNE, they've done enough in terms of where I think they shouldn't get too worried. It's just more a case, like you were mentioning, for GamerLegion, the look-in right now is they have to, at the very least, go as even as possible in towards the halfway mark. If it's kind of an 8-7, that'll be amazing for GamerLegion. It's still pretty difficult to do. That's the aim. That's the goal for them. BNE, I don't think they should be all too worried. It's just a case of not allowing GamerLegion to get too confident heading in towards that second half. Right now, ooh, deep nade going to come through as well. Damage on towards a few.
Acore taking a bit of damage at the start of the round, but it feels like, yeah, this will be a little bit more slow. They're back to this boost, which they tried to do earlier, and actually this is where they found Isaac kind of over on the side of the railing. He's well aware that someone could be out there. Still very dangerous. There's you on Flatro up top. He does have that railgun of an AK in his hands. Surprised that he misses the shot. Again, this is exactly the kind of counter that he loves to play. But they're going to back on out. They spend a fair bit of time. And look at who's on a mission. Suri, he's in a... could be absolutely lethal to the T side.
Once again, I mean, this is the round. Well, this is exactly how Shuhei won that 1v1 to get GamerLegion their first round. It came off the back of a mid flank coming through. And information galore. Tenery's turned his head and Shuhei will pounce. Finding that first kill with a cracking on over toward the A site. As Acore steps up.
Good shot. And now they slow it down. They don't really need to be doing this. I'd probably advise against it. It does look sick when you get those headshots, but you have to remember who you're playing against.
True.
Even in a 2-on-5, I would say try and play those rounds really cool up until the end. They do clean it up completely, so I guess GamerLegion are justified. And they're starting to make their way back.
They are taking it to them. It's actually quite impressive, I think, for GamerLegion. With how poorly things started, you know, they only picked up 1 out of the first 8 rounds. Things were not looking good, but they're getting loud now. They're starting to take it to them. We know that while they can't see each other, they can most definitely hear each other. And that's where things get really spicy. Starts with these mental games off the back of confidence. And confidence is looking at an all-time high over towards GamerLegion to really turn this half around. The buy for B&E. It's a must convert. Failure to find success here in their economy, unless they get a bomb plot, will be shattered.
Yeah, that would be a really nice change of pace, I feel like, for GamerLegion, if they're able to finally only fight some Glocks or some Deagles, maybe, instead of this arsenal that's just been coming at them every single round. They are on the A ramp, showing a little presence. They're over on the B side as well, so it is a pretty broad attack that could be coming through here, depending on where they find the opening, if they find it at all. Oh, wow. Ooh. On the player you want to take down right now as well. You want Flatro out of the round with 13 kills to go. And jiggling on either side. Acore, wow, wide swing from Rigon. That's huge. Oh, nice, just lets go of a bullet, and the smoke behind him means he can't get shot in the back. It's still a 3-on-3.
He's nervous. Jumping in the smoke to his demise, no idea. But of course, who's going to expect that? Synopsy sitting in the smoke. He's looking for more as well, but he already dropped the hands of Kios. He's still got control over towards the site, but a 2 versus 2, and the bomb needs to go down.
Oh, trying to edge it out. Missed opportunity there. The bomb gets planted. GXX, he gets the scope back in time. And Kios, he's going to be furious. Isaac goes drop as well. Wow. It's GXX to follow up the kill. Oh my God, I can't believe it. He looked like he was going to get hunted down. And somehow, yeah, he's confused as well. I don't really blame him. That feels like that's a must-win fight.
Yeah. And it feels like he did everything right when it mattered most. How he didn't find the AWP or falling away, who knows? But GXX, lovely couple of shots on the way out there. It's a tilter. And it will, of course, mean B&E guarantee themselves a lead at the turn of the half. It's more a question of how much more can they get.
If they win the next one. GamerLegion are going to be broke if they win it. So that could be sending the map into a bit of a spiral.
Yeah.
All right. They're back with an opening, though. Not bad. GXX, he sees the opportunity. And back here, you don't want to be at the back of the bomb site like this so early on. They catch Acore as well. Oh, my God. A double from Synopsy, and he's just running with his knife out, completely trusting that no one else is going to be there. They're actually just such a sick team.
It's so confident, isn't it? It's just such balls to the wall Counter-Strike. But it works. You cannot bat an eyelid at it. Shuhei Kios, 2 versus 4. This require mastery.
They know that Kios is going to be over on that side, and I guess but Shui could have been, you know, he could have been at the, you know, flanking around for the middle. He could have been a little bit closer to the A-bomb side. Yeah, really good stuff. 3 kills right off the bat, and a 9-4 scoreline now. We're heading into the last couple of rounds after this, with GamerLegion not that well equipped at the moment, and they're already out hunting. I don't even blame them for it. Why not? If you could take away a rifle, it'd be huge.
Yeah, money is going to be pretty brutal. Towards GamerLegion, a force buy is going to be rough. I mean, Isaac does have a little bit of money in his back pockets. The rest of the team, not exactly looking all too comfy. They're going to have to try and play around these two rifles. It's more a question of, do they force? Let's just see what it's looking like. I think they might even just play around the 2K mark and essentially play 2 hero M4s and full buy-in towards the 15th and final. It seems like kind of the most logistical play to go for. But right now, logic kind of goes out the window. They need to make a difference here. This is bad news equals on 9. So close to guaranteeing double digits at the turn of the half. And on T side Vertigo, that might be all she wrote.
It already feels really overwhelming. The fact that they're up to 9, just no matter who's playing on the CT side right now, I'd be worried for them. And the fact that the money is gone as well does not make it any easier. Smoke up and a lot of aggression behind it. They're just taking so much map control instantly. They're not worried about running into anyone. And when you peek this corner on the CT side, you're not expecting this. You don't think that anyone's going to be there yet. You could almost tell from the way that Isak was moving into that fight. He's thinking about the actual stairs and not the top of them because it's just so ridiculous. And the Rigon's going to keep on pushing, and he might just catch more people. It's actually a great job from Kios that he's checking it. He could have easily walked right into that shot, not expecting it.
Hang on, Synopsy. There's a lot of information. There's so many sound cues you can hear here. Spawning one. It's best to find the kill towards Imma. So into the pistol as well. Not exactly the best kill he's looking for. He wants the rifle, and Kios got other ideas. Nice shot. He rips off Synopsy's head. But I think with the bomb halfway ticked, the numbers not favorable. GamerLegion might try and prioritize the rifle, but Kios gets the lead by a sumptuous flick from GXX.
Yeah, I think the only kit they had is on shoot, and he was already way on the other side. He'd already given up on it, so not even going to go for it. 10-4. Bad news, Eagles. In spite of what the stats might have said, they're looking absolutely cracked on this opening half.
Yeah, they're looking seriously good right now. Individuals, a couple of them really step up to the plate. 15 for, for GXX. He has been one of those guys making a difference in the server. Kios, at the very least, he's still making this competitive, despite that being not a throwaway round, but definitely not the most competitive. They had 2 rifles and a very minimal buy around it. This is on the matters moment. It's the final round of the half. It's a full back going out for GamerLegion. They have to find 5 here. If this goes 11-4, it's done.
It really feels like it. Bit of a Molotov, bit of an aggression. Kios has really stepped it up. I'm really impressed with his performance throughout this best of 3. Well, they flipped the cone. We need to replay of that. It's my favorite thing on this map. 4 versus 5 now. And let's just see what they could do. Rigon's inside of the smoke, ready and waiting when it fades. Acor's on one side, IM's on the other side. Slowly he comes out. There's the kill onto IM, and a lot of trouble now. Acor on that side, yep. Trying to back on out. There's just too much going on there. Sui with a good kill, though, on you on Flatro. 3 versus 4.
Rigon, mechanically, is just such a menace. He's looking for more as well. Will sneak his way forward. Acor trained on the angle, and he'll find the kill too. Nice shot, but GXX answers back on his own. He knows that Acor's close, but a missed shot could cost him his life. He saw Kios struggle with this, and like a deer in headlights, he just does not know where to look. 2 versus 1, and Senery to try and claw it back in their favor, but it won't be the case. At the turn of the half, it's 10-5 for B&E. We'll see you all after the break.
back, everyone. What an exciting game we have. It's Bad News Eagles versus GamerLegion for a spot in the Legends stage or the Challenger stage if you end up losing. GamerLegion, they've been put under an enormous amount of pressure, which is just what it is like to play against Bad News Eagles. They're a really fun team to watch, but not a fun team to play against.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's not the be-all and end-all of this one. If it's lost, I think you just obviously want to take it. You want to go towards Legends. It's such a big thing to be a Legend in the final CSGO major of all time before we make this change over towards CS2. And right now, GamerLegion, they're struggling.
It adds such a crazy amount of unpredictability because you don't know who you're going to be facing in the Legends stage, right? Like, you could have an easier run or it could be really tough. Here we go, GamerLegion right onto the B-bomb site, and the USPs are waiting for them on the other side, but the Glocks are actually way better. GXX out here fighting. More headshots are coming through. He's surely out of bullets. Finally, they take him down, but it's too late. I am trying to reload, and he just gets charged with the pistols. If only they had bayonets, they'd be able to stab him to death instead. It's a huge opening, and they're just laughing their way into the Legend spot once again. Oh man, Bad News Eagles, nothing can stop them.
It's elation over towards B&E. I'm sure we'll hear some of it in a second. GXX, though, isolating the fights here wonderfully. I mean, this is something special. And then the support called over. His only job, essentially, apart from finding kills, is buying time. And look at those reactions. You can't blame them at all. They've got a 6-round buffer. The odds are a unicorn as well, kind of panning out as you would expect. Very one-sided. GamerLegion, they are struggling.
Yeah, they truly are. And that's in spite of the fact that they picked the right bomb site. They got the opening kills. So from their point of view, it's hard to even really say anything other than, I mean, we did everything right and we still lost because we just ran into a triple USB headshot. Scenery here, though, farming a tiny bit with the MP9. Going to be flashed in. He wants all the kills that he could possibly get. He's finally going to get taken down, but all right. You know, he's had his fun. It's all good. Synopsy will end the round. It's 12-5 now in favor of B&E.
It's one-sided. It is just one-sided Counter-Strike. I mean, what more can you say? Right now, B&E, there's very little we can say on a negative note over towards them. I think the onus is definitely on GamerLegion. I wouldn't even mind an early attack pause before their next buy. I just think they need a conversation. This T side, especially their first T side in terms of AKs, has to be flawless. They have to come in towards it absolutely flying, or there is just no chance anymore. But no, they're going to go straight in towards it. It's a 7-round deficit that GamerLegion have to try and claw back. And that's not a great start. Scenery for the first.
I mean, this is a map that they should be feeling really, really comfortable on. So I'm sure they have a lot of default ways to run this T side that they've been drilling and that they probably feel like are going to work. But I think until they slow down the CT side, the momentum that they build up from the first half, it's going to be a very, very different game. If they can put together a string of rounds, you get up to like an 8-12 type scoreline, then maybe it's going to be a little bit more fair battleground. But all the B&E players are so hyped up at the moment, it's very hard to stop them. No one's been able to yet. All right, aggressive double push into middle at about a minute on the clock. They've kind of given up on the A-bomb side, playing it as a retake, which I think GamerLegion should suspect that there's going to be a flank here. They should see it coming because it's very rare that you're going to find this, especially in a 4 and 5. Nice little shot from Scenery. They're trying to see if they can push him down, and they will find him eventually. That flank is getting further and further away. Surely someone's going to be showing up eventually. A little bit of a distraction. Yeah, there's the peek from IM. It's a great read, but still possible here for Acor as he gets the kill. Very low on health is Synopsy on the other side.
1 versus 1. That low HP is going to make this so difficult. And it's actually quite a strong post-spawn. They just do not know where each other are, but the held is good. Acor, he's got time. Molotov going to come through, which will make his life awkward. He's going to swing in front of it, and the low HP was enough to guarantee Acor the round. GamerLegion stay alive, but by the finest of margins. And I got to say, for Synopsy, it's a great attempt. But unfortunately, I think if he had maybe kind of 50 more points of HP and could have taken a tag, it could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, very, very likely. Also, I think was lacking a defuse kit. Don't know if there was one on the ground somewhere, but regardless, that also made it very, very tricky. An interesting round. I think definitely there was a moment in time there where there was a tactical advantage on the B&E side that they just didn't manage to capitalize on for whatever reason. GamerLegion, though, man, they needed that round. And now they're in a different spot already. Money's kind of gone for the CTs. They could start to really pick up some pace here.
Holding. The Eagle Rigon and Snopsy needs to find some favor, and there's a shot looking for something. Will score the AK as well and make it a second. So Rigon single-handedly right now trying to make the difference, but unfortunately he will fall by the side of Acor.
Well done. They managed to take that AK away before it swung against the people coming in from the short side. It was getting a little bit worried. Okay, 12-7 going to be the scoreline here. Scenario hoping to get an extra weapon that he can play around with. They're going to stick around and try and make sure that does not happen, and they'll be successful. So, yeah, I definitely won't rule GamerLegion out of this map at all yet. They've proven already that they are, I think, mentally strong enough to stay in a map, even if they're being put under a lot of pressure.
Deficit of 5 rounds with kind of ecos and whatnot. That is essentially 2 full buys, maybe 3 if you squeeze one out. It's very doable for GamerLegion. Just need some good Counter-Strike that they've been playing right now. However, still a lot more to be done before we even remotely get convinced. B&E just have such a wealth of a lead built up. Nate gonna come through, and it's a healthy one on towards Isaac. So 48 points of damage on towards him. Not the team star he was looking for. Makes that FAMAS on the M4s all the more scary.
Yeah, ouch. Not how you want to start the round necessarily. And they're actually going to just evacuate that entire B side. They say, no more. We're not interested. Going to go in the middle and towards the A ramp. Solo mission from Kios here to try and get something done. There's a lot of people waiting for him. A ramp, though, seems to be like a really good place to attack at the moment, the way that this setup has been.
Slow methodical from GamerLegion. As they push their way forward, there's very little information they've got to work with right now, and just above the smoke, as it dissipates, this is where things get dicey, but Synopsy's open, he's exposed, and Shuhei will find him.
Yeah, I mean, you can look over the smoke like that, but I guess he just missed the timing by a fraction of a second. 45 of them left, by the way. GXX decided to reposition himself. They do have a good read. They know what's coming to the bomb site. And they're going to win a fight to bring it a little bit back. Isak's low on health. I think he landed the second grenade on him there. The spray is immaculate. Leon Flatro coming up with a double and leaves Acor on his own with only 25 seconds. There should be absolutely no way for him to get back into the round. Going to pick up the bomb and just make a run for it. Okay, I mean, you get to B, but they're going to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. They're flooding over. It's a foot race over towards B, one in which GamerLegion and, of course, Acor specifically is not going to win. They've made it. They're parked up. And Rigon knows all too well about the time is ticking. And the AWP will see him off. GXX trained on the angle. Finds that kill and continues what has been a really good map for him. Up to 20 kills now as well for GXX. For Synopsy, just a pixel showing. But all goes on to Disco here. One flat show. Finding 2 is the full HP play of Kios is the important one. He drops the bomb as well. And that's where the round falls by the wayside. Really good work. One flat show's getting confident. He's loving life in the server. And you can see why 3rd out of 4 timeouts used for GamerLegion. You can understand why, as bad news, Eagles are 3 rounds away from booking their tickets to a legend spot.
Crazy story. I mean, it's already been, their relationship with the majors has already been so wild. The idea that you could be almost off the map for most of the year, but then show up and just keep qualifying. But going all the way to the legend stage right away. You can't really say that they don't deserve it, the way that they're playing. 13-7, they're 3 rounds away. Pistols being picked up on GamerLegion. And again, they don't seem to be really slowing down at all. GXX has got the right position here. Got to be a little bit careful if he sticks around too much. He's got the rifle with him. All right, it's a pretty ugly defense right now, but eventually it looks like it'll turn out in their favor. Slow to start, but a good ending.
Took a second crack there from Seneri to make it work. Flash will come through. Oh, catch Immer as well. It's a flawless round for B&E, but didn't feel flawless.
He's flashing his teammate to get the kill. What's happening?
I love it. I love it. Guarantee it for yourself. It's a selfish world out there. Up to 14. They've doubled the rounds once again. Over towards B&E, and right now I think this one just starts to feel done. It really looks, you know, you look across the kind of the forlorn faces over towards GamerLegion, they look dejected, they look checked out, and it would require a masterclass, and it's essentially a Hail Mary into round of 22. If this one falls flat, that's game.
Oh, that's actually Galil on the other side of a series of dinks that sounded brutal. And take down Yon Flatro again. Such an important player to get rid of in any of these rounds right now. Good damage onto Rigon. He's here with 10 health left, and GXX going to try and see if he can avenge that. They're going to swap out the weapons for good reason. And it's 4-on-5.
Abiding by Bogdan's law. It's going to be tough, though. Really difficult. A lot of space exactly now for GamerLegion to work with, and they don't have to use it. This is the thing where for B&E, they can't afford to let these fights in. Smoke will come through. And it just gives them a bit of room with GXX playing close. Not spotted. Imma, 4x3, cost him his life. And Shuhei's too. One more. The AWP has spotted, and GXX will get out of dodge. He's pretty proficient with the AWP, but he's pretty damn good with the AK too.
The idea of pushing up after the double kill, that's the kind of thing that you just don't see too much. It's very risky, but obviously no one was expecting down that 2 round. If he would have seen someone through the smoke there, he probably just gets the kill right away. It's a 3-on-4. They don't have an HE or a Molotov to get rid of Rigon at the moment, so that's super unfortunate. Otherwise, if they get a free kill, they can bring it to 3-on-3 right away and try and get onto the bomb side, but that's not going to happen. Instead, GXX has spotted them out already, and we're down to 27 seconds. They're going to put up a smoke to try and see if they can do something. Maybe get the bomb plant behind it. It is right out there, but Rigon, even with the AWP, gonna hit that shot. Isak going deep in it to try and clear out a path for the bomb plant. Acor is once again on his own in a 1 versus 3. This time he's not gonna run. He goes straight for it and gets run down. That's 15 on the side of Bad News Eagles.
You just love the celebrations as well, but so deserved. So good to see for B&E. That legend spot is just 1 round away. Chaos, it started so well for them, but all coming up for GXX here. I think Imma, 4x3, costing him his life, and in doing so, GamerLegion just lost control of that round.
Watching Bad News Eagles is like when you're playing matchmaking with your mates and you'll finally get that game where everyone's hitting the shots.
Yeah.
It's just sick. You're just on a roll, and that's what they're just hyping each other up. Everyone's giving each other props. It's actually sick.
It's such a cool team to watch just because, you know, they're so invested in terms of emotionally, and you can see it on their faces, you can see it in their celebrations, and it does kind of make you fall in love with their Counter-Strike. It's so kind of... It's so impressive because of how aggressive it is and how pug it is, because this is the type of thing that you know, if your mate Smurf and he's a global and he's playing in silver, you'd be like, ah, sick, that's pretty cool that he can do that. But these are tier 1. They're doing this. They're doing this in towards a legend spot of the major.
Yeah. It
just makes it so impressive when you take context into account. 15-7. And while on paper this map was good for GamerLegion, in the server, it's been one-way traffic in favor of B&E on the road as Rigon makes it 1. Can't quite convert the second, but damage is good.
A lot of damage on the Sue. Got to be very careful here, trying to pick up some of the guns out there, and maybe some of the nades too. Oh, a boost up. He did see it, and he takes him right down. That's a perfect time to be boosting that way. It's tricky when you do it because the T's are very often watching that exact angle, but it works out this time. You on Flat Trucker to get killed, and he will be edged out by the Galil on the other side. It's still a 2-1-3, and bomb somewhere back in the middle. If Scenery wins this one, Gios goes down. It's just on Acor. 1 versus 2, or 1 versus 3, and Synopsy doesn't even need anything, just takes him down. The timing is perfect, and Bad News Eagles have made the legend stage of the Paris Major.
Get the beers going, boys. Bad News Eagles are going to the legends spot, and honestly, absolutely deserved. I mean, you look towards GamerLegion, and of course, it's a moment to be, you know, maybe slightly upset, but they still have booked their tickets towards the major. It's not the be-all and end-all.
No.
It's not over. However, for B&E, credit to them. What a performance. I mean, map number 1 was dominant. Map number 3, one-sided. That blip on towards that Ancient, maybe that's room to work with heading in towards the major. Maybe for other teams heading in towards the major, they know, okay, maybe Ancient's a map in which we can challenge them on. But for B&E, there's a lot to like. This is a seriously good side. I'm hoping for GamerLegion they don't get too hung up by this result. They still have made it towards a major. It's still not over. However, the way in which they fell out was pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily it's going to impact their confidence right now, but if they meet later on, I think that's where the fun really begins. If they meet, they could likely play the same maps again.
Sure.
That could be a really fun rematch once we actually get to the major. If GamerLegion can make their way through the challenger stage. For B&E, yeah, this is a mythical run that they're on right now. Super sick. They have their own style of Counter-Strike that is, I think, easy from the outside to criticize, but they're kind of proving it day after day that this actually works. They can take down some of the best teams in the world. They did it yesterday against FaZe, who are now struggling against MOUZ as we speak. what a sick run that they have been on. And I mean, they've kind of been the community favorites for a while, and you can understand why.
Yeah, exactly. They're just so hard, you know, to hate. They're so easy to love. It's such a lovely side. They're lovely guys as well. With the Counter-Strike, you really can see how emotionally invested they get. What a performance. And of course, for someone like us with Devil Walker, we know quite well, it's really awesome to see him do well as well. I mean, you know, this is a guy who has a fabled story of his own regarding his playing career, and of course doing it now as a coach. But that will confirm things here in Group A of who's going towards the Legends spot. We've been into the breach as the final two. And of course, we look towards now GamerLegion in towards that challenger spot, which is nothing to turn your nose about at all.
No, not at all. I mean, again, GamerLegion, not a team that you usually get to talk a lot about. Here we go.
That's what you love to see. That really is what you love to see. Celebrations all around, smiles all around.
The final Counter-Strike, or the final CSGO major, we should probably say. And these guys, yeah, booking a spot in history as well as the Legend stage. It's really cool.
It really is. It really is awesome. Well, we've got an interview with Devil Walk. We get the chance to speak to him. We spoke to him prior to the game. Let's see how he's feeling now.
A major, this time Legend stage, direct this time round. Devil Walk, how do you feel about that? It's got to feel great, right?
No, it feels good. Another, you know, adrenaline pump into the veins like yesterday. So no, we're really, really proud that we could bounce back. We had very little sleep. We're very tired. I'm sure GamerLegion had the same kind of conditions, but you know, we pulled through, and I think we got a little bit relaxed on the Ancient. We really wanted to close it out 2-0, but you know, shit happens. We go next, and we had really good mentality going into the third map, and yeah, the boys are legends, with or without this win.
I mean, you're talking about that third map. GXX went 25-9. I mean, what are you feeding that guy? It seems like he's having some really, really good games across this best of 3 and even some of the BO1s as well. Seems like he can't really put a foot wrong. It seems amazing.
No, I think since I arrived, he was struggling a little bit with his confidence, and we worked a lot on that and giving him space and, you know, giving him ideas and moves from other people to make sure that he can get those frags when we need them the most, and he's been doing an amazing job, as you see.
So we know Legends didn't go the way you would have liked to last time. Of course, this is pre yourself being involved with the team, but now that you're here, are you confident the guys are going to be able to push through that Legend stage, make it one step closer?
Yeah, I mean, we don't go into this tournament satisfied with anything. You know, we want to win the last one, and that's what I'm here for, to at least try our best to do it. You know, there's a lot of good teams that's going to be there, so it's going to be tough, but yeah, we're getting ready to do it.
You were there for the first, you're now here for the last in CSGO. Is that going to be an amazing, I mean, it is an amazing legacy, especially if you guys win. You got it?
I hope I will be pantless.
Sounds good. Thanks, Devil Walk. Go back to the guys. Congratulations once again.
He hopes he will be pantless. It's a weird one, but for context, of course, that was his celebration when he won a major as a player, and of course now he's hoping to do exactly the same as a coach. Is Ryan saying will it be the only player and coach to do it? I know there's been people who have been players and coaches who have made it.
Certainly no one could match that story. And, you know, I mean, for people who weren't around at the time, that Fnatic lineup was not favored to win that major at all. It was all about NIP at the point in time in Counter-Strike. The fact that Devil Walk and his crew came into it and actually did it is in itself was a super upset, super shocking at the time that it happened.
Exactly.
And if he could do it again as a coach with a team that probably, I don't think many people have BNE winning the major right now. I don't. But if that happens, I mean, it's just going to be so cool.
Yeah, it would be insane. I mean, what a story that would be. I mean, this team continue to impress. I mean, if they can bring this sort of form in, it'll be absolutely bonkers. We just saw the results, of course, of the first two best of threes of the day. We say goodbye to Falcons. We don't say goodbye to GamerLegion, they will be at the major. Over in the other stream, though, it is kicking off with FaZe and MOUZ. It's looking like MOUZ, one more round. FaZe could no longer be going to the major.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're still playing the first map, though, aren't they?
Yeah. There's still a long way to go.
There's still a way, but this is still horrifying for FaZe. There's no question about it. Man, what a day this could be if, I mean, for MOUZ to get knocked out would be super sad for them, too, but still, FaZe, I think a lot of people are expecting to make it. Go check that out. We have more Counter-Strike coming on this stream as well, so don't go anywhere. We will be back, though, with a break.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy, Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls. We've got another best of 3 coming up. And you might be thinking, hold up, I'm not Anders, that's not Nayakai. No, it's Cody and Jackie going to be joining you for the first time together, mate. I can't believe it's been this long.
I know, so many years in the UK scene, you know, near misses. And now look at them, into the breach at the major. We're at the RMR having a cast. It's all coming home.
It is all coming home indeed. We've got the final best of 3 over on the A stream now today. Of course, you can see on your screen at the current moment in time, MOUZ. In the other game, the final one on B, they are currently 1 map up against FaZe themselves. This is a really interesting one. FaZe could be looking to go towards that elimination kind of bracket next week. They've got another week in Denmark if they lose that one.
It's insane, Bud. Like, the reality where we don't see FaZe at the major could be so weird. And we can see it reflected here as well, as we've slowly been working our way through the bracket now, all the way at those 2-2s. The final games that we've got, Apeks versus Bait and FaZe versus MOUZ. Cody, this has been such a competitive RMR, man.
Mate, it's been so good. We've been kind of drawing out this storyline of the fact that some of these teams who probably on paper shouldn't be where they are, like the Baits getting this far into the event, I mean, into the breach, making it through to legend stage, for crying out loud. They've been amazing, but we're not talking about them now. We're talking about these 2 brilliant teams. Apeks going to be on your screen at your current moment. And this is a team who've had a little bit of a struggle to begin with, but then have kind of built it back up from the lower end of the bracket. And now they're here looking to try and gain their spot in challengers. Once again, avoiding that weird single elimination bracket next week.
Yeah, the last chance that's always going to be so hard because, of course, there's so many other teams that are also waiting in the wings. The competition from Group B is only stiffer as well. It's crazy, man. But this Apeks side, they're no strangers to grinding. They play so many games.
They do indeed. And we actually had a moment to be able to chat with Stico earlier on. Let's check that out now. You are now another BO3 down, and you got one more coming up. That must have felt good yesterday, going up against Sprout and beating them the way you did.
Yeah, I feel like it was pretty convincing win yesterday, and we're trying to transfer that into today's game as well. Like, B8 is pretty good draw for us, considering all the teams that are in 2-2 pool. But there's no one to be underestimated, obviously. If we make it that far, and they did it for the reason as well, it's going to be a good match.
Does it concern you at all that this is one of the teams that went 2-0 to begin with and has had that experience of playing just one more BO3 against that top competition, or is that not something that you and the team are concerned about?
I don't think we're concerned about the score that was supposed to be or not. Maybe we could have been 2-0 as well, you know. We were really close to it against FaZe. All I know is that they struggled last RMR as well. I think they were 2-1 up, and in the end they didn't qualify, 2-3 scoreline. So might add extra pressure on them today. So I'm hoping that we can use that pressure in our advantage.
Of course, there's the benefit of if this doesn't go your way, you do have that last chance qualifier, but I suppose that's like the last thought in your mind at this point, right? You're going to want to get it over and done with here and now.
Absolutely. I mean, the last chance qualifier is going to be even bigger bloodbath than the actual group stage, because 6 teams that are really good fighting for just one spot is going to be a tremendous task for anyone. So we are trying to avoid it all, at all costs, really. But it's also good to have this lifeline in the back of the mind, but we're focused right now on 3-2 and closing it down here and fly home tomorrow, hopefully.
One final question. Did you see the tweet from Wrinkle earlier on? What's your thoughts seeing something like that? It seemed like a really wholesome moment.
It's crazy. I saw the tweet. I honestly don't remember the moment. I don't even remember the year, but it's kind of crazy that you meet these people and you kind of maybe transform their life or they transform yours. In this case, like we met after many years on the server playing against each other. Like, it's crazy what Counter-Strike does to people's lives, and yeah, I'm hoping just for the good match, good vibes, and I'm glad that a fan of mine one time is capable of like doing these big things and being one map away or one best of 3 away from the major. I mean, we're gonna win, but he gets the chance in the last chance qualifier.
Do you remember when that was taken? Like, is it crazy to you that you've gone from being a fan of one of these players to now potentially pushing them out of the major? Like, what's your emotions coming into this one kind of from that perspective?
Yeah, when I saw that we are playing versus Apeks, I like asked my mom to like give me some photos from StarLadder, like 2017, I guess. I was going to it with my brother, so yeah, and I just found this photo with Sika, and I like decided to put it in Twitter and like to show everyone that I was a fan of him some time, and now I'm playing for the major spot versus him. So yeah, I think it's like good photo, good memories. Yeah.
It's not going to affect anything on the server, though. I'm sure you're still hungry for that spot directly to Paris. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Wow, you saw Wrinkle there wearing the amazing Spider-Man shirt. Yep. This guy really does have Spidey sense on the server. Like, he gets tingling, he gets killing. It's mad, man. Like, he is a superhero. And this whole squad kind of has had like a superhero run at the RMRs, right? Owner's been so good in terms of the calls. The games they've had have been close, they've been competitive, and they've been hard, Cody.
It's actually a crime that these guys haven't managed to get to the major prior to this point. Yeah. I mean, the game against Fnatic was insane, and then the Into the Breach game as well. They've been so close, and I mean, it doesn't look like Unicorn are going to want them to get there as of yet either. They're favoring Apeks right now with a 1.5 to a 2.3. It's an interesting one. Do you remember what you predicted for this one? Do you say bait or Apeks?
I said bait on this.
You did? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I went bait as well. The bait, is that what we're going with?
Yeah, we'll take this game into our own hands, Cody, because it's going to be intense, bud. But obviously, Apeks are not going to be an easy opponent to take down. That's why this still is quite a close and competitive affair. Bait have been proved improving, they've got upset potential, they've got the moves, they've got the young talent, but Apeks, they will grind out games online day in, day out. When they get to the LAN hall, when they get to these sort of environments, this is when they step up. So this should be a slobber knocker of a best of 3.
It is gonna be Vertigo, our first map. Apeks on the CT side, Bait on the T side. It's going to be 4-star pistols from both sides. Not huge investment, but still a lot of util surrounding them to be able to help out. JL stacked up with Stiko on this close angle. Here comes Rescue over towards this B bomb site. Looks like they're prepped for this though. Julie's in hand for Stiko. Let's see what he can find.
Stiko, 2 guns better than 1, but it'll be Wrinkle to fold them up like a sweet wrapper. 3 quick kills though for Apeks, and they've got the round in the palm of their hands. Stiko on the drop down, he's just forcing the issue. Amster will finish him, but there's the trade from Kixon.
Yeah, the young IGL now left all alone in the form of Owner. Finds that initial frag inside of mid, but now got 3 guns to go up against. The Julies, the USPS, no util to speak of. It's not looking too great. This has been one of the least convincing pistol rounds we've seen from Bait. They've been pretty good on them. We've seen some nice swings from Captain Kirker before. Amster's been good for kills. Alex a little bit quiet in this one as well. Got taken down before he even got a chance to fire a round. And Owner's now been spotted out. We've only 45 seconds on the clock. The bomb in no man's land. We're probably going to be seeing a double swing here from Apeks. But this is actually playing into Owner's favor because of the high rate of fire of that Glock. Doesn't matter though. Once again, 3 guns better than 1.
Yeah, and no, like, to go back to your point as well, you're right, Bud. Like, some of the pistol rounds I've seen from this Bait squad seem to be really based on the anti-strat and the prep work that they've been doing for these matchups, and it's worked well for them. They've taken a couple of key pistols throughout some of the best of 3s, and you just got to maintain that pace. Here for Apeks, though, it was a flurry of frags, and the whole thing just got out of hand too quickly.
To your point around the anti-strat, I wonder if that's why this round didn't go as well as we have seen for Bait, because of how kind of short notice they had to be able to play this one, right?
True.
Because it was the last game of the day for Bait, so they've only had the evening to kind of relax and then bring themselves straight into this one. So maybe not as prepared as some of the other games coming into this event. Of course, they're going to have known Apeks, probably played in the past as well, but this round is going to be Owner's going to be able to open us up. Taking down Kickdown, long range. It's going to be MP9 from Stiko and JL doing a lot of the work here as they try and get up close and personal. A couple of trays back and forth. Now just left with Alex, and don't jump off the map, my friend. Needs to be careful. Concealed shots, but he's only going to be good for a little bit of tagging instead of actually finding the head. Oh, it's messy, but he does find one more. Losing 3 players there is not great for Apex's economy.
No, quite a bit of cash going into the bin straight away. This definitely could come back to haunt them a little bit later, but they'll be quite content with how it's been going so far. God, that was a look into the mind of Apeks there. They just see the whole world. It's like a, you know how like fish have the eyes on the side of their head, so they get the full 360. That's what that was. You just
That's
see
why they hold angles so well. They they can see it so wide. The FOV is insane.
100 degrees of fog.
It's an interesting buy up here from Bait. We've seen some miracle rounds from them off the back of these deals historically, but it does look like Wrinkle's going to be able to find one, and it's going to be his hero that he rips the head clean off his shoulders of in Stiko, but it's not really looking like they're going to be able to do too much here. Amster finds another one. I doubt he's good for a third, or gets a little bit laboured, but now just Wrinkle, 1v3, taken down. It was 4-star pistols, Jackie. It wasn't really happening, was it?
No, that was Wrinkle, though. Just listening to the interview with Stiko, he said he doesn't remember when he met me.
Jammy
get.
him.
Yeah. Gets a bit of revenge. But damn, all right. Already then, we can see Apeks showing up to play tonight with the first 3 rounds. Easy pickings. Nork already donning the AWP as well.
It's early.
You do love to see it though, bud.
You do. No, Nork has been so good on this big green. I mean, he just had a couple of rough games to begin with and was a little bit silent, but seems like he's found his footing now, and well, he's going to be looking to find some opening picks here. This is an interesting angle from him, though, over towards side hall. Instead of playing that more aggressive angle towards the back of a ramp and just trying to get that long sight line, of course, a lot of smokes down to be able to halt any form of approach from there, but he's still going to be posted up, almost solo defending this A bomb site. Minimal backup from Jacob as he's just ready and waiting for someone to swing into him as kind of the round slows down. Bait looking to run that clock down and see if they can force out some issues from Apeks.
And that's where Owner really has been able to pay dividends for them in terms of a lot of calls. Here, he's the one actually taking some space as well towards front ramp, just playing under the lip of the smoke. Jacob wanted to get the info from the team, backs off to a better position. Can he catch him slipping? First two, good damage done onto the third as well, and this push has been halted.
Yeah, really nice there. Big rotation coming on through, but also on the backlines. We saw this a lot yesterday with Bait lurking players round. That is uncharacteristic there from Stico not to be able to easily get that kill. Alex is then traded by JL, but it opens up some ground towards this A bomb site. Captain Kirker simply don't miss. The issue is only 30 seconds on the clock. The bomb's in no man's land. It's a 3 versus 2. Captain Kirker and Wrinkle. I mean, these are the two guys you want in a man deficit situation, and they haven't been mollied off. Kirker's going to go for this swing, but there's 20 seconds remaining. He finds the opener, traded straight back though by Nork as he drops the AWP and says, give me that rate of fire instead.
Massive tempo plays and good reactions across the board from Apeks and the way they played it positionally, and were hitting their shots. A little bit sticky towards middle. We can forget about that one because the opener was clean. But God, there's always so many of these rounds, bro, where I'm watching Captain Kirker in like a 1v2, 1v3, and you're thinking somehow he's probably going to just kind of like do it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, we saw on the, I believe it's the Fnatic game, where he would just swing side hall with like an M4 and just spam down like 3 people. And it's like, well, that shouldn't be happening. It's happened like 3 rounds in a row at this point. Sure, of course, they lost that map, but he finds his impact frags and just finds round out of absolutely nothing. And I'm really interested to see more of it. However, Bait still yet to get truly started. The econ is not great, so they have forced into this one. Nork hits that first shot onto Amster. Smoke goes down there for JL just to be able to stifle some of the aggression. But Nork, he's going to let them walk directly into his crosshair, so he's going to be able to find that second kill onto his opposing AWPer, who's yet to have his hands on the big green. Oh, his kicks ain't going to be able to see through the smoke. He's not. It's nicely placed. Nork now on a 3K. Going to be on the hunt for the 4th and potentially even the 5th as well, unless JL swings on out and takes matters into his own hands.
Now again, just Captain Kirker. We said he's good for these sort of rounds, but a 1v5 is not going to be achievable. Yeah, a little bit over the edge. Stico just swings in. Takes the top clean off, and Apeks, they are bopping to the top on this one. It is like a High School Musical for them. They're looking damn happy on the dance floor.
Is that your favourite High School Musical song? Bop to the Top's pretty good, right?
God, what was the one about stick to the roads, you know? Do you know the one I mean?
God, was that High School Musical 3?
I think so, yeah. I kind of like that one.
You know what? High School Musical 2 was probably my favourite one, like the golf course scene and that sort of stuff.
You know, in the first High School Musical, they actually dubbed over...
It wasn't Zac Efron, was it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't his voice. They hired a singer, and then because of that, he was like, no, I want to do the singing. So he tried to learn how to sing by the next movie.
How did that go?
Pretty well.
Oh,
yeah, pretty well. About as well as this round's going. Oh, actually, Wrinkle.
Nice trade.
Yeah, he does not like High School Musical.
No, he doesn't. You can bet on it. 4v4 now. The traders come through. 100 HP across the board for the CTs. And this stack here from JL and Kixan. I mean, they could double swing this from the T side and find the kills. And, well, actually, they take them as individual fights. Wrinkle and Amster are going to be able to find those openers. Nork yet to reveal his position over towards side hill. But Stico on the back lines looking to backstab Bait. This didn't work out too well for him into the breach. Saw Cypher do the same sort of thing, and they just simply weren't expecting it. This time, though, they've got a little bit more ground, and they're not going to get caught on top of ramp. UT are going to be committed, and there's a lot of it still remaining for that T side. This is looking like the first round for Bait here, unless we see something amazing from this skilled, experienced player in the form of Stico. Takes down one in Alex. UT committed. Molly available. Needs to go for the kill on Wrinkle, and it comes down to the fan and the pro, and it's going to be the new kid on the block finding that frag.
Yeah, that's massive, dude. Good confidence builder as well. Get yourself back in the game here. 5-1 split. You've got to build up a bit of buffer onto your T side. Again, these are so costly. All of these rounds going down to the wire. Even on the few that Apeks were able to build up back to back, they still looked shaky. But Bait off the win, and they keep it consistent to actually link a few together. JL stepping down the stairs to the back of Stico, ready to maul your way through 2 of them. Finn the herd to just 3. So Bait in a bad spot on the 7th, which is a few seconds taken off the clock.
Yeah, rounds barely even started and they're 2 men down. I mean, Apeks, they didn't take kindly to losing that last round and looking to ensure that they don't lose another one. They're looking to post themselves up to 6-1 And it feels like we've only been in this game 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, I know, it's been quick.
Super pace from the CT side. And potentially even a save here with a minute on the clock. I thought we sent Virtus.pro home.
Wrinkle and Amster, really, there's not much that can actually be done.
There's literally nothing to find here, right? Yeah. It's like, hold on to these, pray that something else happens in the next round. It's actually kind of annoying because Amster's on $0 either way, but the rest of his team are going to be bolstered up a little bit, so it's going to put this kind of uncertain spin on the economy for the next couple of rounds for Bait, so they might just have to full force into the next round either way, just be able to level it out. It's probably what they're going to do, just around this AK and the Galil. I suppose the saving grace is that Amster and Wrinkle both have full armor, and Amster has quite a bit of util to play with, so don't need to expunge any money on that.
No, you could even see with Wrinkle, he was poisoning himself at middle to see if he could try and steal away a smoke. But it wasn't really worth the risk on the cross, so that is going to be another round for Apeks. 6 on a board already on their CT side. They're looking good so far here in the first map in the series. Keep in mind, of course, it is a best of 3, and a best of 3 that affects so damn much in the final CSGO major history.
Yeah, there's a lot. There really is on the line here. Bait, we've said that they probably do deserve a spot. If I'm honest, in these last couple of rounds, they've been looking more like your stereotypical tier 2 squads, and they just haven't been able to find these rounds. And it does sound like a timeout has been called. Not sure if that's by Apeks or Bait. I mean, it's a pretty safe assumption it's from Bait, considering this sort of start. I mean, we've come to expect a lot more from them here, especially considering that this is their map pick as well. You can't be losing this many rounds early doors.
It can always be hard to come back from.
Mentally as well.
Yeah, because it can get to you, especially with where they were in the series versus Into the Breach, thinking,
and Fnatic,
we're about to make it to Legends, right? Like one of those series where you're so close. That Mirage comeback game,
that was insane.
It to the third, like the level of emotions you have to contend with to then reset going into today and keep yourself not only in the game and invested, but playing to win rather than when the fear kicks in, you start playing not to lose.
Exactly.
It's a whole different mindset. And then playing to win is where they were just flying high, right? That's where you saw Wrinkle with the highlights, Captain Kirker picking up all these massive impact frags. Even Alex 666, he was a demon. And I prefer this, right? Work around what you've got. It's more like it. The rifles play a bit quicker.
Ooh, big nade though, doing a lot of damage to Captain Kirker, and does put that Mac 10 into a dangerous position if he even thinks about swinging the spams through the wall as well, drop him even further towards death. A lot of util available still. Nays, everything. Kicksan is going to be able to find the stereotypical open fragger, and it's not going to work this time round. Owner with the trade, with the only AK on his side. Oh, Owner's got one as well. Didn't spot that one. Steeko's done this wrap once again, but he's yet to be spotted. Soon to be swinging on through. Does spam through the wall to take down Amster. Looks for Wrinkle also, and he's good for that. Alex on the back lines, dealing some damage. Nork picking up the pieces. Now in this 1 versus 2 with only 40 HP remaining. Considering Nork has a Galil, it actually puts him in a pretty decent spot because now it's one-tappable. They're basically using the same gun at this point, Jackie. I mean, this is going to be a 7th round for Apeks unless we see something miraculous from Alex.
You think?
I mean, it's possible.
All right. Well, let's watch this. Alex, walking his way up, 30 seconds, spams the initial warning shot out, switches to the orb, wants to go for the plant as well. They're coming in, they're trying to freak him out. They want to get in his brain, but the bomb's been planted, scoped up as well. They're both walking in as a unit, ball and chain. Jump to drag the crosshair, but no one's there to trade. Steeko with the dive around the corner. Alex misses the shot, and it crumbles away from him. So close to making the play that could have reinvigorated the squad. Instead, it's deflated faces, and Apeks moving on.
Yeah, he was so dejected. You could see it. Missing that one shot. How crucial is it on that weapon? I mean, it just doesn't give you the flexibility of the M4 that he dropped it for, right? I mean, sure, he probably might not get that first kill due to that. Steeko played this absolutely perfectly. I mean, that's the experience showing through, just being able to strafe perfectly back and forth and knowing that he's going to be able to bait out the shot, knowing what he can get away with. That's the years of experience underneath his belt showing once again.
The mechanics making all the difference. Because at first, right, when they kind of double peek, you're expecting the initial player to drag the crosshair, Steeko to trade it. Yeah. When he gets the first frag with the orb, that's like, all right, I'm actually in this round, and Captain Kirker's in town. Star trekking across the universe to get the early entry towards A.
It's Something always going forwards because we cannot find reverse. Is that the
Yeah,
next
something
line
like
of
that, right?
Oh, very nice from Jacob. He's found the reverse pedal as he begins backtracking onto the site. JL as well. It's just seeming a little bit too easy for Apeks right now. Not really being challenged in these rounds. And they have consistently gone A. And maybe that is a strat that they've read, that Apex's A isn't as strong as their B side, but it's simply not what we're seeing right now. We're seeing this aggressive, like, really confident play style coming out from Apeks. I mean, Jacob, just ate that grenade. I think if it hit him in the face, it would have killed him, but the nade explosion will do it instead. 3 versus 2. I mean, after what Alex pulled off last round, it was pretty damn close. I'm not counting Bait out of this one as of yet, but they need to make a decision because time is dwindling. 35 seconds now on the clock. And they're going to be swinging here. Stiko up close. Alex blind finds the kill. The flash from Nork actually works against his teammate. Alex with the plant. Swing here from JL. He's low, but he has no backup. He's left him out to dry. Amster now going for the long angle. And I mean, he's got to swing 2 of them. Spots out 1. Continues the spray. And Amster's good for it. The second round there. Now on the board for Bait. The momentum starting to switch, considering the situation they were in a 4v2 initially.
2 clutch rounds back-to-back served on a platter for Bait. The first one they couldn't quite finish off. This time it works, and all down to that shot from Alex as well. Blind, but still punishes on the early flank through the smoke, hoping that he could catch them off guard. The timing wouldn't be there for them. You get the opening pick. Suddenly it's just 1 player left. Instead, the round does get secured, and immediately you take that timeout. And damn right, reset the mental immediately, talk about it, and also let those emotions start to bubble down just back to earth a bit, because that was a hype round that they haven't really had in this series yet.
No, it's the first time, and that kind of like shock of adrenaline can make you do some crazy things. So let it course through your system for a few moments before you start making any form of decisions, which could be crucial to the rest of the game. I mean, their economy is looking okay. It allows them to buy, but it doesn't leave anything for the remainder of, well, I suppose the next couple of rounds. But same can be said for Apeks. They have been losing a lot of players in these rounds, and now they've gone for the hero AWP on Nork, along with Stiko picking up that M4. It's just an MP9 for JL, and well, there you go. The hero AWP's there for a reason. Swings on through, finds Captain Kirko, who's simply not been given an inch this entire game so far.
Yeah, they're just isolating him every time. Like, one of the only real frags we saw where he was able to try and get himself into the round was through smoke, then traded. So he's just not being able to play Counter-Strike right now, which is the worst thing to be in. Yeah.
He's sitting on the server, and it's like, cool, I'm ready to play with my friends. Oh, I'm being destroyed. Just like Stiko was in that situation, as Alex got aggressive. Kicksan now, only got 5-7 in hand, but you know how much I love this gun. Unfortunately, it's not gone too well, and now it's going to look like Bait have full site control. Apeks, they're not in the economic situation to be able to retake this one, so probably just going to be holding for exits and just allowing Bait to be able to gain one more and a bit more of a foothold into this half. They've broken free.
Yeah.
Soaring.
Wait, well done. Tying a couple of rounds together. And this is the dream, man. You get a few under your belt, especially 2 back-to-back. I know, of course, Apeks this round not having the best quasi-buy really to work with, but it's still about that momentum play for Bait. I think that's one of the things that you have to highlight. This team seems to feed the hot hand a lot. If they get a good start, if one player is fragging, they always try and constantly build that confidence up and play off the back of that. So for so cold at the start, it's nice to see it looking a little bit better. One of the saved weapons there being taken out of commission at the end as well. But this was the opening from Nork. It felt like it was just going to be Apeks raising hell all over again when he hit that one.
Well, I suppose if Captain Kirko isn't able to find frags, if he's able to find information and then kind of give that over and say, hey, by the way, there's a dude who's pretty damn cracked over on the A-bomb site of an AWP, let's not go there. Important thing, that was probably one of the first rounds we've seen B-site challenged.
Yeah.
And it worked out well for Bait. I mean, they've got a B in their name, continue pushing B. Is this link tenuous? You're damn right. But it seemed to work out one round. Why won't it work out another one? Looks like a technical timeout right now. Not sure what's going on. Headsets are off. Ear tips not working. Something's up. They're falling out of their ears. Oh,
so his in-ears are falling out. So to combat this, he's gone for the taped in-ears. This is a new strategy I haven't seen.
This is
It's bold, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
This is the most UK LAN vibe I've ever seen.
The fact that we had the Tesco's bag from Cypher.
Tesco bag was hilarious. It had holes in it, man.
It wasn't even a fresh Tesco's bag. Man rocked up to the RMRs with a Tesco's bag that was like crinkled and now is a legend forever. Like, what an absolute G.
Oh, dude, if Into the Breach don't start selling like bags that kind of look like Tesco bags, like that, they're missing out on something.
Lightly wrinkled before you get them, just to get the real Cypher
I
experience.
Cypher every time.
Rather than signing them, he's just there like crinkling them up. He's like, yeah, send that
by
back.
Cypher. Oh, God. Well, we're back into it. It's still going to be that hero AWP from Nork that was safe in the previous round. JL on the MP9. We know how much this gun can do, so we still can't count Apeks out of this round, but it's surrounded by pretty lackluster teammates. I mean, they've got, what's that, P2000, USPS, P250, no util, no armor. Kind of surprised this setup's going the way it is. Seeing Nork inside of mid, JL now beginning their rotate. I think they've read the situation well. They wasn't able to spot anything on the boost, so now they post themselves up over towards the B bomb site. Looks like they're taking my advice, and I sincerely apologize if it goes wrong, bait, because a swing here from Stico and Jacob. They've done so much work here. JL's been able to find another one as well, and now we're in a 3 versus 2.
This is rough. Wrinkle and Alex have to be the dynamic duo to work this round back. Jaws defeat, you've got the boost up as well. Elevated face over the smoke for JL. Nork with the AWP. Trying to support. They go for the run boost on the clears. They couldn't try and knock him down. Dude, this is looking a little bit gnarly, actually. The nade's also going to do a ton of damage and set him up, and they funnel in. Can Wrinkle hit the shots? Claims on to one. Nork in the 1v1 now. 35 seconds on the clock, playing behind the AC. Will he be too cold to hold?
Left-hand side.
Oh, he's backed off the CT, but the repositioning's got coming for the plant, Cody.
Yeah, he's actually going to be taking this one. There's a real chance Alex can win this one. I thought Norks was just going to be able to aggro swing this and play out the round. Of course, we know he should be playing with a pistol. Instead, he's going for the AWP. What an angle. Does he peek? He swings. How on earth did Nork read that situation? Did he peek around the other side? I have no clue. He didn't see it, I didn't see it. It might have just been a flush. Something hit his face and was like, you know what? I'm swinging this angle. I'm taking you down. I know exactly where you are. Give me the 8th. Give me the half.
And that's soul crushing as well for Bait. If you thought you were finally going to be able to get a couple rounds tied together, you go back towards B, where you're feeling a little bit comfortable. You know, they don't have the best buy to contend with, and you just meet a wall. You could not bypass it, and Nork with the finisher as well.
Nice.
It's rough, bud.
I saw a blood splatter there from Nork, but I thought it was too low to take any damage. But I think he must have hit him in the leg or something. It just didn't do as much as I thought it would have, and he got given kind of that second opportunity. I mean, it was milliseconds from both players. I didn't even see him pop on the damn screen, and yet both of them firing at each other. Oh my good God. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown over on this A bomb site. Flashes galore, but Kirker doesn't need it on Jacobs to be able to find that pick. Nork falls back onto the site. He's looking to pull off another miracle to be able to hold on to this one, but it's JL from the sidelines trying to find Kirker. He crouches underneath the spam. Kicks out now into the fire and the flames, but he carries on as Owner somehow kills himself. Interesting one there. I wonder if he fell off the map. Not what you want to be seeing in a round that was realistically under Bait's control. Now they're a man down, Jackie.
Yeah, this gets a bit awkward. Certainly not ship shape, but smooth seas do not make good sailors. So what can Bait do to bring back this 12th round? Minute on the clock. You can slow it down. Cut noise for a little while, finally show their hand again with the Molotov to force him off the device angle, so he has to fall back. This has created space for Alex. Walks in with the AK, assaults the first man. The biker kickstand has been knocked over. And it's just Stico and Nork looking to try and clutch this one out. In the final 40s, the bomb goes down.
Angle being held here from Alex. Quite an aggressive one as well, the off inside of the corner. Not the standard position that they would expect you to swing. I think Amsa saw him on that swing there. Neither of them fired though. Stared lovely into each other's eyes for a couple moments. Maybe they want to put their guns down, but no. Alex is going to be the force to reckon with the unrequited love as he swings onto the corner to take down Stico, and now with low HP onto Nork. He's not going to be able to find the shot, and due to that, just has to fall back. Recognizes this AWP is so potentially good moving forwards. He's got a lot of money in the bank as well, Jackie. He can drop stuff over to give Apeks another chance moving into round number 13.
Yeah, 4th round finally secured, 4 away here on the first half. But Apeks already basically winning this one out, running to the bank with the way the half has been going so far. And what happened to Owner? I hope we get that on the replay. I wasn't sure if it was the molly or, like you said, if he'd taken himself out, but man just straight rinsed himself.
Yeah, he was. He had enough. He had enough of what was going on, and he's like, you know what? I'm done. I'm out of here. I can't be dealing with this anymore. Who thought it was a good idea for us to plant a bomb on a construction site? Who owns this construction site? Why do they not like them this much? Is this like a, I don't know, there's many things that this building can represent, and I don't know what it does, and I want to hear the lore. Someone make a YouTube video about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, they've been building it for like 15 years at this point. Considering we go back to like 1.6, it's been a long time of Vertigo's construction.
They made some changes since then. They finally built up another level, which was nice. They put in some flooring. They changed some ramp positions, which was good of the construction workers. But 15 years to build 2 floors.
Just can't find the staff.
Not anymore,
can't
can
find
you?
the staff. Oh,
Yes.
bloody hell. Tell you what we can find though. The 13th round of the game. Apeks versus Bait here. A Norg, again, trying to be naughty on the orb. The cone goes flying past, and the bullet will connect, but he runs back. Wanted to get out there to stay alive. Rinky's Molotov will burn him. Stiko on the close wall. Ooh, all right, Alex fired up now.
I really liked that one. Stiko was a little bit shot not to find that kill. JL jumping on up, does find one in the form of owner, but it's traded back. Revenge taken. As the IGL falls, now Jacob going to be going for the swing, spots out ahead of Alex, but that was not a good spray at all. UMP in the hands of Kickstand, he finds 2, looking for the 3rd, he dinks him, he drops him to 13 HP. Oh my God, Wrinkle. I mean, I can understand why they're not celebrating too much, because that was way too close for comfort.
God, you don't see the ump anymore, and the fact he is just hitting like a powerhouse was terrifying towards the end. A round that Bait couldn't really afford to lose in the grand scheme of the game as well. So for it to go down to just a 1v1 like this, and he's left on like, what, 12 HP, 13 HP, bud? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that's got to be quite an interesting feeling for your Apeks. The fact that even on your eco buys, you're able to do a lot of damage and bring it that close, even in post-plant situations. Wrinkle disrespecting his opponents as he just begins pushing on up. The read is good here. They know for a fact that they're not going to have real weaponry up to just USPSs. Yeah, they're just rushing on through, finding every single kill that they need. It's not going to be the 4K though for Wrinkle. He's only got to be happy with 3. But it's another round on the table for them. I mean, they're going to be pretty confident and pretty happy around what they've been able to find so far here, Bait. Apeks, I think they would have wanted to push for more here. I don't know if it's really going to be possible. Other than maybe this round, if they lose it, then it's just kind of done, and we're out of here, and we go to an 8-7.
Yeah, momentum-wise especially, Apeks came in looking so damn hot with the first map in this series. So if Bait can actually finish this out with an 8-7 half, momentum to work with. Again, though, you talk about speed. Jacob being the one that's pushing to the close angle. They spot him out in the end. Oh, Captain Kirker, confused why he's in the position, but he's still on his mission to clear out the site. JL puts up a bit of a blockade to at least stop him there. Meanwhile, at middle, it's Stiko looking to massacre. The spam through leaves Owner so damn low, and this one is just swinging like a metronome.
It was Crims who was causing issues inside of mid for Bait last time they played on this map. And now it seems to be Stiko on that side. Lurking round. We do still have JL, and he's going to have to come out on top as Alex is finding every single frag known to man. And Bait have done amazingly well to be able to recover this one. It's 8-7 at the half. Apeks still lead. Can the momentum continue in the second half? Let's find out after the short break.
The Apeks Predators looking to climb the rankings here today as they walk away with 1 round of advantage at the end of the first half here in the best of 3. Look at the head-to-head we've got on our screens. Wrinkle and Steeko. Man, you had that interview with him. We showed off the picture. It's such a cute storyline, but it's also so cool that it's kind of happening right here, right?
It is. It's amazing. I mean, 2017, I think they said that was Wrinkle. He asked his parents, he was like, oh, I'm playing against Apeks. Do you have any photos from back then? And it was like, okay, that's cute as hell, firstly.
Yeah.
But then the fact that it just shows that actually anyone can go from watching Counter-Strike. You could be looking at some of the bait guys right now as a new time viewer of Counter-Strike and being like, you know what? I want to meet these guys one day. These guys are sick. I want to then perform to a high level and go meet them a few years down the line. Maybe Wrinkle's going to have a similar story to be able to tell 6, 7 years down the line while he's still playing Counter-Strike at potentially and hopefully the highest level. Going to be the opening kill there for Captain Kirker. That's what we've come to expect from him on pistol rounds, but the site is already lost. They've had to fall back. Bomb goes down. Alex finds one in Kicksan as the rotates continue to come on in.
Steeko completely overwhelmed, and this round has had more headshots than a photographer. Everyone just clacking heads. Captain Kirker with the opener. He took the AWP angle fight that Nork's been taking with a USP and served up Delight. Huge round for them. And that keeps it close as well. 8-8 now tied up. A pistol round they had to build off the back of.
Anything you can do, I can do better, he's basically said there. He's not even the AWPer, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to pick it up just to be safe, and I'm just going to annoy you on this angle moving forwards. If you do see him pick up the AWP, by the way, that'll be hilarious. It's not going to happen, but who knows? We can live in a random universe from time to time. Little bit of a... Ooh, a little bit of a pause. No. Just staring at Captain Kirker's lovely little face. 8-8 now, and it is going to be leveled out. They continue that momentum which they lost at the very beginning of this game, but are able to scoop on back up towards the tail end of that first half. Now in the second, they forced on up, as have Apeks. They've managed to find themselves an AK, cobble together a couple of Galils and the Deagles to boot as well. I mean, it's actually quite a dangerous round here from Apeks. Bait need to be cautious about how they want to take this one, because if they swing too hard into 3 of these guns, they've all got one-tap capability, and you know they're good for hitting shots.
Yeah, it's also Kickstand on the T side. I've seen this guy do some absolutely devilish things, specifically with pistol in his hands as well. He just looks so confident. So if he can get into his own groove, it's always another factor to look at. About a minute on the clock here. They're going for the boost over the back so you can peer down. Everyone's beneath them. Just depends on the timing, and if they actually clear this, could be a bit of a freebie frag to open things up with Kirker.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Looks like Captain Kirker's out a great fall as the boost and the spam does not go their way. Works out for Apeks though. Steeko going to get taken down inside of mid. And Owner now forced off the angle. Another round where it looks like the site has been completely lost, especially when Jacob comes up massive. Spamming down JL and Alex also. Really, really nice round there from Bait to be able to recover it. But God, it got a little bit dicey towards the end.
The way it started.
4v4, it was so hectic.
Bro, like, yeah, it's also just like the team kill that came through at the worst possible time. You're trying to push into the site. But okay, that's the way that goes. They survived the test of the quasi-buy that was pulled out from Apeks. And Wrinkle now, again, looking to just fight from the get-go. Tags down Nork. They don't know that Kicksan's actually got into the back. But it won't matter. The flick is faster.
He's been so on point, Wrinkle, this entire event. You hit a flick, I hit a flick. If you try and do it a little bit fast, I'll do it even faster. Captain Kirker, speaking about fast, a big push here. Trying to quickly get behind enemy lines. I don't think he would have heard that bomb drop. I'm still looking for the opening engagements, and Captain Kirker has no idea. Spamming from behind them. Oh, this is actually quite an interesting spot to be in now. He's still going to be able to find that kill onto Jacob. They do pick up the final one, but yeah, that got a little bit too close for comfort there. I mean, that should have been an easy couple of kills on the MP9.
But salient point is it's still the round.
Still the round, that's the main thing.
And now you're up to 10. to
like double
Apeks.
digits.
Like, for the first time, really, it feels like in this matchup, kind of lagging behind a little bit. They were the ones sort of forcing the issue, setting the tempo even. So.
And the tempo.
Yeah, probably. Might as well have both. Be rude not to.
It does look like, historically, the T side has been Apex's stronger side, 55% win rate versus the 44% win rate. But of course, we saw how pretty good they were on that CT side, at least initially. So maybe a couple of things are swapped. They're not actually amazing on this map. It's a 43% win rate against Bates 56. And they're kind of playing the similar kind of tiers of CS. So those numbers actually matter into this one. I know that we've been having a couple of games where it's just tier 1 teams versus tier 2, like tier 1.5 teams. Some of those numbers don't really matter. Stiko makes every single shot count, though, as he spams on through into that corner against Owner. Going to be able to take him down. I have no clue how he spotted him there.
Dude, the read on that one literally just was the lineup, I think, because that was just a spam off the back of a tingle he must have got somewhere.
I thought it was Wrinkle wearing the Spider-Man shirt.
Everyone's got the Spidey sense today. The Spider-Man, Stiko-Apeks. Stiko again as well, wants to do some damage. Another headshot, but overwhelmed by the double face. We fall into a 3 versus 4 with 40 seconds on the plate. Quick flash is in, so you can pop off the back of it before the smoke blooms as well. Wrinkle's getting an opportunity to spot the initial heads. The bomb's still on their back, and because of Jacob getting the frag here, you can now rotate over and make the play on the A site instead.
Yeah, that's such an important frag. Captain Kirker, he loves to do a lurk. It's him and Alex who are usually on these big rotates, both on the T and the CT side that we've seen time and time again across these BO3 series. And it actually gets shut down both by Wrinkle and Alex. Not picking up the pieces, though. He gets dropped down by 78, but he does not waver in the face of adversity to be able to find those final 2 kills and clutch the round out for Apeks. It was looking a little bit rough after the initial 2 frags were lost, but it all kind of started off the back of Stiko finding that one in mid.
8 HP. To get them off of the 8th round, bud. The flick to the second as well.
Oh, look at him. They're not pleased.
No, I think the thing is as well, like in your mind at that point, you're thinking, okay, we've secured the trade. We've already got this round, right? So that's insane. Great for Apeks as well, though, because now immediately you take that pause. You've got a bit of energy back. Nork was huge on the first path. So if he's starting to get himself going into the second, the team could definitely be in a prime position. Favorites, I think, for most people here, Apeks, the known quantity. The man that's on your screen as well, tenured with the amount of history he's had. So many of these players, they've been there. Even Jacob, bud. I mean, if you kind of think about it, like Jacob and Stiko, in terms of the length of experience they've had in Counter-Strike compared to the age of some of the Bait players, they've been playing the game longer than some of them even really been sort of old enough to even touch the game.
I am thinking there's probably a stat, and I'd have to do the maths at some point, but there's a world in which the experience between Apeks, just like maybe 1 or 2 of the players, is more than Bait combined. Because these are like fresh faces into the scene, and Jacob's going to be putting some of that experience to use. He finds those opening 2 kills, both into Owner and onto Alex. But Amstor on the swing is going to have to trade it back and bring us leverage to 3 versus 3. Does well to fall back, but caught reloading, trousers round his ankles. And Kirker now on the aggression. Got himself a smoke, got himself a Molotov, spots the head of Jacob, and it's the cleanest 2-tap I've ever seen! A Kicksan gets taken down, and now JL in this 1v2. No util to play with, needs to defend the bomb site. The post plant and the onus is still on Bait to be able to recover here. Angle being held, and it's Jacob! No, it's not, it's JL who does all the work. Jacob there with the assist. He can get a shout out either way. Bloody hell, that was clean from both players. JL and Kirker on top.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Like, Kirker with the first frag into the follow-up. And for Apeks to win 2 rounds now, back-to-back, of what feels like just a 1v2 hero play each time. These are momentum rounds that will swing this game so heavily. Apeks should be so confident and so heavy-handed from this point forward. You can start playing a little bit looser CS because they know they're in such a good position. You've broken that kind of mental game of Bait. There's only so many of those rounds you can stomach.
Even with the years of experience. I mean, it's just... We're all gamers at the end of the day. You don't want to lose. We're all super competitive. They're all here to make it to the major, and this is the last guaranteed chance to do it. Loser of this, they are not out, but they do go through to that last chance qualifier next week. Single Elim BO3 playoff bracket, from a qualification bracket as well, you've got to be flawless. And with some of the teams that are going to be coming through from that incredibly stacked RMRB that we've not even thought about talking about yet, it's going to be hard. JL is just going to be looking for a couple of frags here. Oh, it does run drier bullets, and Alex is good for the trade, but this opens up some opportunities to be able to deal more economic damage over to Apeks. With Kirk or Alex here, though, you know what? There is a world. The fact that Kirk hasn't been swung, he hasn't been cleared, they do not have a Molotov on Apeks to be able to clear this sandbox angle. Are they going to be able to spot him out? Jacob. Oh, he has an inkling. So does Kirk. Spots out 3, dinks down 1, takes down Nork. But the timing there for the trade. Alex needs to be clean on the shots, but no, just body shots there from Jacob. It's going to be 11th round to be able to bring themselves back into the lead, Apeks, as they take the lead once more on their opponent's map pick. T-side looking out pretty good so far. Oh, he saw the shadow. That's what it came down to.
Yeah, quick reaction. Frags him out with the hydroponic, couple of chronic kills there that they needed. And critical rounds being found for Apeks now back-to-back. Of course, that one bait going into it, not really anything to contend with. But here, reinvestments there. Can they withstand the Apeks pain train pulling in? Virtus slain instantly. The Molotov from Kickstand as well in the back line takes Wrinkle out after the 1-for-1s. This favors Apeks so much.
Yeah, puts that with that one-man advantage. And they've all rotated round towards this A-bomb site, as we can see. Apeks, they've done the opposite. They're around on beat. They're looking to post up. They're looking to engage. Plenty of time to be able to potentially replay this as well, but we are going to be seeing Owner pushing down. It's been quite quiet this game, only 4 kills to his name, and we were talking about this earlier on in the green room with some of the other guys. When he isn't finding kills, it seems like Bait actually have a harder time of winning this one. When Owner's more confident in his own abilities, then he's able to call just slightly better. Amster now on a 1 versus 3, 14 kills right now, looking to bump that up by 3 as he posts himself up towards B. Spots out Kicksan. He's just lurking for info. Smokes go down, but he's the only person on the side right now. Now they're going to be going for the push out on that. But it's the Mac 10 up close, 1 bullet, all that's needed. Round's done. There's a 12th for Apeks.
Big rounds to find. Again, at moments it looks a little bit scary, but here, far cleaner. Nork as well on the rifle. He's been leaving heads rolling. Another pause coming in as well. Bait now, using up their 3rd. And it makes sense. Game kind of in the dying moments, really, if you fail to actually find yourself getting back soon. This one's going to slip away from you. And Apeks, they're pretty damn mean when it comes to closing some of these matchups. They've had some good results. And individually as well, I think that's what's impressive, right? You have the players you need, the pieces of the puzzle for Apeks all looking good.
And an interesting map coming up for map number 2 as well. Not one we've seen too much of. Anubis on the cards, which I'm very, very happy to see. I think we've only seen it as 3rd round maps, but the fact that we're seeing a pick here from Apeks, I mean, I don't think they played it too much, but looking into it, I mean, 17 maps played, 76% win rate. They're going to be pretty damn favoured if they're able to take down their opponents on their map pick as well and go into what is quite a Marmite map right now, I'd say, Anubis.
I love it. Or you hate it. Same could be said about this round. Oh no, Man's trying to take the silencer off. Woo. All right, luckily enough, he can still get loud as the M4 will stop Wrinkle, because this is just pistols they're playing with. You can't give them a chance. Getting in their faces is never going to work well. It's only Amster and Owner that are left alive. This should be an Apeks round. You've got all the time to work with. You can go silent for a bit now. Play this slow. Play for the trade game. And get to 13 on the first map in the best of 3.
It's actually not the first time I've seen someone almost die because they've, or actually die because they've tried to take a suppressor off a gun. And it's like, I don't know what it is. Is it just like reactionary flicks or something and you're like clicking right click, or is it because you're stressed in the situation, you squeeze your mouse and click right click? I actually don't know the answer, and I wonder if we can get like some insight. I think Thomas did it yesterday in the Into the Breach game, and
Dude, it can just happen sometimes, man. Like, the right mouse button just gets hit. Like, mouse 2 is just, you know...
Rip it off. You don't need it.
Just mouse 1 only and W. That's what Thomas does.
Well, actually, Mezzi wouldn't be able to walk forward if he didn't have a right mouse.
Yeah, true.
So there is that.
He'd be screwed.
Yeah.
Flash is there hitting spacebar.
People are insane. Why are you binding walk to these weird buttons? It's going to be Hamster and Owner, the last two guys remaining. As you mentioned, Jackie, this is a pistol round, and it's a CZ75 at that. They might be able to recover a gun here. Is there any one? No, I don't think there is. Where did Stico die? I have no clue where Stico died. Don't know. Never mind. Doesn't matter. If they're not able to find the gun. It's going to be a 13th round here for Apeks. It is now going to be a buy available for Bait, and they need to win this one. If they don't, Econ once again reset. And then Apeks almost certainly guarantee themselves a 14th. We have seen Bait come alive in these exact sort of situations. This 13th round, their opponent gains before them, seems to reinvigorate them in some way, even if it's a forced buy round. 2 games in a row now. 2 series in a row, should I say, we've seen them be able to come back from a pretty large deficit due to 1 round completely reigniting that flame underneath the team.
They play very momentum-heavy CS.
They do.
Sometimes that is all it takes. Here, there could be a bit of a cheeky B, bombardment coming in, and Amstar, he's trying to play on top of the stairs, sees the first, staring down the barrel, looks for the second as well. If he could have gotten 2, it would have been magnificent. Instead, it's the first player falling, and then the backup from Kickstand with smoke spam onto Wrinkle. Kirker, at least, claps back, leaves it in a 3 versus 3 on the 24th.
Captain Jacket finding a kill. The round slows down now for Apeks. They recognise that actually we're in a pretty tight spot, especially with Nork being tagged down to 14 off the back of that swing from Amster. Nice aggression from him. I mean, we need to be seeing a little bit more of this from Bait, just feeling confidence in their own abilities and then being able to do these super aggressive kind of pushes, and you see Apeks kind of reading into it. Jacob holding the super long sight line that we saw them push on that pistol round. Semi-expecting them to do the same thing on the full buy as well, but they are a bit more regimented than it seems Apeks are giving them credit for. 36 seconds now. Time continuing to tick. Nork hasn't cleared the angle at all, and Owner's going to be good for 1. He's very close to falling off the map, though, so he needs to be careful about jumping on that side of the railing. 2 versus 2, 25 seconds. A lot of damage dealt to Stico, not too much onto Owner. Bomb goes down, Owner on the cross. Oh, the nade there from Kirker brings us to the 1 versus 2 with Jacob now close and personal with the 8k spray. Not going to be good enough. It's a 3k for Captain Kirker. It was the openers and then the influential kills towards the end as well.
Man, Jacob, it's felt like him and JL are the safest pairs of hands when it goes down to those late round situations.
Absolutely.
This time just couldn't get the grab on it. It's a Bait. Move up from 10 to 11, 2 rounds away from tying up the score. And that really was the big swinger. That was the round that if you missed out on, probably meant that Apeks would go on to just smash their way through you on this map and close it out, force us into the next of maneuvers. So at least now, there is that little storyline that's starting to build of the potential comeback, because it's the difference of the faces as well, the body language, right? Apeks were flying high, they're happy, they're looking good, Nork smiling. Suddenly there, it's the instant frustration of that's a round we should have won. Whereas Bait, they're looking a little bit happier again. Fairly equal footing on the buys here as well. 70 AKs pulled out for that CT side, and one of them being in the hands of Captain Kirkgard could be a scary prospect.
It's actually be Wrinkle going for this opening spam instead of Kirker. Nate comes in, it deals just 1 damage to the 2 of them. I mean, certainly not what they would have liked. Kirker going to be waiting for this smoke to fade, but Wrinkle doesn't care about it. He's just going to spam on through, taking down a few. He picks up 3. Kicksan, Stico, and Jo all sidelined in this round. Nork and Jacob left to pick up the pieces, clean up the trash as they execute out onto this A-bomb site, and they're looking to get ahead of the util. Smokes and mollies galore being thrown with a minute remaining. Alex is looking to get a bit aggressive. Nade goes in to force him back, but he's not going to be too wavered by it. Oh, that nade second did not connect. The rotate now from Amster. Looks like Nork is expecting it.
Molly's dashed in. Makes it a little bit awkward. Only one hit in play for Hamster, but Onus, the one that hits the initial headshot. The backline spam works well as also they're going to be able to get that defuse in. So, 12th round secured for Bait. Looked a little bit scary. 2 players survive. But this game keeps going. All right. We're strapped in now, Cody. This is going to be the real meat and potatoes.
It's the lucky number 13 that keeps popping up for Bait. I mean, their opponents hit it, and then they just go, guys, come on, let's sort this out, because we can't be having this. Every single game, it seems to happen. We saw the same reinvigoration of life against Into the Breach on that Mirage game when they hit 13. Now their opponents hit 13, I believe, against Fnatic as well. When Fnatic hit 13, they came back round after round. I don't know what it is. It's probably subconscious, but they see the number 13 and the sleeper agents just flick on. And then they're able to find the rounds. And they're looking for their 13th now as well to be able to bring us level. It's going to be a full buy for Bait. A lot of util available for this hold on either site. But it's pretty set up towards A here with 2 lurking inside of mid and only 1 posted on B.
Talk of the magic number as well, Wrinkle. He's just a couple frags away from securing himself the full 30 bomb, and this could be the opportunity to really stack those pads up. Other way around even, but he's just going to want to lay down the law here. Captain Kirk gets the first from the off angle. Pushing up, JL the only one that's able to find the flick with the AK. Hits the head, Wrinkle does buy back. So 4 on 2, bomb down towards front ramp. 55 seconds on the clock, Stiko with a backup of Nork. He has an AWP. Utility's there as well, but look at the angles they're peeking into. Owner on the cross does actually give up a freebie, and he seemed like he was switched on about the elevated peak at the back where Wrinkle's playing from. So if he peeks in on this, it could be a 2-2 that they want to work with. Scared about the potential flank as well.
It's good. Good presence of mind to be thinking about that, considering the situation that Bait like to force. And they are just hoping that someone swings in, but time is of the essence right now. Nork with the York. In a Norp situation, we'll call it. And Stiko's looking to gain so much ground here. We'll try to drop the bomb down so Stiko could pick it up, but wasn't going to be the case. Now he's going to get the bomb planted, extending the time just by a little bit. The spam comes in from Orange Box. Stiko trying to get site control, but Wrinkle just at the top of the smoke is going to be able to spot him out. And Alex once again on the lurk. This is it. They were so cautious about it round after round. And when they go and clear it, it's too little too late because Bait have already pulled you in. They fist you up. Reeled you once again and grabbed a 13th round to bring us level. Oh, good night. Down 41 floors. I mean, if the shots didn't kill you, the full sure will. It's really nice from Wrinkle. Great angle, great presence of mind to be able to do that boost. I'm surprised we didn't see Nork actually spot his head. I think it was spotted just above the double orange box on site. But still just continued pushing through with Stiko, and yeah, no information gained. I mean, it's a pixel angle basically, right? So it's going to be difficult for him to be able to see anything.
You can almost feel the game has changed now as well. Like just the energy levels from Bait didn't even really look like the team we've kind of been hyping up over this RMR run throughout the first half, right?
I mean, you're right. But Wrinkle's still stepping up to the plate. He's on 123 ADR.
That's what I mean. You get the first half out of the way, suddenly they're like, all right, actually, this game could still come back. We might have lost 5 rounds in a row, but Wrinkle's killing everyone, so let's just hope for it.
Oh, the aggro, the balls on this kid. It's insane that he just wants to try and do something like this.
You know you've rinsed the money. In his mind, he's still just like, yeah, they might have pistols. I know they're good up close, but I'm a bit better, so I think I might just push. Like, the individual confidence is just through the roof for this man, and Amster in the back line here wants to annihilate with the AK. Only hits 1 onto JL so far, but already you've done enough damage to kind of quell the early confidence from Apeks, and that's what you want in a round like this where you've got a mixed bag of guns. You've got to play with the timing now, back it off, hope the Jacob actually does something huge. 1-for-1 trade on B, still in favor of Bait here in the 27th.
Yeah, unfortunately, a 1-for-1 trade is simply not good enough for Apeks. They needed just a little bit more on that push. Amster once again getting aggro on this rail. Hang in there. You'll be able to find a frag if you just wait a few more moments. The issue is with this angle for Amster is that, yes, it's an off angle, but it does it all the time. So it stops becoming an off angle. It's just an Amster angle. He just does it. So they semi-expect it. They do now begin falling back. And God, Apeks have played this timing perfectly.
First two fights go away, Bait. Third and final frag secured as well. Easy pickings onto the weakened remaining players of Apeks. And Bait, they're in the lead again. 14-13, Apeks. It was their game in the second half. They were looking so good. But the fall from grace at a point like this could hurt them. Really, the next rifle round kind of decides the entire thing for me. It's all on this.
63% T-side distribution win rate for Bait. And they didn't get that many. It's this CT side which is really coming out on top for them. And statistically against the odds for it. Just got to prove that Counter-Strike cannot be played on paper. Unless someone writes like a really good Counter-Strike RPG.
Yeah, that, or I was always thinking the idea of like Counter-Strike Cluedo. You know, so you'd be like, oh, was it Wrinkle on a ramp with the AK? And they're like, yeah.
So every round, it's like, well, yes, of course it was. It's the only thing that's in the deck.
Yeah, he just killed us all. It's not how Cluedo works, Wrinkle. It is for me.
It is for me. I do all the killing. It's just me. Oh, was it Seiko he killed? Yes, it was.
Dude, the revenge as well with that story, right? Like, so nice. In the back of his mind, not only is he thinking about the major, you're also thinking like, dude, this is sick. Like, what a way to do it in.
Seiko's regretting giving him that photograph now.
Yeah.
If he knocks him out, he's like, damn, kid asked me for a photograph back in 2017. Should have just crushed his hopes and dreams so he never played a CS event.
Too busy, actually.
Sorry, mate. No photos. Owner, does get tagged, but not for much. Flash goes in, and it does just stop the approach here for Apeks for a moment, but they've gained tons of mid control. Owner was the only person there holding it. Alex now got to go to his long range spray off the back of the M4. The trades are there, but he's got so many angles to be able to clear. Amsa with the spam to be able to take down. Oh, only one? Dropping Kicksan 2-1 himself. How many in 99? I mean, it's like a 7 shots hit. Now in this 2 versus 3, this is the lifeline that Apeks needed. He didn't have his gun pulled when he swung the corner. And Jacob, the clean, crisp one tap to be able to close out the round and to bring us back level.
Oh, the mechanics on that, man. Like, the shots they're hitting there are so damn disgusting. And this was the rifle round I was saying affects the game so much. The fact that they've won this now really sets them up in my mind to just go on and blow them out the water here on Vertigo, lock it down, try and finish it off. The full 30, a 16-14 score. Because that's insane. Like, just the shots you're connecting to reel that round back in. Absolute madness. I mean, so unlucky as well on the B side. The fact you've knocked him down to 1 HP. If you got both of the frags there, whole different story.
Yeah, because you're additional man up, you don't get swung on these random corners, and then you can actually have kind of this pincer approach instead of, by the way, we're both going through connector, we've already given up this information prior in the round. It is still going to be a full buy for Bait, but last-ditch effort, as a matter of fact, almost for both teams. Do see Jacob and Kicksan. They're going to need a small loan from their teammates to keep them in this next round if they do lose. But no matter what happens, we're going the distance. We're going to round number 30 on this first map of this best of 3. The final one that we're going to be seeing here on the A stream of the entire EU RMR A.
Yaka, he was waiting until he had seen something, but instead it's the tag that sends him packing, so the early Molotov's thrown down in case it was a tempo contact play. Look at Alex. Big 666, the devil in the details, walking in the back. They're fumbling with their guns. Timing nearly works out for Nork anyway. And Jacob forces the issue, putting them in a 4-on-4.
Finding Nork there is pretty massive. I mean, it's good to find any kills, but if you found like a Kicksan or something who's not put up the most amount of frags in the game, then maybe it's not as big. But Kicksan's going to be able to take down Wrinkle, the big man himself. Not able to find any more frags in the round, and Kirka there for the trade. Amster one more as well. 3 versus 2. Owner on the corner, MP9 in hand. Jacob's tagged up, and it's going to be easy work for the high rate of fire SMG, and it puts them into the lead. It puts them on map point of their map pick of Vertigo. Are we going to OT? That is the real question now. Apeks need to be so on top of this round. They can't put a foot wrong. They want to stand a chance of ripping this out of the clutches of their opponents. But it's been so back and forth, Jackie. I actually don't know who's going to win this one because Apeks can do something crazy. It's not the best of buys, though, and that's certainly something to keep in mind.
Alex with this. Oh, Alex, but really forcing the problem at middle, jumping through the fire, fighting in the flames, and his brain's been blown straight off by the Deagle that claps onto him. So Kickstand with 1 to open it up here in the 30th. Already this gets so much harder. Bait, at times it's felt like that B site's been a huge opener for them where they've been losing so many of these rounds in the dying moments. With the bomb cold on the ground, space created for Apeks, you know you can play the mind game. Use the clock that you've got here, draw out the extra util, decide where you want to go with it, and it's just the one-man setup at A because of how paranoid they are about the B plays we've been seeing.
Just saw the predictions over from Blast TV, and 90% of you think Bait are going to be able to win this round and end this game inside of regulation on round number 30, but they are currently a man down. But they do have the man of the hour, Wrinkle, 29 kills to his name. Going to be looking to increase that tally by 4. Can he find himself the 33rd kill if he picks up all 4 here? There's the 30th, looking for 31 and 32. The 31st is found, but the 32nd slips away as JL trades it back. Now in a 3 versus 3 with 33 seconds remaining on the clock. Make a wish with the amount of 3s in this situation, but the angles here from Seco. Did he get spotted on the cross? I think he did. Yeah, Captain Kirker knows that it's rare that he misses those ones. Does get dropped down by 81, down to 19, tagged on down by Owner. Time is of the essence now. We need to see the push from Apeks. They're executing out on the the B-bomb site, sorry, as we see the rotate from Bait out onto the A-bomb site. Amster, up close and personal, looking to get a question. Spams down onto the back of the site. Owner going to go for the swing, but tapped down by JL to take us to overtime.
JL. Whew. He has been having some sick clutches in this one. Safe as Holmes. JL, of course, famously stands for just let them cook. And that's what he did. Straight cooking with gas here, forcing us into overtime. 15-15, all tied up. And Bait, how many overtimes have they had to play this RMR?
They're sick of them. They're absolute. Look at that's the face they look up for crying out loud overtime once again. Know what's crazy? Wrinkle spamming down those 3, finds those 2 kills. The final player, JL. The one that trades him. If he finds that 1 kill, JL's not able to rotate over towards B. It's then a much more difficult situation for Apeks. Jesus Christ, Captain Kirker leading from the front. Spamming through the smoke. I mean, it's just an inkling, a thought that someone's there. Wrinkle finally with the big green in hand. It's been a while since we've seen him, been given this opportunity. Remember, this is the primary AWPer for Bait, and yet he's been rifling to his heart's content, finding 32 kills inside of regulation. And if memory serves, that might even be the first AWP kill I've seen from him.
He's been all rifle all the time. Feels like he hasn't really needed anything else in his hands. 32 kills. God. Alex was really close, matched him throughout the first half. He's quieted down a bit, but Wrinkle has not stopped. And you'll need that. Any additional edge will help you so much because Apeks right now in the clutch, they're looking so good. You've got that experience. You've got those individuals that are just being able to punish. They want to go for the boost up as well. See if they can make a play on this. Get him put onto the wood. Nork will be the bottom. JL on top. He's been so crisp with the shots that he's been finding. And there's still util to play with. 30 seconds on the timer though. The one lurk towards A. Alex 666 behind the box. Wrinkle. He's trying to find the lurk. Side push comes in now. Trades across the board. Amster in the back, supported by Owner. Stico burning. Oh, hits the first. 15 seconds. A 1v1 effectively on the site. If he can find Amster, he's seen the shadow. No! He looked like he'd seen the elbow, but I thought he just turned into him.
Oh, God. It's like a disconnect on the server. He just trained on the angle and ran straight forwards, but it was just the play, apparently. He thought he was behind the pillar defending the bomb up close, but no, not to be the case. snatched away in the last few moments. Oh, I mean, the push from Apeks, it was interesting. They didn't find anything off the initial swing, then they just pushed out. Their util just didn't seem to phase them at all, if we're completely honest. Shot there from Alex, it's an unconventional miss, and actually it's going to be Alex on the AWP instead of Wrinkle this time round.
Okay. The devil himself has picked up the pitchfork. He wants to make an incision into this round. Ooh, boost up as well. JL's been so crisp with his aim. It's an awkward fight for either side, but he wins out on that one, creating another early entry. Alex trying to force the issue on the AWP. He knows they're a man down. He walks into middle. Stiko trades it. Nork as well does the exact same thing to Wrinkle. So every time Bait go for a map control play, they lose out on it, and one by one, they've been dwindled just to the brains of the operation. Owner. He has not had his brawn about him this map. He's not been able to find frag. Couldn't get anything here. No, similar sort of story with JL closing the chapter on that one.
If you compare those last two rounds together from an Apeks side point of view, you remove the names, you remove the HUD, you play the first one, you play the second one, you would not be able to tell that was the same squad.
No.
Apeks played that completely differently. They looked like different people on the server. They played it so much more calm and collective. They realized, like, Jesus Christ, that was an easy round, wasn't it? All five of us surviving. Another timeout going to be called, and it's the final one from Bait. As both teams, they trade rounds back to back. They need to reset the mental coming back into this one, the final round of the first half of OT1. See if Apeks are going to be able to continue this aggression.
Dude, it's so wild. Like, opening duels here, we've had JL winning 3 out of the 4 that he's attempted. Not a bad ratio.
Wrinkles in 6-3.
Oh, it's rough. All right. Oh, 16-16. Nork with the AWP. Trying to knock on wood. Hope they'll stay alive. Oh, look at the nade damage.
Back and forth, isn't it? Captain Kirkers lined up the cannons. He's firing it down. Sparks be throwing at Apeks. I mean, no pirate connotations can be linked to them, but they've got cannons as well to fire back.
Funnily enough, do you know what Stiko's favorite letter of the alphabet is?
Go on.
R.
God damn it.
There you go.
Right,
well, can they plunder the booty in this round, Cody? That's the question. As we're here in the last round of our first OT, potentially. How back and forth this game's been. This might not even be where it ends. This could keep going.
Owner, inside of mid. Got punished on this angle historically. Spammed on down. It's actually going to be Alex this time instead of Amster. Amster's changed up his position. The crossfire being held to be able to gain the control of the B stairs. Owner from range. Stiko can't find it this time round. Nork, you're damn good. You're not 1v5 on borderline full HP good, I do not believe. But he's good for the first one. Traded straight back by Amster. Bait looked clean in that final one. As now we swap sides. It was the T side which kind of slipped away from Bait until those closing rounds. So is this now the opportunity for Apeks to show some of their CT-sided prowess once again?
I think that's the big question. Because obviously first half for them, they looked quite flat on the T side, weren't really playing their game, weren't playing with confidence. As soon as you got into the CT side, Wrinkle was just going nuclear, like again and again, swinging in, just taking every single fight, putting himself on like, what, 36 frags or something by now? Like the guy's going nuts, 33, man.
Which makes this interesting, right? Because now he's warm, and now he's coming back into this with a strong, like, AK weapon. Let's see what they can do. But Captain Kirker, once again, leading from the front. Trying to go for these swings. It is going to be Wrinkle to find Stiko inside of that smoke. Nork just no-scoping every single angle. He thinks he spotted someone, and he did. But Amster's going to be good for that first opening kill. Kirko's expecting some aggression here, and it is soon to be coming out from JL. Flash goes in. Secondary one as well. Just trying to hold off Apeks as Bait play the time and bait in their opponents. 4v3. Kirker, though, even though he's on 24 HP, can see him going massive, but not to be the case. Jacob going huge as he picks up 2. And now with the man advantage here for Apeks, Alex is yet to be cleared. He's going to wait. He's going to wait for Kicksan to continue to defuse it. He's got the time. He takes down 1, takes down 2, spams down 3. Alex, insane round from him to clutch it out for Bait once again.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Alex 666, the big dog on the server. You could see his reaction. And just the play, to have the trigger discipline, to know how to approach those fights as well. The target prioritization of the 3 boys he had to contend with.
Waiting, oh!
It's insane, man. 2 seconds left on the defuse, and he finishes 3 of them off in the blink of an eye. And it's Bait that are moving on by 18 rounds on the board, but already here. 2 frags secured in the opening seconds for Apeks. They do not want this one to end on Vertigo. This is their map pick, and they're trying to hammer home that point.
They've seen Amster and Alex do that push down towards B, and now they've tried it as well. Stiko and JL are able to tag team the site, control it. Stifle the flames, but Jacob looking to do the same. Picks up 1 on Captain Kirker. All they need is 1 more round. 1 more round, they secure their map pick. Jacob using the smoke to his advantage right now as Alex lurking on up a little bit close. I smell him, he spots the sight line. I don't know how he saw him, but he knows he's there. Taps on through the smoke, and it's just the angle now for Alex. Molotov goes in, but the backup there from Kicksan is taking the fight with the USPS, Jackie. This is crazy. Amster now spamming away, but it's looking like this is going to be another 17th round for Apeks, as Amster's left alone on an island against 4.
Walks into the scope of Nork, shuts him down, and recovers not only in that round, but also I think mentally as well, because the way you lost prior, it plagues you. It's one of those that sticks in your brain in CS, dude. But yeah, the confidence to take the openers off the initial engagements into this goes to prove that Apeks are still fighting. They are still ready for this. And we theorized, you know, maybe that T side for Bait could be a little bit iffy again, but it's not even them making the misplays this time. It's just Apeks looking so damn good when it comes to the raw skill that they're distributing. Bad to be, though. Stiko up close, finds the first and gets given a bomb for free. So much damage done off the utility. Wrinkle just spamming in the smoke. Stiko's allowed to walk round the right-hand side, hit another one. 3rd frag just for good measure as well, as he is forcing us closer to a double OT.
Kicksan back at the site, holding, waiting for the swing. Nork's there to be able to back up and pick up some of the pieces, the slack if required, but it's not going to be needed. As Kicksan finds Wrinkle, Owner now on a 1 versus 4. Flash goes in, the spam hits him, he's down to 1 HP. There's no shot he finds anything here, surely not with 1 HP remaining. They could have tickled him and taken him down, but they're doing M4 instead. It's OT2 now. We reset everything. Scoreboard's basically down to 0. Money all the way top, back up. Let's see what either of these sides can do. An interesting point here is the fact that Wrinkle, double OT hit. And while, yes, he does have a shed ton of kills, if I'm honest, 35 to be precise, he only found 3 in the entirety of OT1. I don't know what's happened. It seems like he's run out of steam. They need to put more coal in the engine.
Yeah, I think it's also just like the tempo that Apeks are now playing with. He's kind of being matched in that play style, and they're just hitting their shots that bit quicker. I mean, Stiko's climbing the scoreboard. You've got 4 players on Apeks, all sat on 27 frags together. Like, the whole roster's playing well, man.
Same can be said for Bait as well. I mean, Alex is on 29, Amster's on 27, Wrinkle's on 35, but then you see these kind of divots. Owner's only on 13 kills, Kirk's on 20. They hug each other through the smoke, but Kicksan gets bored. Takes down Kirker. It's not a very nice thing to do to a friend, but now on the top of this smoke, he's just going to be looking for an opponent, someone to swing on through, but Kicksan, oh my God. He's going to be able to sneak on past. They have no clue he's here right now, but someone spots him out. He's almost gets Wrinkle as well, but only drops him down to 17 HP. Jacob's still in a position to be able to take some fights here. Double nade goes in, but only one of them connects. Down to 51. JL up close, looking for Amster. Does spot him out, and it's laboured, but he gets the kill. Alex with the trade. Another Molotov going to be thrown over towards the sand. Oh, but it's not going to connect this time round. Alex going to get destroyed by Jacob. Wrinkle trades it straight back. It's now a 1 versus 2. 17 17 HP, but it's Wrinkle alive and waiting to find Nork. I can do the AWP better than you, even when I've got an AK. The long sight lines are for me, and it's the story we set up at the beginning of this game. It's Stiko versus Wrinkle, the young fan who looked up to Stiko for so long. Back when he was on Hellraisers, back in 2017, coming down to a 1 versus 1 to dictate the pace of the first round of OT2 as the bomb gets planted.
Punches in those digits. And tries to find himself a post-plant that he's proud of. Meanwhile, Stiko, 100 HP, flashbang and kit to work with. He's bypassed him towards the window. Wrinkle, he's got the read on it. He sees the back as well. And he's able to finish it off. A round that was dead in the water. But the captain now is Wrinkle.
An amazing round from him. He was dropped so low initially. He was down 17 HP before he took this 1 versus 3 situation. And he manages to find 3 full HP players, including a long sight line being held by an amazing AWPer in the form of Nork. Look at their reactions off the back of that one. They know how much this means. And now Wrinkle, we said, you know what, in OT1, he slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
He just basically told me to shut up. I'm still on the server, I'm still here. And Captain Kirker, well, he's still taking a couple of nades to the face. And it is going to be a man down. Momentum already shifted back into Apex's favor. But Alex is here to be able to hopefully reset that.
The big 666. Looking for the lineup on a HE, dashes it across, the Molotov as well, extinguished by the smoke. Runs straight through with the timing, kickstand, fumbling! But he still survives. Jacob forced down as well, and he's not content with just a single pick. Woo, the flick around does so much damage, and now the flanker of JL has 3 Bs set up for him. Mop and bucket, it should be gone. Cleaned up by Apeks, 19-19. This game is so scrappy, but it's literally just constant trade rounds.
Yeah, this has kind of got crazy in these last few. I mean, I can't pick a winner. It's going to be impossible to be able to spread these two. If I'm honest, the way that these 2 rounds have kind of developed as well, who knows? An OT3 could very much be on the cards. We're only 2 rounds into OT2. So much ground gain there from Kicksan. JL does an amazing job on the rotate, taking a leaf out of the bait book. It's 19-19. They're going to be going for this push over towards the B-bomb site. They found a lot of success of this inside of regulation. This crossfire being set up, JL's gained so much ground here. Stiko just like, you know what? I can fall back a little bit here. I don't need to play this super aggro round. You're there, ready and waiting to be able to take down Alex. And he's looking for the second one as well. They double swing him. Does a lot of damage. Stiko there to be able to take down Wrinkle. Molotov goes down to be able to extinguish the bomb. Nade to follow as well. Forces owner into the corner. And the IGL is currently just stuck at the bottom of the stairs, unsure of what to do. Does manage to recover the bomb. He says, guys, we probably need to go towards the A-bomb site right now, even though there's no information gained there. Wait, they go mid? This is a big change of pace.
So you play with the timing you've got and the information they had. They back up and try and wolf pack towards middle, play the numbers game, advance into where Jacob's holding. He creeps round, laying low like an animal in beast mode. But Owner, he's a lanimal right now. Claps back, hits the headshot and puts them into a 3 versus 3. Still 40 seconds on the timer. And there's utility to support this. This could still be around.
We're starting to see the CTs get a little bit antsy. Start using some of that utility. They're not too sure where people are. An easy rotate was available. Oh my good God, Nork. Just move those damn coils. The constructors, once again, causing some issues on this site. Oh my God, Stiko from the long angle. Kicksan as well. But Captain Kirker's only good for 1. Another round is going to be found there from Apeks. Another scrappy one, though. Jackie, this is too close to call. But right now, Apeks, they're leading.
The bizarre thing is, it's normally one of those where you sit there and you're like, right, these are the rounds that aren't sustainable, aren't repeatable, shouldn't really ever happen again. But those are the rounds that both teams are just winning back to back to back. Those are the ones that always seem to be in their court.
This is an Apeks timeout. Do they still have a timeout available coming into this? I mean, yeah, it looks like they're just kind of, they're chilling at this moment in time. They realize, okay, look, we've been given another lifeline. Let's see if we can use it to their fullest. JL, God, he's been putting a lot of work in the server hands, I swear.
Knees weak.
Arms heavy.
And they are cooking up some spaghetti in a series right now. They've just got to keep it together. But yeah, this is so tight. 20-19 is the scoreline here in the first map of the best of 3, and they go for a fast B play. JL, supported by Jacob, hitting the shots. Wrinkle only finds one onto Nork with the AWP towards the A site, but he's got to be quick to rotate over to B as they have breached the walls. They're in the site. It's their domain. They've got the utility to block off the response as well. The molly denies so much information, so much space as well. Oh, this is Apeks setting themselves up for a 21st. The post plants are in, they're ready.
This wasn't overtime, this would be a safe call. There's no way in hell that Bait would try and go for a retake like this. You're a man down, you have no side presence whatsoever, and Owner's going to be able to open up the round. Finds that pick onto Kicksan. Now the swing here from Jacob. Looking for this crossfire here with Stiko, but he falls after doing quite a bit of damage. Stiko's there along with JL on the back lines. His Wrinkle is yet to reveal himself. They're looking to try and take down these two low HP riflers, and here it is. The shot gets whiffed from Wrinkle there, up to 21. Now just one round required. Map point, OT point to Apeks.
Stringing rounds together for the first time in what feels like such a long time for either of these two teams. That round on the retake. All got a little bit messy, the timing, the spacing of the two players that peeked in through CT. Wrinkle not quite in position to strike with the AWP, paranoid about someone watching the flank, needed the info first. Oh, they are eating HEs to start this one off. And again, they go back to basics. What's been working? The B entries. And I tell you who's always working, JL. Man has been putting in overtime as he has 33 frags to his name, won multiple clutches inside of this matchup alone. And now Alex, playing around the edge of the smoke, has so much to do. Oh, barely hits the head, Cody.
Finds that kill. God, am I surprised. I thought Kicksan was going to be able to spot him first, just on the edge of that swing. Alex is still alive, but only for a brief couple more moments. A minute and 13 remaining on the clock. Plenty of time to be able to reevaluate this one if Apeks want to try something different. But I have a feeling that they're too committed this time. Nade goes in, and it's going to take down Jacob. A spam as well from Wrinkle onto JL to give Bait a lifeline. They've got a man advantage, and dear Lord, a little bit of util dropped inside of spawn just in case they needed it. They rotate back towards it, pick it up. Stiko now looking to recover the bomb and probably post himself up towards this A-bomb site because Nork is gaining a lot of ground. You're talking about JL and how much he's been doing. You've got 3 players now on 30+ kills on Apeks, and Nork looking to be able to find his 30th here as well as he entries over towards A, dragging everyone here. Bait getting baited onto the A-bomb site as we see Stiko, the experience showing as he's soon to be executing out onto B. The swing now from Nork, not good for the kill, but here comes Stiko, and they recognize situation. The fact that no one else is pushing, the bomb's now gonna go down. Look at the util available for Stiko. Molotov, smoke, 2 flashes. Molly goes down, forces the issue there for Wrinkle, gets him to force back. Smoke goes down to both the block off CT. Stiko, if you win this round, my God, man, this is gonna be insane. To be able to clutch out this map in a 1 versus 3 against, oh my God, did he spot him on that corner? I think he may just have. Owners just pushed back. He recognizes it's a decent hold here. We saw this same push here from Alex, and are we going to see the same thing? I think we might. He takes down one. He looked for a couple more, but Wrinkle on the swing from double oranges. They know this play. They do this play. We saw it from Alex. They're not going to get punished by it themselves.
Okay.
And breathe.
Yeah, dude, like, these rounds are insane. Barely holding on by a thread. The epitome of squeaky bum time is what we're seeing here, because these are some terrifying rounds. Firmly going to be on the struggle bus if you lose this one as well, because the amount of energy you've invested into it, the amount that's going in from every single player on the server here.
Can't remember what people said at home, but I saw the vote come up for, is it going to go to OT3, his first time with the charm? But God, I'm almost too invested in the game to even see anything else. It's just, I'm looking at AKs getting kills, I'm looking at M4s getting kills, I'm seeing nades getting kills. It's a hell of a game. I mean, if this was a best of 1, this might be one of the best of 1s of the entire thing, but we've got 2 more maps after this, Jackie. I can't wait for it.
The never-ending story. And that's what it must feel like for Bait. So Apeks, still 1 round to work with. Is this 21-21? Do we head to a third OT? Or will we see Apeks finally shutting it down. I mean, the utility's going out, but gonna have to force Kirker off the angle. They're just walking mid. Owner's there to support with Alex. Alex has been really crisp for this. If Owner can take the attention, maybe we could see a complete spray down. He's going to watch for the back of the heads, hits the first. Owner gets the first and the second. Owning now. Meanwhile, JL, he's burnt himself to a crisp. It's a JL barbecue and everyone's invited Nork running into the site. Oh, he's looking for the pick. It's a 1v5 to try and stop this from going to double OT, but that is what we get.
We say JL's been crisp. That's not what we meant. Don't do that. Oh, for the love of God, the look at dejection on Kixan's face there. This crossfire inside the mid was so good. Alex drawing the attention and literally, oh God, JL, that feels so bad. Yeah, fair enough.
Dude, like, what else can you do, right? You've got to have the reaction of just like, yeah, well, shrug it off, all right.
It's almost like I threw a molly there. Why did I jump around that corner?
B's a bit warm today. Like, shouldn't have worn my jumper.
Sun's out. Heat strokes hit. It's not looking good. We go to OT3, Jackie. Once again, as you mentioned, the never-ending story, the never-ending game, it would seem, and it's going to be the T-side once again for Apeks. No more barbecues, please. It makes for good content, but some of us want to go home at the end of the day. And Kixan and Jacob are hoping it's them and they can take the title of major qualifiers with them. 4 versus 3, the man disadvantage now for Bait. As they look to rebolster this A bomb site presence. JO only taking 5 from that nade.
Oh, they're walking down. The re-aggro contact onto the ramp. They want to take the fight to them.
They can't see anyone. They think it's clear. Oh my God, JL on the corner and he gets baited in by that kill. He has to flick on round, and now Apeks, once again, going to be able to secure the opening round. It's just Amster against 4, and he gets mollied off. He reveals his position by deploying one of his own, and the crossfire now being held. Surely this is a round for Apeks. Stico up close, but it's Jacob who finds the frag. A 22nd for Apeks.
Man. These rounds have been ridiculous. And for Bait now, this is their CT side where we were giving them all of the additional credence, saying, yeah, this is where they look even better than they do on the T half. They're being able to pop off. Wrinkle, right? The man on your screens there was looking sick. Kirker as well with some of the peaks he was taking early. But Apeks, that time, do not give them any breathing room, and it is all rifles all the time.
Wrinkle's on 43 kills. I know. Sure, we're in OT3, but my God, man, most of those are in regulation.
Holding him up like a napkin.
Yes.
He's got him in his
Causing
pocket.
some wrinkles.
Yeah, dude. And for Apeks, they're getting their toes blown off, making it cheaper to buy shoes. Hello. 1-for-1 trade. Perker as well with the aggressive angle, front of the box, playing for the ramp control. He's called for the rotate. They're going to arrive. Jacob's still here. You still got bomb control. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock as well. All 3 of the players effectively split up, watching for the flank. Down towards mid, bottom of ramp as well. Nork repositioning, Jacob setting himself up, just smokes the ramp so he can try and tuck in round the back towards sandbags, get a better angle, see if he can take one of these fights for free, but Kirker denies that.
Kirk has been so aggressive on these angles. I mean, the fact that he just aggro peeked onto ramp, like he had no right in finding any of those kills, but he's like, yeah, peek me, dare you, I'm gonna swing you. Does it, finds the kill. Absolutely amazing from him there. Now, 22-21, Bait looking to be able to bring us level onto this scoreline in a 4v1 situation against Nork. I mean, he is good for 1 kill. He's gonna be looking for just a couple more here, Jackie. Is there a world where Nork wins this?
Let's find out. 20 seconds on the clock. The docket not looking good. Flashbang in the back pocket. Slowly pushes his way up. Dashes out the HE. Close range position, but they're pushing up on him. Comes off. It was just a Bait play, but 666. The man is far too quick as Bait hold on for another round.
22-22. We restart once again. Full buys on both sides. Neither of them wanting to give an inch. God, you've got to think. How much can they still give? Coming into a second map as well of Anubis.
Dude, like, you've literally nearly played 2 full games of counter in one map. Like, the energy levels are going to be all over the place. And it's also just like, if you finally win this, the excitement that you've got then, you're riding that, like, bubbly high where you're like, yeah, sick, we're in it. We're going to win, boys. We can 2-0 this. Meanwhile, the other side suddenly got to scramble to prep themselves and get back in. And lest we forget, in terms of the map picks, this is Bait's home turf. This wasn't even Apex's pick. And they've been keeping it so damn competitive the entire affair. Everyone on the scoreboard performing.
Apeks have a negative win rate on this map. They're 43% coming into this one, playing up against teams like Monty, 1 win, losing to these teams, GamerLegion, Young Ninjas, not teams inside of the tier 1 scene. It's a level playing field, realistically, in this game, and on paper it shouldn't be. Bait, their map pick, they're having to throw absolutely everything they've got at them, and they're retrying strats over and over again because they're simply running out of gas, both on the T side and the CT side.
Like, the thing that you normally say is the more experienced team kind of does better the longer the triple OTs, the quad OTs go on, because you still have to just play your game. But here, it hasn't really been that. It's been both sides just performing so equally. Alex and Amster, they've been a bit of a dynamic duo at the back of B. They've been able to tussle with the best of them. The Molotov will force him out of that angle that he loves to play, though. And the whole site is divided by smokes. Smokes that work well for Nork. He shoots straight through them. 3 frags found. They're in the back. Alex 666 is dead. And it is all on Wrinkle.
Nork's expecting this. He knows this sort of play from Bait. He knows they like going for the wrap, but he whiffs the shot! You can't whiff those ones, man! He does take him down to 10 HP with the back of the tech, though, to be able to potentially recover this situation. It's an M4A4, and you've got 100 HP basically across all 3 players. You need to find at least 2 bullets to hit to be able to take them down. It's fighting on Jacob. Jacob finds it, and now we swap over to the second half of OT3 with a lead on Apeks. It's 23-22, but I still can't separate either of these 2 teams, Jackie. These 2 teams are going at it like they're crazy. How on earth did he spot it? Was there like an edge or something inside of that smoke?
Yeah, I think it was with a nade, but it kicked up the dust behind the smoke so that you could see the outline. I did wonder, like, the smoke shot was so quick, you're thinking, all right, I mean, that's either a hell of a reaction or you've been able to use the util for it.
So not only can the construction crew not build the site, they can't clean up the dust as well on the map. Come on, that's
just
ridiculous.
left sawdust everywhere.
Useless, absolutely useless. Whoever's been hired for this, fired.
Hey, maybe that's why Amster's playing so well if there's just sawdust everywhere.
Hamster.
There you go.
Well done. Yeah, that's good. You've been on fire on this one. I'm going to be honest with you, Jackie. It's good. JL, looking for this swing early in the corner. You know, Captain Kirker, my friend, you're not going to be going for swings like that. Nork inside the mid. This is something new. You see Jacob holding this angle, trying to get aggressive. No, you two are going to be committed. This is going to be a dry peek from both sides.
Oh, right down the middle!
He sprams, shoots, and he spreads all 3. He's not going to be able to find any of them. JL's looking about to pick up the pieces here. As damage has been dealt, they go for the double swing. Wrinkles up close, but it's Alex who finds 2 of the kills. Kitsan and JL taken down, and Stiko now in a 1v3 with an M4 in hand. Only a flash, a diffuse kit, and half armor against AKs. Surely he's not going to be able to win this one. Captain Kirker's probably just sacrificial lamb himself just to be able to give up that information. Pop flash goes in. I wonder where they swing from, and it's Kirker on top to be able to level us out to 23-23.
Captain Kirker not stetting his phaser to stun at the end. Full kill, and that's not what happened for Nork at middle. That's just a round that's going to leave you feeling ill,
Anger setting in. Anger setting in. Tables getting bashed.
Like, dude, the emotions at this point, they're going to be battering you. The demons are going to be creeping in your mind because you're just thinking, some of these rounds, some of these moments we've had to close out the game, it's not been there. And a round like that, that's horrible. At least you got the money.
The demons creeping in, sent by Alex.
Yeah.
The devil himself, 666. Trying to crawl and creep into the side of head of Apeks. And right now, it looks like they're going to be able to do it. Jacob reveals his position. He's the Molotov off the angle, but Wrinkles expecting the swing as the volley goes down, but he jumps on up. He's not going to be able to find any kills, but Owner and Nork, they pick up kills of their own. Wrinkle down to 23. Does put Apeks in a pretty decent position.
So a huge opening fight, resulting in a moment of silence across the battlefield, but There's a bit of a stalemate lurk between either side at the back of B. Meanwhile, focus being set on A. A little bit paranoid about the play now as Alex loses out against JL. So you know you've kind of got to commit to this one. Utility-wise, it's just 3 flashbangs. So it's all about forcing them off the angles, being able to get that bomb planted safe. Play for the post plant. And they were forced off. The mollies ruined them. Time's going to be ticking. They walk in through the smoke as well, confident as you like. And Beta dropped down to 2 players, just Owner and Wrinkle. Wrinkle removed. Owner sneaking up, but he's been seen. And they're going to finish him. 24 taken for Apeks.
Yeah, you're starting to see errors slip in here. That smoke didn't cover the entire cross angle, and he could just peek on up and find the shot. Really, look, here it is from Kixan. Just a small gap there, that's all that's needed, and Amstar had no clue. The smoke plumed, and he thought, oh, it's completely covered, I'm okay there. But no, the sightline's completely open. You missed the most crucial part. I mean, it wouldn't happen to CS2, of course, but here we go again. Do we think we're going to OT4? You guys at home think we are? Oh dear, Jackie, we're in for the long haul, it would seem, if the people at home are correct. But Apeks, they want to close this one out. The final round of OT3, and it needs to be clean from Apeks. Util going to be coming in. Kixan with the nade. It deals absolutely nothing. Smoke going to plume as well, just to be able to stave them off. And Jacob's looking for this long sight line, along with Kixan as well. They're waiting to be the faces. They're waiting to peek on through. And now the rotates come on out. They're gambling that this is going to be a full commitment over on this A-bomb site. And right now, they're correct. Here comes the swing. Owner on the opening frag. Not going to be able to find them. Kixan picks that one up. Jacob traded straight on back. Wrinkle picks that one up also. Nork now boosting on top of one of the boxes. Not going to be able to pick anything up. JL does instead. Now in a 2 versus 3 situation. Make that a 2 versus... Oh dear! 2 versus 2. As we see Captain Kirker find one more. Now just Kirker 1v2. One is low. One's full HP. Bomb goes down and he has flash to play with. He needs to pick up at least one of these kills, but he isn't going to be able to do it. We close this game out on OT3 as Nork finds the final kill to take Apeks through to the second map of Anubis, taking their opponent's map pick 25-23. Jesus wet. I think we're going to be chucking it to a short break, Jackie, just to be able to close this one out. We'll be back after this as we take a breather.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try... Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. NAV. But then again, it could be NAV, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try NAV.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls. If you just missed that first map, I apologise. I'm actually going to apologise because that was absolutely insane. Apeks going to be able to close out that first map against Bait on Bait's map pick. It went, what was it, 23 to 22, I think. It might even be more. My brain is melting. Neokai, thank you for joining us. Jackie, you're back as well. It's great to have you. What do we even say about that?
Do you want to take the floor for this one first?
Yeah,
that
man,
was
like that was just insane, right? I think you're looking at the fact that, like, coming into it, Apeks, you know, for the general Counter-Strike community, you're thinking, all right, we got our strong favorites. This should be a kind of quick game. In reality, both teams performing at their best. Constant trades of who's going to be the impact fragger, who wants to win a clutch this time. Put your hand in the hat, guys. You know, like, it's nuts. Like, the scoreboard reflects it now. It was just an insane game.
Wrinkle, as I put on a masterclass there. He's finished the game over 45 rounds worth of play, and he's finished the game with 46 kills and 106 ADR. It's a ridiculous performance coming through, and that shows as well for a young guy. Bear in mind, he's 18 years old. I know he just turned 18 as well. He's dropping 46 kills, and in such a long game as well, the consistency to keep them on edge is ridiculous. And I had the pleasure of kind of sitting outside there in between the 2 teams, and it was back and forth in the server, and it was back and forth out there. The supporting, you know, they were shouting with their respective booths. It was loud. it was rambunctious, it was fun.
That whole game, it's like the only one where even through the earmuffs when we're casting, I'm hearing like, you know, the teams that are clear with them and the players themselves, and you're like, damn, everyone's really invested right now. This is sick. Like,
God, I mean, that was a hell of a game, right? What can Wrinkle do more?
I know.
Lost their map pick. This guy drops 46 kills, 106 ADR. We've seen the stats, and now we go on to Anubis, which is Apex's map pick. Apeks had a dire win rate on Vertigo before this, 43% coming into it. And Jay can put up some hell of a numbers as well, 38 kills to his name. Everyone just seemed like they turned up to the server and they gave us an absolute masterclass of Vertigo. It wasn't even like it was standard set plays. It was just, it turned into a slugfest towards the end of that one.
At the end, it was purely a battle of wits. It kind of, the mental game really came into it because you're battling not only in the server, but then you look towards kind of mental fortitude. And probably the most important thing, bearing in mind it's been a long week, it's fatigue. And a long map like that, rookie errors start to creep in towards your play. And you really do have to be careful coming through. But Jacob, experience as good as it gets. I might go with a performance he had. And of course, for the longest time, in the previous iteration of Apeks, even back into towards Extremum, Apeks was always the name you look towards in terms of consistency and top-level Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but it's also like JL really had a game where he shined in so many clutch rounds. Even, I think at one point, we had 2 clutch rounds back-to-back that he won literally with a 2K then a 3K. And it's like, if you're doing that consistently, and you've got Nork looking good, and you've got Stiko looking good, it's like, oh, all right, Apeks are here to play. Let's get it.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. I mean, we're talking about the stats. Look at Stiko here. 35 kills, 33 deaths, 76 ADR. A game that goes to that many OTs. This guy, I mean, we saw these one-on-ones. The storyline we're kind of building up against Stiko and Wrinkle, and it was just back and forth between them, back and forth between the teams, and back and forth on the server. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a second map of Anubis. Apex's map pick, interesting ground for both teams. Let's find out who's going to be able to take it. Do we see a 2-0 series? Does it go the distance? Find out after this short break. We'll see you in a moment.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch The Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're getting the way in towards our second map. I know it's been a bit of a long series. It feels like we've already had two rolled into one, but Anubis is next up on the chopping block. It's the pick of Apeks, and of course, they've already sniped away one map, but we're looking towards a sniper of B8, that wrinkle to really make the difference.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great map. I think for both of these two teams, it'll be pretty exciting because like the sort of the vibe we're getting from both camps where everyone's playing well, it bodes well for a very sort of aggressive Anubis, which is my favorite type of Anubis.
The one thing that we do have is that fatigue might be setting in. Here's an update on the B stream game right now. FaZe versus MOUZ, a qualification game for the major, for challengers, which is crazy to say between these two teams. One of these teams will be going to that last chance qualifier next week. We're on map number 3 of Inferno. FaZe are only just in the lead right now, and well, it looks like a pretty level playing field going into what looks like round number 19.
I mean, regardless of who wins or who loses, it's still a huge thing to have MOUZ and FaZe in a 2-2 match. I mean, that itself, no one would expect. I think if you had asked the vast majority of CS fans and analysts, pundits, casters, whatever, of who they would put where, I think the vast majority of people would have put both of them in the guaranteed to go through legend spots even. I think even maybe I saw a lot of people putting MOUZ over the likes of Fnatic of the world, right? So it's interesting, but the good thing is it's not the be-all and end-all. They do go into the last chance qualifier. However, it's 6 teams from across Group A and Group B vying for one space. Either way, the ladies and gentlemen are about to get on the way in towards our second map. It's Anubis up here. Apeks starts on the T side.
Interesting setup here from Apeks. Looking for this mid presence. Util and Smoke going to be thrown. Steeko, oh, he's going to let them pass here. This is nice. Yeah, some issues creeping in already from Bait. Didn't even clear that corner. And this is one of the things I wanted to touch on kind of in the pre-map. That was a long-ass series for both teams. And Jacob finding 2 kills there, 1 for each hand of the Julies. Nork picking up one of his own, and Owner out of the server as well. The vibes are positive for Apeks. The momentum's being carried on. I mean, yeah, it was a long-ass series. We're going to see mistakes here. Fatigue definitely going to be setting in, as you correctly said, Nao, earlier.
Yeah, it'll slip into your head, but I am the Nao now. I've stolen it. Yeah. We can like rotate. I'll start calling you Jackie. We'll do it that way, but it'll be good, right? But yeah, man, I completely agree with you, right? Like, you got to think about it from the mindset of Bait as well. It's also another one of those where, again, a day later, the same things happened where you're like, oh, okay, we get to an OT, I feel like we're going to win, and then we lose it, and then we lose the series, right? So hopefully that isn't going to be the same sort of story here. Of course, at least this is the second map, not the third.
Unicorn odds, look at them.
Yeah, because after a very close map number 1 as well, a 1.08 for Apeks and a 6 towards Bait. Very one-sided in terms of those predictions, but to be honest, I completely agree with them. I mean, it's now Apeks' game to lose, just because. Go and look at this statistically. I mean, you look against Anubis, it's a map in which Apeks in the last 17 times played with a 76% win rate compared to the 5 times that Bait have played it, and they've only won 3 of them. It's not exactly a great or comfortable map for Bait. Never mind the amount of experience they've got on it, where for Apeks, to be very honest, this is their go-to, and that makes matters worse. Apeks are on a 4-map winning streak here.
Kixan looking to try and find an opener there onto Amster and Wrinkle, and it's simply not going to happen. He tried to be a little bit too aggressive with that MAC-10, swung into them with 5 USPSs. Now it's going to be stacking up, taking this through to the next round. I mean, what a thing to save. 4 USPSs and a MAC-10. They were barely even in this round. They gamble stacked on A. The opponents went B. Round over and done with. Apeks, they're up to 2.
It's great for them as well, of course, because it's not only the fact, yeah, sure, we steal away a MAC-10, but they don't get any kills on the MAC-10, and you're there like, yes, we have denied your stocks. You get no money.
Good day, sir. You get nothing.
Oh, indubitably. The market has crashed. Like, everyone's just like, ooh, okay.
The wallets are mighty thin. But, however, not over towards bait. We're going to see a pretty comfortable buy coming through. Not even going to keep hold of the MAC-10. They are going to drop it out immediately. I like the call. The preference coming toward these sort of rounds where you've gone for a save in towards a second is a full conclusive buy. Rifles on deck, and of course, most importantly, the big man Wrinkle in an orb.
Dude, and that's glass cannon Wrinkles.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Okay, I like it.
Let's see if he can back that up once we get stuck into the action here in the Fur, because already they're trying to command control of middle. Alex was so good on Vertigo, but here he's ratioed out by JL, who also had huge impact, and they've been able to bleed their way in towards the A site, splitting this defense, and Wrinkle's flicked off the angle.
Oh, yeah, that's not great. I mean, what, you just expect them not to push through smokes? You've seen how they've been playing over on OT. They're going to continue that momentum through once again. Kicksan's going to be able to get this bomb planted, now on a 2 versus 3. It's Owner and Kirker, and Owner actually had a pretty weak map last map, and we've seen that historically when he's not fragging, he's usually not in the best mentality for the calling as well, so they are just probably going to save this one. He needs to reinvigorate himself and needs to do it quickly to ensure it doesn't, like, start eking into the mental of the rest of the squad.
Yeah, full saves come through as well for the front remaining 2 rifles. Not even going to stick around for X's. I think that's the right call. I just don't see any sort of reason why you'd want to stick around. You don't want to make it expensive. Have 2 rifles. It might allow for some sort of a buy around in towards the next. It's going to be a weird and wacky buy either way from bait, but I think where they currently stand, you probably want to kind of hard reset your economy anyway, and I see a lot of teams go for the FAMASs and MP9s with armor, U-2 into this sort of round just to kind of full reset. If it goes well, it goes really well, of course. You get the kill bonus with the MP9s, yeah, and of course you get to claw away around. But if it goes wrong, you're using a full reset, which you kind of would be anyway.
Nice.
At least like with the first few rounds we've had, they've been keeping it somewhat close in the battle of attrition, so you're not getting too much money.
Yeah.
But grand scheme of things, it really is just going to be a couple of pistols to work with, the 2 M4s you've saved. Although I will say, man, like bait with pistols, they've actually all looked really sick. Like Wrinkle on the Deagle is incredible.
It's a hand cannon, and of course he's pretty good with the cannon too, right? So we trust him. The CZ, the IKEA Build-A-Gun, up close and personal for Amster. Can he make it work? At this range, you can actually do some serious damage. He's looking for it. There's one. Not quite the second. Quick trade from Jacob. Still looking to close down the space. Wrinkle reclaiming some of it, but he gets deleted, and it's just a massacre over towards that A site. In a matter of mere moments, we're down to just 2. But one of them's a rifle.
AK and the M4, Captain Kirker. His first 4 rounds, not found much other than that opener. Now he's going to be chucked to the wayside as Nork. Easily going to be able to find that kill. Owner, once again, in this post-plant situation, alone and afraid. Not going to be able to do anything. He's just looking for exits here. And honestly, if Nork swings him, I think he even finds the kill. It's going to be a 4th round for Apeks. They're going to be saving all 3 of these weapons. And God, we are 4 rounds in, guys. And the economy of the T's is so good already. Bait, I mean, they've got some money in their pockets as well to be able to buy up into this one. But if Apeks continue this momentum, I mean, we mentioned both of these teams incredibly momentum focused. If it's not going to get stopped, Apeks could just run away with this one, and this is where the experience starts coming in towards like these super long games.
Yeah, and just checking as well, we all went for bait, if I'm right in saying. I
think so. I think it was just us, right?
Yeah, and it's not looking too good right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, even now, I think it all came down to what was the win factor of Vertigo, right? I think we were looking towards a Mirage. It's a level playing field. It's so puggy that maybe individuals step up. We were hoping they would take Vertigo, and then, you know, Anubis could be a throwaway.
But instead, Vertigo went the way of Apeks in that grueling overtime game, and now we've ended up here on Anubis. Yeah, bud. The old double Orpy. Kirker and Wrinkle as well. Like, the setup's fun, man. Ooh, the problem is, a little bit of a baity shot. You're hoping Stico commits for the frag, then you get the trade kill. Instead, utility exchanged, and they back off, repoising.
This isn't the first time we've seen Stico bait out these AWP shots. We saw it in a pretty influential round over on Vertigo as well. Wrinkle, going to be good not to be baited a second time, and instead finding that kill inside of mid onto Jacob. Kicksan
thinking about going for the swing. And guys, come on, you've just played 1,000,001 rounds against this guy. You know how good he can be, and that was on a rifle, not even the primary weapon of the kid. Amster behind the pillar, waiting for the swing, back up there from Alex, but he doesn't need any help. Alex going to be able to find the heads of both JL and Stiko, and this is more like it from Bait. This is much more confident, this is much more collected, what we're used to be seeing from them, and they brought it down to a 5 versus 1. I was talking about the economy being not great for them, but this is an amazing boost, an injection of funds moving into round number 6.
This is the big one, and they should go hunting. They know Norg's got the AWP. The right call here is to hunt. I know it's it feels weird, but they've got the numbers to work with. Regardless of if he picks up a couple of kills, they're still going to buy anyway. They should go and drop that AWP. Anubis is, at the moment, the hardest map to save on. It's so wide, but so short in a way that saving is super difficult. They're going hunting. You will find a kill. The question is, can he stay alive? He'll tuck his head, so he should be absolutely fine. The call to hunt by Bay is definitely the right call, but unfortunately, it just doesn't really come to fruition.
No, yeah, man. It's also like the 2 rifle players that had the AKs were towards B and that kind of thing, and don't really want to lose the AK as much. It's like, hey, man, you've only got that M4. Do you think you could go and kill the AWPer for us? Like,
go on, it's fine.
Yeah,
he's
do
not
it.
any good, I promise.
Yeah, it'll be sound. He didn't kill all of us that other time. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but either way, right? Like 2 rounds back to back, at least it does build up a little bit more momentum. So the game now starting to look a little bit more interesting here as Bait pick up there first and get the opening in. There is still the buy coming back out, just taking the hit when it comes to utility. But carrying over the saved AWP for Naught could be a huge factor.
Still has 5k as well in the bank. He's got so much money to play with, which is amazing for him and actually for the rest of the team as well, because if they lose this round, they're probably not going to have a full buy available across the entire team, but Naught can just drop some SMGs and be like, yeah, go on then, lads, don't worry about it. I've still got an out for you. Captain Kirker's going to be first to show face here, spots the arm of Jacob, but can't shoot the fingers off. JL finds the opener onto Amsilo.
It's a smart smoke, actually. It just allows them to lurk. It's a great nade coming behind it, though. 50 points or just over of damage dealt. Alex, sit closer first. It was such a difficult place to play because it's such standard spams coming through as Stiko exposes. Alex falling, the numbers starts to fall in place for Apeks, but Wrinkle's got other ideas. The big green, he makes it sing.
It's 45 seconds on the clock. 4 versus 3.
Play needs to be made.
Yeah, you've got to do something with this. But the lurk out on middle with Kickstand now coming in as a bit of a flanker. Only 1 player on the back of the A site.
He's a psychopath of just swinging dry into mid there, considering what happened last round. He did it, and Wrinkle just ripped his head clean off. He just doesn't care. He's just, I'm going to go for it. Did he whiff that smoke? I think he did, right?
An A smoke, have I ever seen it?
Yeah, Molotov goes down, and Kirker's going to be able to find the first kill off the back of the swing. Jacob on the back line, trades it back. Owner with 1, with a second as well, 1 to Naught. Now on the 1 versus 1, it's Jacob versus Wrinkle. 100 HP from Wrinkle, but if he misses the shot, Jacob almost certainly finds that pickup. There is a kit available on Wrinkle as well, along with a flash to work with it. If he swaps out to the pistol, then maybe be able to find it. Instead, though, he's good on the AWP and got... Jacob stares dead into the camera like he's trying to look into Wrinkle's soul, saying, yeah, thanks for that one, kid.
Honestly, anybody in the server you put in that situation, Wrinkle's the one you trust. I mean, this guy so far has been unbelievable. Not missing a single thing. He started things off as well. That round was going south until Wrinkles all stepped up at range. He rotated to that B side. Really well played. Really well played. And now, of course, for Apeks, they know themselves a lot of these opportunities they should be closing out for the most part pretty soundly. And the fact that Wrinkle, not only in Vertigo, but now transferring over in towards Anubis, is starting to put the pressure on. They have to go for an timeout, and I don't mind this call.
Gives Cuban an opportunity to really get stuck in here and put the team's heads together, of course. So much experience on that man. A legend from the scene in terms of his achievements that he had under his belt, and now here coaching in the back line. We've also got the game that's going on over on the B stream. Now, of course, this is the FaZe MOUZ game, all tied up 1-1 apiece, and potentially about to be tied up here 12-12.
It's 3 versus 2.
Uh-oh.
It's highly likely, but oh my God, is that site completely open? No,
plant a day.
Plant a day. It's all good.
Little mini map.
Small
very
mini-map.
small.
Look, it's all good.
Very, very.
I'm not getting flack for that one.
Oh God, thinking about Flak. Here comes a random shot. It's about to catch them out of the air, and it is going to be a kill there from Captain Kirker. Kixan kills his teammate, but we ignore that one. 3 versus 3 with the bomb being planted. Weapon advantage going over towards Bait. But these two MAC-10s, close quarters sight is B.
And an AWP rotating in as well. Of course, we already spoke about Wrinkle being trustworthy, but against the MAC-10s, it's always so difficult when you're getting tagged under pressure. Can be rough, but Amster, nice shot from him. Kixan to fall. And Stiko sneaking in the back lines. He could be the linchpin to success. He could be the difference maker. Oh, there's one. Looking for two. He can't quite find it. And now Jacob's shown his face. He showed his call. They know where he is. And there's no denying this defuse. There's nothing he can do. And he's being swung as well. Alex does not give a damn about your smoke. Great retake and really well played.
So if we had any questions about if Anubis would deliver from Bait, already we're starting to get some answers. And there was some messy maneuvers. That makes so much more sense, seeing it from his POV as well. Because on the entry, you're thinking, how's this happen? Like, I know Kickstan's bloodthirsty and kills everyone, but surely not his own team. It's a bit of an unfortunate bit of spacing there.
He doesn't care where the blood comes from. As long as he can find it, he's fine. It's just like, it's in his contract. If I kill a teammate, you can't be mad at me. I'm just too blood hungry. I apologize about that.
Like a really aggressive vampire.
Just TKing. Just like... Alex. Oh, they rush through the molly. And oh, wow, they are going to be able to get Alex on the swing there as well as he's caught rotating back. Stiko down by Wrinkle. And now they reposition. Re-smoke comes in from Owner, and they make Apeks rethink what they want to be doing. Now position themselves over towards A with Jacob holding the window.
Okay, time to work with. You're in a 4-on-4 as well, so you're not going to be too terrified about playing the trade game. Utility-wise, it's pretty damn good. I mean, just the 2 smokes there. You have the flashes as well to work with. They're debating this, coming across. They want to try and make a late play into B with the lurk in through middle. That's where it could get really awkward, Nao.
This is so, I was about to say, so calm and composed by Bait. They're playing this methodically, clearing angles on the way in towards mid. Mid's where you get all your information from. They're happy to play retakes as long as there's the numbers to work with. That is the case. In for the smoke. Owner going to respect it, and in fact going to sit in it, looking for a gap, and he'll find one, and he'll find a frag too. Jacob to fall in a 2 versus 4. The bomb not even committed yet because they're still nervy.
Great presence of mind there for Mona to just fall back after finding that first kill, fall back into the rest of his team and play the numbers advantage. In this 4 versus 2, they need to come in swift. And they don't have too much util to be able to play around with it. No damaging ones anyway, but Kirker and Owner, they clean up the round. Bomb going to get defused. And it all kind of comes to the head in just a few short moments there. Yeah, really, really smart there from Owner. I liked that. Just be able to find that opening kill on the edge of the smoke, and it's like, cool guys, this is now substantially easier for us to be able to retake.
I think it's one thing I really liked about what Bait did in that round is the second that Apeks pumped the brakes, they're playing this play essentially which is hoping that Bait get nervous, and they're trying to essentially rely on the inexperience of Bait. This is a young team. I think the average age is about just shy of 20 years old, right? Yeah. A lot of these kind of guys still in their teens, and you're looking at Apeks who's got a wealth of experience. I mean, Jacob's been around forever, right? I mean, Stiko as well. These are guys who are essentially synonymous with CSGO. And they're hoping to bank on the inexperience of Bait to bait them, essentially, into taking a fight or dropping a bit of util. A little bit prematurely. Doesn't work. And Owner the IGL takes precedent. He's playing a double stack, essentially rotation move, looking around for information, a buddy system. And it works wonderfully.
With the exception of, well, even including Madden, actually, no one's above 23.
For Bait?
Age-wise, yeah, for Bait. They're all young.
Captain Kirk is the oldest?
You put me on the spot now.
Sorry. I think I remember seeing he's like 22, I think.
23.
23, there we go.
Like 24. Coming up.
It's coming up.
He's going to be 24 this year. That's how numbers work. Speaking about 4s, 4 and 4 for both sides. Apeks and Bait in a 5 versus 5. Who's going to be able to take that lead? Is it going to be Bait for the first time? Or Apeks looking to reinvigorate themselves as they go for this A site execute with only 2 players over here, but look who's here. Amster and Wrinkle. Spam there from Amster. Good to get that one through the smoke. Wrinkle takes off Jacob's head. Looks for the chest of JL as well when he finds that one inside of mid. We see Kixan trying to pick up some of the slack that they dropped over there, but Wrinkle so aggressive through that smoke. Takes down Nook, trade down the rifle, but Wrinkle isn't good for it. Alex helps out. It's all good. He played bait. He basically was a human flashbang midway through that round, and it did the job.
Man, that's ridiculous. Like, he's playing gun game, he's hitting all the flicks, the headshots as well for the overkill. Ooh, in my head, when I see the B push coming out, I'm thinking back to Amster's performance on Vertigo in a couple of the key rounds. It's like, right, this guy's really good at stepping up when you need him to. As like an anchor, you can just leave to secure the site. He goes 1 for 1, and then Wrinkle just goes, yeah, I'm winning the whole round. I'm getting myself back into things. 9 frags now as we reach the 10th round.
It's 5 in a row for Bait as well. On the CT side, they're on fire. This is the only map that we look at as being T-sided. Kixan does not care about that smoke, though. Captain Kirker caught above it. And Ona will be tested. The leader has to lead from the front, but he gets caught by Jacob Stiegel. It's falling apart, but we call on the youngster Ringo. What can he do? Alex gets deleted. Stico had a swivel 180s him.
Nade goes in to be able to clear out the site. Nobody home for the connection right now as Amster has to fall back. God, how on earth have Apeks been able to find this round? And Wrinkle goes headfirst into Stico. He says, thank you very much. I'll be taking that up all the way to the bank. Round's over and done with. And there goes your 5-round winning streak to level out the game.
5 rounds apiece for either team. And that AWP gifted to Stico in the dying moments can now be passed back on to Nork. This is getting quite intense, actually. I mean, I'm glad Bait have already been able to find a bit of form to give us a close competitive matchup. We'll see how this one goes on. Oh, Amster in the last few moments, literally on the second, gets the headshot off and goes down, bud.
You hate to see it. You really do, and I think that will mean that, I think economy-wise, the buy might be a little bit shaky. They do have, of course, 5 consecutive rounds in a row, but each and every round has been made pretty expensive. Even when Apeks have been losing, they've making it costly. I think buying it towards an AWP will be out of the question, potentially. And you can see how tilting this can be, losing those sort of rounds. The AWP will come out, in fact, but it does hinder the buy across the borders. And then B9, a FAMAS in hands of Captain Kirk and Alex, respectively. It's a rough one.
Big Sam has been so good at finding these early entries through smoke. Like, half of the times he's been towards B and got the pick, it's been before he's even seen them, just on the spam from a bit of feeling. And here again, they want to go for the fast B play. Up close and personal with the SMG attempting to slay. Owner in the back, playing behind the pillar, gets slammed into the back of the cranium by JL on entry. Alex with a fast trade, and it's all down to Nork. Timing on that. Fires off the warning shot, needs to focus on Connector. Actually does find a flick. Now you've got a bit of time to work with. He knows about the scope as well. The double take, but Wrinkle is quicker.
Yeah, that's just Wrinkle things I think we've just come to know them by, right? That was a little bit of a crazy one there. It seemed like there was a universe in which Nort was going to be able to clutch that one out. I wonder if we can get Nort's perspective on that flick, because look at it again. Oh my God, he just locks on him. And Wrinkle only catches the back of Nork anyway. The timing works out in his favor, and he's not going to be happy about it, understandably, but God, these rounds are getting way too close for anyone to be happy about it. Yes, Bait are in the lead, but Apeks, they can quite easily slam back into this one.
This is an unbelievable game. I mean, we already saw over towards Vertigo how impressive these two sides can be. And Bait on a map in which statistically the odds are so stacked against them. They're taking the fight right to Apeks. And through the flash, beautiful master, he makes it a double. As Stico will fall. Quick trade coming through from Jacob, but it's too little, too late. The numbers still remain in favor of Bait, and they'll fall away as Kulkov composed. But Ona gets caught. He got caught on the corner of the wall. And when he's tagged down, he's slowed down.
3 versus 3. A lot of ground for Bait to cover here. They're not 100% sure where all 3 players of Apeks are at this current moment in time, as last contact about 10, pushing 15 seconds ago now. Kixan looking to try and get a little bit of underpass, a little bit of connect to control, and Alex, the timing could not be better, it seems, but he's not going to be able to find that kill. They are going to hear the scope of Wrinkle. Did he drop that down towards Kixan? I wonder if it fell down. If it did, that is an opportunity for them to be able to recover it, but Captain Kirker, who reads the timing well, takes down one. Wrinkle now rotating over towards this A-bomb site, loving this wall a bit. As the smoke goes down, he's looking to play around it, uses his advantage, spots out one, spots out the second, the spam, he runs out of bullets, but finishes it with the USPS.
This kid's something.
Damn right.
Oh my God.
Dude, like, it's even just the mechanics of this, man. Like, he's walking in playing anti-flash. He still knows exactly where the angles are. He finds the flick instantly.
Ooh,
so bizarre.
The spicy round into a spicy game over on the B stream. MOUZ are 14-13 up.
What is this boost?
Oh, no.
We're in a timeout right now. Oh, my God. No one was expecting that from Twist.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Like, looking at the money here as well, this is literally like MOUZ win the game if you win this round.
Carrigan, oh my good God, inside of the smoke. He's about to go absolutely ballistic, isn't he? You got one on the site. Oh my God, Carrigan.
Also, people may have heard screaming earlier. It was because when it was 13-all, Dexter pulled off an unbelievable clutch from Nubox. So that got him to this place, and they're going to win all FaZe. We could be seeing OT maybe over on that B stream. We've seen a few OTs.
I hope we keep checking in with that game. I know there's a big game going on here, but that is so, so important for just the rest of the major. Let's be real.
It's huge. It is, of course, especially when we've got timeouts. We've got nothing better to do. 7-5, Bait, 2-round lead that they hold. And Wrinkle is just an animal. What a player he is. Util in towards mid, early doors, just to keep Apeks at bay. They're very good at these spams, Apeks. You can get a lot of cheeky kills on the back of it this time. Bait, and I like this, they're going to respect it.
You mentioned Wrinkle as well, right? Like, we've had the warping effect that he pulls out, but it's also the fact that even on the rifle, he just runs rampant in some of these rounds. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that here. 7-5 at the minute, 13th round being played out.
Those all kind of slow down though. There's a lot of shooting going on, but it's just to gain information. What is this? The crossfire setup going for the swing. You have no right in doing this. And then not, wow, actually kicks it and gets destroyed. He's so lucky. I'm sorry, unlucky not to find both kills there. He's good for the first, but that's it. Jacob finds one in Alex. And now we're down to a 4v3. What on earth just happened there? Bait ever done something like that? If it was a set play into like this aggressive swing, usually it's just as I'm Captain Kirker, I'm going to swing around the corner.
Off the back of it as well, Bait are looking at they want to group back over to the other side. It's a sort of questionable play because they just gained so much information here towards B. There's only one left, ready and waiting, and he gets deleted through a smoke. Nork, that is a corker. And there's just nothing Captain Kirker can do. It's a safe call. Bait want nothing to do with this. Keep your rifles in towards the next, because there's no chance of a retake. Apeks up to 6.
Trying to play that retake style of CS with the kits and utility they had. Left one man to defend the site, and he was actually in a great position to potentially make it awkward for them as well. But all it took was Nork standing tall. The 8-foot Goliath with the size 12 shoes puts the foot down and gets the 6th round for Apeks.
Just to continue to update people while we chunk down the seconds, FaZe 1 round away from Paris and 1 round away from knocking MOUZ in towards that last chance qualifier. 15-14, it is spicy, ladies and gents, and something tells me this one's going to be equally as spicy on the way out. We may be needing a decider map. Okay, we'll take a look once again. I think we may have another timeout.
Oh, they did it. They did it for us.
Thank you very much. We're watching 15-14. Bait actually going to call for their first timeout. I like this call from Bait. They need to have a conversation. They're a little bit discombobulated, but while they do, we can, of course, have a look in towards MOUZ versus FaZe insertion. Are there ideas? Who knows? We could be going OT over there.
Man, he wants to join his brother in arms in flames, right? Get the representation at the major. And they're fighting hard. I mean, it's a scrappy buy they've got as well.
Oh, it's leveled out by rain, though. We did see towards the tail end of that. I don't think it was caught on our side of the stream, but the emotion in the server for FaZe. I mean, you know Carrigan can pop off, but it's rare you see it. And when he does, he goes absolutely insane. This is a massive execute coming out onto the site, and it's all on Carrigan to be able to find anything. But JDC, oh my God, he's insane. Bomb's going to get planted in the retake in a 2 versus 4. That's going to overtime. It has to,
done.
right?
Yeah, it's 100% done. We'll keep you updated, ladies and gentlemen. Back on the way here. Penultimate round of the half. It's more or less even as it's going to get. 7-6. And Bait off the back of their timeout. They've gone for a weird and wonderful buy. Double M4, 1 FAMAS, double pistol to try and make this work. It is a risky force by Jackie.
It's the best they've got. And for Bait, in rounds like this, when they've got the pressure on them, they do start to get going. And it seems like, talking of getting going, we've just heard some screams. That means that game is going into an OT.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Apeks bait, do not take that as a cue to go into OT once again, please. Some of us want to go home this evening. We cannot be dealing with another 25 rounds, but it would be amazing if this game was as close. I mean, right now it's seeming like it, right? JL going to go in for the swing onto Owner, and he was getting a lot of chip damage in, but not able to transvert those into kills. Captain Kirker, wow, it's rare. He's only good for one in those sort of situations, as now B bomb site completely lost. The buy was scrappy. They had a chance, and they have kind of squandered it. Wrinkle, Deeg shot onto Jacob. You can actually never count that guy out.
I was going to say, they might be tempted to save him. I mean, they are fully invested towards this round. And it's down to 2, but the damage they've dealt, the only thing is the JL damage is unconfirmed damage.
This is crazy.
Stigo will fall down into a 2 versus 2. This is starting to look dicey. The only thing that worries me, the kit on Amster, and he's going to fall. I could see it happening. It's all down to one man. Wrinkle with the AK, he's called it. Tail between his legs, he's going to give it up, and Apeks will tie this game up.
Great positioning from Amster. Really, really nice, but it's just a shame he wasn't able to convert a single kill there. Great presence of mind once again from Apeks to continue holding that angle and just setting up that crossfire. A very defensive position is kind of this Palace angle there, especially if you can get in there from the T side. JL, God. Give him an AK, post him on the site. He'll find every single kill you need him to. And they are happy about it. Look at it. The vibes, immaculate.
Look at that buy, Jackie, man. It's not good. Double MP9, double pistol, and an AK to make this one work in the final round.
I mean, at least like that one saving grace is that he did find the 2 deagle frags and get to save an AK because he has been such a huge impact player for this team. But the pistols still have to find a couple of picks here and there. Close range angles will always favor you, but they don't really want to give you that. Just spamming from a distance and already getting the opening pick onto the captain. Stico, though, finally lured into the lion's den, and Alex will maul him.
Jacob's lucky not to burn there as well. We've seen those mollies spread. The smoke go down at just the right time. Wrinkle sneaking underneath. They are so spaced out. The CT side, they can be caught off guard. Wrinkle, turn your heads and shine, because he will find JL, but a quick trade from Kixan keeps the numbers level.
He's just so good, isn't he? Every single angle he needs to check, he's checking them, and he's able to find frags. Yes, he's traded, but God, what information does that give Bait here? By the way, there's probably at least one more person inside of mid, probably 2. Who knows at this current moment in time? That allows Bait then to reposition, set themselves up for more aggressive angles if required. I mean, with an AK, a Deagle, an MP9, the health is low, but this certainly isn't impossible. Alex, oh my goodness, he's going to wait for them to plant on this bomb. He might even go for the swing as they begin tapping it as well. He does. Can't spot Kixan as of yet. Sees the gun barrel, knows it's there. Spots out one, takes the long range fight, goes for the close one, takes him down. Now the information is drawing out, and there's so many angles that Apeks need to clear here. They do manage to take down Alex, and I don't know about that one. I feel like if Alex was able to tuck away for just a couple more moments, he would have been able to get the backup from his team. It's double AK versus double AK, but only a 16 HP solo remaining player. It's going to be Apeks taking one more round. Moving in to the second half, we're going to chuck it to a short break. When we're back, let's see what happens. See you soon.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Warrior Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Ooh, a new half. Who dis? As we continue on Anubis. Apeks taking on Bait 8-7. Close as you like at the half. But let's have a quick look at what's going on in this matchup. We knew it went to OT. That was the last we had seen, boys. It's 17-15 right now.
Bomb's partner for MOUZ as well. It's going to be a hell of a retake if FaZe want to keep themselves off of OT point at this current moment in time. Dexter holding onto the site, covering the bomb, waiting for someone to swing, but twists. So good. JDC, this is going to be an insane clutch if he's going to be able to pull it off. Smoke goes down, swings on one, takes him down. Oh my good God, he's going to do it, isn't he? He's going to tap him down. JDC is actually insane. That is absolutely nuts.
Dude.
What the hell?
I think like Xerxon had 32 frags as well. Goddamn, Israel CS on the come up, but we got the unicorn or odds rather. God, I forgot to speak. I got so excited now.
1.15 to 4. So they really are leading in favor of Apeks. Winning out the half by just a mere one round. For Bait, they desperately need to take a pistol here, and they are just flying. They're absolutely launching their way over towards the side. No rest for the Wicked, and it's stacked.
Oh. Swings here, Captain Kirker with the open up. Kicksan going to be able to thread it straight back. JL now going for the swing, not going to be able to find anything there. Alex now picks up that kill. Now they control the site, but on the site is still Kicksan. Tapped on down by Alex. He's going absolutely crazy here. Finds himself 2 kills. Jacob on the back lines, 2 pistols in hand. Taps down 1 in the form of Wrinkle. Bomb gets planted, down in the 2 versus 2. Nork on the back lines, tap down 1. We know how good he can be on those USPSs, but like to take down teammates as well. But this time, he's only good for opponents. Finds the round, finds the kills, finds the defuse. Apeks up by 1 more.
Yeah, that's big. That really is, especially considering how badly things started in terms of Bait finding the opening kill, finding some space to work over towards the A side. It was looking south. It really was. But now they're alive and kicking. Apeks, I got to say, that has really made a massive statement going towards the second half. Now they've got money to work with, both sides, of course. But winner of this next round here, the full buy is coming out. Essentially, the sides in JL's loving life. Was that meant to be a basketball swish?
I think so. Like, the fact that he's finding, like, not only is he just popping off, oh my God.
MOUZ are going to the major. FaZe are going to the last chance qualifier. You can probably hear it in the background.
Coming through the headset.
Oh my God, a no scope from an AWP to close it out as well.
MOUZ's support style have just gone absolutely bonkers here as well, and you can't blame them at all. You absolutely cannot. That was that's probably the loudest we've heard in the studio thus far, but what a game. They say, and I normally disagree with it, that all good best of 3s are decided on Inferno. I normally hate that sentiment because I don't like Inferno, but that one made off it. That was a really good map.
A fitting end and a bit of history there. God, the history book's being rewritten. FaZe, fresh off the Intel Grand Slam not even 2 weeks ago.
Literally.
Being dismantled by MOUZ in an overtime affair on Inferno. That was a treat. And now we can sink our teeth back into the delicacy we've got here on Anubis. Round 17, Nork, he's continuing on with his form. Stabs the first Jacob with 2 as well. And Bait, whoa, they are just being baited into losing the round as owner's the last man as he gets owned by Kicksan.
Did Captain Kirker swing that angle with the bomb in hand?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm glad you spotted that as well. It looked like an interesting one. I was like, look, this is more deadly than what I've got on my back right now, I promise you. Let's have a look. Yeah, it did. Interesting one there from Kirker. Got his wires crossed, it would seem. But it's going to be another round there for Apeks as they just take a brief respite.
I wouldn't mind a Bait pause it. I got to say, I wouldn't mind, especially coming towards the next round. Full buys can come out for Bait, and I just need to see them take a breather in towards mid. Messy spray, but a nice opener by JL. Jacob going to add 1 more as well. Important, these pistols being put by the wayside has not been made expensive. That's what matters most. Coming towards this round, it's flawless for Apeks as well, and that is the priority.
Another round ticked off. Fatigue starting to show here for Bait. Remember that first map, 25-23. We didn't know if it was going to end. I started to look up stats around what was the longest best of 3 time, a single map timing on OT. I was like, God, are we actually going to push for this number? We're not. It's all good. It's like 47.
Yeah, it was 2 UK teams.
It was XL, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was XL Vex, I think.
Was it Insomnia?
It was UK Prem.
It was Prem?
ESL Prem UK back in 2015.
Something tells me Jackie might have cast that one.
Jackie might have been involved for that. Wrinkle Going to kickstart things nicely until round number 19. We'll find JL. That's a good opener. A very, very important opener for Apeks as well. This map is, and this series and their major is starting to slip away. And they need to find some form late stage in towards the T side of Anubis. It's not a bad way to start things off. Jacob tagged down low, trying to get out of dodge.
Oh, they almost double mollied the corner there, but Owner changed his mind as he recognized the smoke going down. Good reaction from him there to be able to do so. Now with the smoke soon to be fading, CTs have fallen back into the site. Owner looking to go for the swing here. Naught finds one, Naught finds two, looking for the third as well on the long sideline. He indeed gets it. It's a two-man tag team over on this site with Wrinkle only good for one more. Jacob doing some work and Cuban going nuts in the background.
Yeah, Apeks are on fire. I mean, right now there's just so little you can do wrong. I mean, everything that they are throwing at Bait is sticking. This is cracking Counter-Strike being played by Apeks. And slowly but surely, they're getting closer and closer to the major. Be nuts, Apeks as well. I mean, for these guys, the rebuild, they've rebuilt multiple times. They had shocks, it didn't work out. Multiple players, a myriad of changes they have made. And when they brought on this somewhat new roster, Kicksign as the IGL, a lot of people questioned it. A lot of people were really questioning whether this was the right change, and they are proving that, my God, it was for damn sure.
Doubters silenced.
Yeah, and I think for Bait as well, with the performance that they've put on this RMR, if they were not to make it to the major, it'd be such an upset. We look at these pictures of MOUZ winning, and look what it means to Cyclone as well. This guy alongside JDC, Zershin, Torzi, MOUZ and XT, We Play Academy League champions 4 seasons in a row. And then they get the big call up to the main team, and look what they have done. Again, another major.
And again, another round where, over here, Bait looking to get just demolished. But Captain Kirk has gone pretty massive. Finds himself 2 kills, but it's purely consolation. Amster looking to still try and keep this one competitive as he finds one, but sidelined straight away there by Stiko.
5 rounds in a row now for Apeks. I mean, they are just running away with it. I really think this is getting to the point where we need to see another Bait timeout. They have got no control of the tempo, no control of the momentum, and Apeks are red hot in terms of their form right now. If things continue this way, this map and the series will be over in a matter of mere moments.
Yeah, at this point, this is Apeks fully in control, right? Like, they're looking damn good outside of the server. Everyone's hyped up, and also they're hitting their shots. The one saving grace could be that at least for Bait now, Wrinkle back on the AWP, but T-side Anubis, you need to try and create space for your squad, and we'll see if that will really play into it.
This is much more like it from Bait. The aggressive angles, the crazy stunts, the things that we liked to see over on Vertigo. I don't want to call it puggy because there's some strategy behind this. I'm sure there is behind the mind of Owner and the rest of the squad. But it seemed to have Apex's number then and definitely made the game substantially more competitive, especially in those OTs. And now they're looking to go aggressive inside of mid. And JL, rightfully so, falls back, gives them some space.
6 rounds of deficit as well. You look towards Bait, and they've essentially got, what, max 2 full buys, including this one left in it. Big day coming through. Stiko full blind. No idea, but JL's found a double over towards mid. He's denied the rotation. They were looking for an A split, and if he kept that Bait, Nork missed shot. JL will fall. And now Apeks lose control of the site.
3 versus 3. Bomb down, Molotov to force them. Off of the post plant. Jacob, clearing close left, has a sneaking suspicion of the location of Owner, and he's on his mission to make this round an Apeks 14th. He's going to be seen first, but no! The angle from Owner, looking up at the wrong time, gives space for them now. Amster has to annihilate, but he's baited in by Nork on the AWP, and Wrinkle, the man we mentioned at the start, has to close the chapter, dives through, using on the bomb, no support. Nork's too far back to actually cover, and he's got to win out! Hits the headshot, 4 seconds on a defuse. That's the 14th!
He's got it. He's done it. Oh, no, that's brilliant, Wrinkle. Credit, but commiseration is just not quite close enough. This game is so good as well. We're seeing the best of the best out of Apeks, and they are really starting to take it to them. JL kickstarted this round perfectly. The big thing that we're looking towards Bait there, they have to have at least a kill from each side, from mid and from main. And the fact that that mid shutdown comes through, it just completely throws the line into jeopardy.
Wrinkle was playing way above his years. I'm sorry, but that was crazy. It's
so unfortunate that it doesn't turn into a clutch. Would have been an absolutely perfect round to kind of encapsulate everything that Wrinkle's doing for this roster. But Nork, when it matters most, steps up to the table. I mean, he's no slouch in this game. 17 kills on his belt. Kicksan is going to be able to kickstart this round open. A little bit of backup from his squad here as well. JL finding more. Guys, it's falling apart from Bay. I'm starting to lose faith here. And now it's just Owner in a 1 versus 5, and it's 15-7 in just a few moments. They know they're on the precipice of this. Apeks are looking to be able to close this one out.
Jackie, mate, sadly, I think it's done, brother. I just cannot see Bait getting back in, since you can see the tilt on their face. I understandably, this map, it's just not been competitive.
No, it hasn't been. It's such a shame for it to end in that way as well. The manner in which Bait have been holding themselves over the course of the RMR, the competition they've faced, the close, tight overtime games they've had. That's one thing that can be said. But for Apeks, you've got to sing the story. The fact that we've got some decorated players playing the best of their game right now, and they're dropping absolute bombs. That HE does nothing to hold back the push, but the molly, that'll buy a bit of time. Stiko setting himself up to do something sublime. Only the one before he falls. JL also traded out. Nades coming in, damage done. This is looking rough, but they're still trying to hold on.
Nork, nice shot towards Wrinkle. Bomb scooped up. Amster, 43 points of HP in a dream, but Nork has the right ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, Apeks will be going to the major. They'll be attending. And Bait, we have to say bye-bye. They were so close. And remember, they went 2-0 day one. And Bait could not make that final step. They fall at the last hurdle and dropped down towards the LCQ.
LCQ, that includes FaZe. My God, it's gonna be an uphill battle for Bait. Commiserations to them. They threw everything once again in all of their other games, and this is the only one that didn't go the distance. The fatigue set in after that best of, well, basically that first map. It was borderline a best of one, wasn't it? That second one was so uncompetitive.
Dude, it's insane. Like, the fact that we had that whole Vertigo gauntlet that was run on for then, things to finish in such a quick fashion here on Anubis. It's rough for them. The reverse sweep, but not in the manner they ever would have wanted that to be said, right? You're thinking reverse sweeps is like, yeah, boys, we went 2-0 down, we came back up. No, they started off with huge victories, some incredible upsets, but the story ends here for them. But for Apeks, they keep on climbing further forward. And this roster, I feel like we have to give so much hype across towards Kickstand, towards JL. Like, some of the rounds they had were huge. Nork as well on the AWP, getting back to his old groove, looking sick, man. Stiko good for the clutch. Jacob, always a king in his own right. And Apeks solidified their place. And even Stiko there by going in for the hug. That's absolutely adorable. He literally went over to Wrinkle and kind of took the extra time. Look, they're literally reminiscing together. Like, that's beautiful.
Honestly, I think the words might be, you're gonna be big, kid. You're gonna be massive.
You could see him literally tapping him on the chest, like heartfelt words there from Stiko. People look up to this guy for a reason. Literally the dynamic between these two that we hyped up before the game. That storyline going full circle. That's such a touching moment that I feel like we only kind of really get in Counter-Strike. So it's beautiful, right?
It is. It is. It's touching. We do have the winner interview with Jacob coming up now. Let's see how him and the squad are feeling.
Jacob, brother, thank you very much for joining me. First of all, mate, just talk me through your feelings.
I don't know, honestly. Right now, I don't think I have any correct feelings, honestly. We worked so fucking hard. It's been a while for me. I played Major last time for Renegades in 2020, I think, 2019. I'm not sure, honestly. I was a little bit afraid I will never experience this again, but here I am. I'm so fucking happy, so fucking proud of everyone. Yeah.
And talk me through the roster, right? You know, this Apeks side has gone through a myriad of roster changes. Kicksan recently coming into IGL, and people questioned it, but you've managed to make it stick. Talk me through how the rosters come together.
I mean, my time in Apeks, we have changed roster multiple times. Right now, we definitely have the best roster we've ever had. Yeah, we have swapped out maybe some bigger names for some smaller names, but Jesus Christ, Kicksan is a really good IGL. We had a trial period with many IGLs, and he was by everyone the obvious choice, so he's done really good.
And finally, of course, you're a legend of the game. And what does it mean to be a part of history, the final CSGO major, and you're going to be attending? What does that mean to you?
I don't know. Like right now, I can't describe my feelings, honestly. The last few days, I've been thinking, like, will we make it, will we not make it? This is my last chance. I don't know. I'm like, it's hard, honestly, to answer on, honestly.
We love to say, man. Well, I mean, once again, congratulations, brother. We're glad to see you there.
Thank you very much. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Oh man, his final words there really do sum up the level of excitement that not only Apeks have, but the entire damn Counter-Strike scene has for the Blast TV major in Paris. And Apeks, they're going to be a part of that history forever, immortalized in the game. Cody, what a treat that was to not only see the fantastic affair, the fight they put up, but also the stories, the human element, right, that we've got from both of these teams.
The human side of things, which even in conventional sports, is rarely that publicized, and we see these type of situations come up. You're pure idols, you're going up against them, and then at the end of the game to go over and say, kid, you're gonna do so many good things. It's absolutely beautiful. It almost brings a tear to your eye. I don't know if you can tell. Anyway, Kixan, what an amazing, amazing performance from him. The entire game, he was calling an absolute masterclass. I don't think I can say anyone did anything wrong on that Apeks squad. I think at the end of the day, it did come down to experience, being able to reset that mental after what was an incredibly, incredibly hard-fought first map on Vertigo. That was an insane first map, and we expected a lot from Bait, but I think it just took it all out of them.
No, of course. I also think, right, it's actually quite a fitting prospect that we're kind of putting focus on the IGLs, because both of these two teams have two IGLs that haven't really had much limelight or stock ever given to them. But Owner's calls, even back in his time, like in the We Play League, he was impressing people because of how good he is at reading the game. Same could be said there for Kixan. Like, this is such a new generation of talent that's going to push CS even further into CS2. Counter-Strike is for the kids, and I'm so damn happy it's still going.
Put that on a t-shirt. Counter-Strike is for the kids. Let's have a look at how the rest of the games went. Of course, we told you earlier on, MOUZ going through to the major and FaZe going through to that last chance qualifier being hosted next week. Bad News Eagles, they beat GamerLegion, allowing themselves to be crowned legends and moving forward to legend stage. GamerLegion, of course, still going to the major. They're pretty happy with that one, taking the map to a third. And, well, it didn't go their way, but they're still going to be challengers. Falcons versus OG. Falcons also going to be going down to that last chance qualifier next week. OG qualified through. It's an interesting one because we might not see a French team at the French major. We do actually have Wrinkle for an interview, and I'm going to be really interested to see what this incredible prospect has to say after that.
Wrinkle, man, thank you very much for joining me. Of course, tough time for you guys. Talk me through, obviously Vertigo, you went to double OT, triple OT, in fact, and then on towards Anubis. You individually played fantastically, but, what happened?
I don't know, we just lost some stupid rounds, stupid peaks, stupid aggressions, stupid clutches. I don't know what to say more. Like, yeah, we just, I don't know. We didn't deserve to win that game.
And of course, for you boys, you're now dropping towards the LCQ, right? You're waiting to see Group B. What's the preparation going to be like going in towards that LCQ next week?
I think we'll pay attention to our communication, to our mental stuff, and something like this. And I think in game we play good, but I think it's all about communication and mental. Yeah.
And looking towards Anubis as well, having that map in, it's a very good map for Apeks. For you boys, do you think if you were to do the veto again, would you go somewhere else, or do you think it was just a bad day for you guys on the map specifically?
Actually, we didn't expect them to pick Anubis because we thought that they'll pick Overpass. So yeah, we were practicing Overpass. So yeah, and they just surprised us, and that's it. They deserve to win.
Fair enough, man. More commiserations. We'll see you in the LCQ. It's not game over just yet, so we're hoping the best for you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you everyone for support. Thank you.
You've got the support of the world, bud. Honestly, what a story. They didn't deserve to win. I disagree. Heart of Lions in that first map. It was just the second they couldn't convert. Commiserations to them. Well, let's have a look. The Challengers playoff, that last chance qualifier. Breaking it down for you, stage 1, best of 3s, they all get split. Of course, we're missing 3. they're going to be from the 2-2 games over on the RMRB next week. If you make it through that, you go through to the playoff stages, all of it single wheeling. You need to be flawless.
Yeah, you got to keep it so damn clean. But instead, of course, we can talk about the legends that we now have from the RMRA. Bad News Eagles stake their claim, put the crowns on their heads and move further on to advance as legends, joining into the breach not only the first UK representation at the major, but also the first legends, top 16 at the major already. They haven't even lifted a finger.
They haven't done anything other than, you know, absolutely decimate an RMR group.
Oh, yeah.
That small thing. Look at this. Look at every single game that we've gone through to be able to get to this point. The 2-2 games at the very end, OG beating out Falcons, Apeks beating out Bait, and MOUZ beating out FaZe.
Dude, a crazy turn of results.
What has this event been? I'm sorry, but this has been absolutely crazy. All the teams that have showed up here have played out of their mind, and they got surprised by some of these names who realistically might not be on people's cards.
If you don't know, RMRs actually stand for really mad matchups.
There we go.
Like, well, not even that, really mad results. Because the results are just ridiculous, bud. Like, the winners that we've been seeing are crazy, and we've got those qualified teams up on our screen. NAVI, Fnatic, GamerLegion, Into the Breach, BNE, OG, MOUZ, and Apeks.
Wow, absolutely crazy. The teams who are going home empty-handed, the names some people might have expected. Some rocky showings for Sprout, Viperio going as well, 1 win, Saw, names that people might not have heard of before. And hold on, I'm missing someone, Jackie. Who's that?
Is that Virtus.pro? Literally, dude, the previous major winners, of course, from Rio, literally fielding the roster they won the major with to lose their last game, to be eliminated and not make it back to the major. It's like history already there. I mean, this whole major is decorated with so many first-time things that have happened, and it's happened at the end of the game. The final chapter of CSGO's history is incredible. Let's have a look how the picks are going as well.
Oy, 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 oy. Well, it's not looking good, Brev, I think is the term. I'm pulling up the rear. 16, it's over and done with. I think Unicorn almost got every single one right. How are you looking, Jackie? 18's pretty respectable.
Hey, look, I'll take the fact that no one else, not even Unicorn, thought the BNE would beat FaZe before. I was the only one that said it. That's me, you know, that's my cake I'm going to take home.
Yeah, RMRB's coming up.
It is.
This is going to be quite a stacked setup as well for next week. I think we do have the teams. Oh my God, talking about stacked, here you go. Heroic, Cloud9, Big, Ents, Vitality, Nip, Spirit, 9, G2, just to round out the top. And then you go, oh, by the way, Eternal Fire, Astralis, Monty, Iron Nation, Aura, FaZe, 500. You might think, oh, bottom of that group, there's some names I recognise. FaZe had an incredible run for Pro League. Astralis are Astralis, for crying out loud. These are going to be the matchups, the 0-0 ones on the 11th. You've got 2 days to wait for those ones. Sorry, but we need a day off, for crying out loud. That Cloud9 FaZe game.
Bud, look at some of these matchups we've got. Yeah, C9 FaZe. Then you're looking further down, Astralis Vitality. Further on from that as well, Eternal Fire NIP, which also could actually be quite an intense matchup. This is sick, dude. Like, Group B was always going to be really stacked, but as soon as we get into it, with the way the first draw's gone, I think this bracket's actually going to be incredible, just like the upset potential we had here.
It is. I suppose coming into the RMRs as well, people, at least the closed qualifiers for RMR Europe, it was like, cool, the top 4 teams you go through to B. It's like, well done, you potentially might get an easier bracket. No,
you get the hard bracket.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that rounds us out, ladies and gents. We've had 4-5 days, God, I can't even remember, it's all blurred into one, of amazing Counter-Strike to get our first few teams qualified for the Blast Paris Major, the final one of Counter-Strike Global Offensive's history. And we've rounded it out in the perfect way. Upsets here, upsets there, some teams that now have a shed ton of new fans. And we thank you for joining us for all of it. We'll be back in 2 days' time. Set your timers, set your alarms. When we return, it's going to be for the RMRB. I've been Cody. This has been Jackie. Thank you for Neo for joining us earlier along with Anders. Have a great night. We'll see you later. Peace.